Morena Tato, good morning everybody and welcome to the 1st of May governing body. I declare the meeting opening. I have received apologies for early departure from Councillors Hills, Furley and Dalton. Any other?
Oh, Councillor Filippina for lateness.
Plus Councillor Filippina for not getting here on time. That's they're going to leave before 7 o'clock at night. Okay, mover and seconder for that, please. Somebody. Sharon and Andy in favour, please. Aye. Contrary, carried.
Can you do the electronic? We'll just do that right now.
Attendance by electronic links. None at this stage.
Councillor Foley, we'll just do.
Councillor Foley, when she wishes to be, carry on. And if anyone else leaves early, they can apply for that anyhow. So all those in favour of aye. Move. Carried. Thank you. There's no councillors online at this stage, so just to remind you before we start, the meeting is live webcast. Please be present in the meeting, ensure your phone is turned off or at the very least on silent. We have some governance personnel from the Waikato Regional Council in the room today, joining us to visit our governance department and see how we operate. Before we get into today, Councillor Henderson would like to say a few words to acknowledge the passing of Ms. Janet Clews, the former Mayor of Gleneden, along with the many roles she said. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It brings me great sadness to acknowledge the passing of Janet Clews. Janet is considered one of the great leaders of West Auckland throughout history to the present. She gave nearly 60 years of her life to public service. She began her public life in 1963 as the first woman elected to the Gleneden Borough. Wasn't those?
Councillor Henderson.
You think? Re-elected many times, becoming Deputy Mayor and then Mayor of Gleneden from 1983 to 1989. You can still see her mural portrait in the Gleneden Rec Centre at the moment. She served as Waitakere City Councillor all the way through, and on the first term as the Waitakere Rangers local board member as well. She was also elected to the Portage Licensing Trust for nearly 40 years. In addition to elected office, she served absolutely countless community groups over the years across sport and education. I got a list of about 50, but naming the Waitakere Life Education Trust, the Gleneden Railway Restoration Trust, those are just a few. She was a good friend. She was extremely intelligent. She had absolutely razor-sharp wit. She was a warm and caring person dedicated to the very end to bringing a smile to her friends, her family and her community. She touched many lives in her years of public service and as a community leader in West Auckland, and I want to share my condolences and the condolences of the city with all of those lives that she has touched and the great sadness shared by many across the West. Finally, I want to especially share condolences to her many friends and family. Please join me in a moment's silence. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Henderson. Are there any declarations of interest? No one's interested. Okay, thank you. Confirmation of the last minutes. Mover and seconder of those, please. Deputy Mayor and Leone. Moved in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried. We have received several requests for public input from members of the both sides of the Speedway community. Lance Armstrong from the Western Springs Speedway Association, Craig Stenbring, Jason Jones, Olna Fords from the Extreme Drivers League, and Ali Williams from the new proposed users. They all want to talk about Western Springs. These were all declined under Standing Order 7.7.3A and 7.7.4A because the future of Western Springs Stadium will almost certainly have a public consultation approach process attached to it. The Western Springs Speedway Association has sent in 34 pages of information to councils, which has been shared with you, and Sandra will be placing information in the minutes today along those lines. Local board input, there's been none received. There's item 7, there's a petition. We have a position.
Got my hand up?
Oh, sorry.
So I just want to raise a concern around the public input and the decision on your part to deny people from Speedway to speak. There are a couple of matters that go to that. One is the advice that Speedway received from Meredith Webb, which referred to, and I quote, any information received from WSSA, which is the Western Springs Speedway Association, will also be put before the governing body at this meeting. That meeting is this meeting today. And I would have thought that associated with that, there would be the opportunity from people from Speedway, including that association, to speak. The other matter that is of concern, and it goes to predetermination in part around that decision on your part, Mr. Mayor, was the comment that you made at the workshop on the 26th of March, where, without quoting all of the words, though I did write them down, you effectively said that you weren't going to hear from Speedway. That's what you said. So I have a real concern around predetermination and bias as it goes to denying Speedway that opportunity. There may be others that want to back me up on that, but certainly I've got a very clear account of what occurred at that meeting, and I have a very clear account of the process whereby Speedway has been shut out of the expression of interest process, and obviously there's a matter of a judicial review that goes to that you're well aware of. And I make the observation that there are people from Speedway here that would still like to speak. Thank you.
We have spread the 34 pages of information, which is exactly what was said by the lawyer, and so that's been fed on to everybody. And as chairman, I have the discretion to carry out the decisions under the standing orders 7.7.3a and 7.7.4a. We've made that decision. There is a public consultation coming, which will give plenty of opportunities for people from all sides, and we have declined people from, we declined people from the Ella Williams from having a speech here either, so that will go into the future.
Excuse Mr. Mayor.
Local board input?
Mr. Mayor, could I please, I understand all the rules you've just read out, but I support Councillor Walker. I, as someone who's angry that I never got a say on the subject, you know, we should listen to people who have been locked out.
That's a point of consultation, actually. Councillor Dalton used to speak.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support your decision on this understanding order 7.7.3a, 7.7.4a, for the consistency that's been applied, particularly for matters that are going to go out for consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. I've made my ruling. We're moving on. There's been no local board input.
Mayor, I have my hand up, and I seem we're quoting standing orders, and I'm quoting standing order 1.2.4, where if a member disagrees with the chairperson's ruling, the person's entitled to set out their reasons for disagreeing. So I'd like that opportunity now, if that's okay with you.
Same.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll be quick, but basically, I disagree with your ruling on a couple of matters. In the first instance, and notwithstanding your right to make that call, you also have discretion under Standing Orders 7.7.3 to waive the requirements of the standing orders. In this case, as I understand it, the Speedway Association, we're not looking to talk to matters to do with the consultation per se, They were looking to introduce themselves and to essentially put to rest the notion that there's no one from Speedway who's interested in actually running things at Western Springs. So I think it was more of an information session and certainly not compromising any consultation process. And I would remind you that the last time people came here to speak, they were also denied speaking rights. So that really goes to the concern that Councillor Walker raised in respect of your position, Mr Mayor. You are the Mayor, you have the right to make the rulings, but like all of us, you have to abide by the notions of natural justice and not displaying bias and predetermination. At that workshop that was referenced, you said, because I wrote it down verbatim, when Councillor Sayers asked about speaking rights at this May the 1st meeting, you said, in respect of Western Springs Speedway Association, not if I'm the chair, repeated it, not if I'm the chair. And the other thing is those people are threatening to kill me, so I'm the chairman, forget about it, they're not coming. So that was the statement that was made. In this instance, I thought it would have been wiser for you to defer to the Deputy Mayor to make the call on who should speak or not, because that's you in essence predetermining the outcome of any application to speak, which, as I said, you have discretion under standing orders anyway. The second matter that goes to this issue, if we're talking about declarations of interest, Mr Mayor, I don't think at any stage through this process that you have declared, for instance, that you have a family relative who's involved with Western Springs in terms of the mayoral office, and in fact with all of the stadiums, involved with North Harbour Stadium in an attempt to demolish and sell off, and has had a central role in this. I think that should be declared in the open and put on the record. I don't think that's happened, particularly in light of the documentation that has been produced by that individual, which was done in May 2023, which signalled the end of Speedway at Waikaraka Park, and near 18 months before it ever happened, moved to Waikaraka Park, and other matters to do with other stadiums. I think that should be declared. So that's my reasons for disagreeing with that, Mr Mayor. I hope you reflect on statements like that are clearly show bias and predetermination. To people who have not had an opportunity to address this council in any shape or form, continue to be denied. That's the second time you've denied them. So I think it's important that that's put on the record. Thank you.
Okay, and under Rule 1.2.4, you had the opportunity to set out your reasons for disagreeing, but the chairman's decision is full and must apply. And so I've made my ruling.
Excuse Mr Chair, have I got the right to also give my reasons why I disagree? Thank you. Mr Mayor, as someone who doesn't sit naturally inside this sort of procedure and who wears their passion on their sleeve and we know can get animated, etc., I think that the Speedway people, some of the things that have been said in public are not necessarily the people who are representing that organisation, and to lock them out because of overheated comments and stuff at other places is not a good idea. So that's the reason I disagree. I feel for them and I understand their position. Thank you.
Very good.
And I just wish to add my words along with Councillor Watson and Councillor Turner. And I'd also just like to add my concern in addition, that if any councillors and the Mayor have had private meetings with any of the parties that are involved, for example, the Mulbrays and Williams that are associated with the Auckland FC proposition, and for that matter, Ponsford Rugby and Concerts. If that is the case, it would be, I think, appropriate to have a declaration around that, Mr Mayor, particularly in an instance that might involve yourself.
I have nothing to declare. I've got no interest in any of them, and I've turned down Mr Williams from speaking as well.
I'm referring to private meetings that you may have had, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much, but we're moving on. I've made my determination. Thank you. And when we have had no local input received, we have a petition presented by Mr. Andrew Boddy. Standing orders for petitions means that we have 5 minutes to present that. Mr. Boddy, which is Mr. Boddy?
Body.
Yeah.
Body, not body.
Thank you. We receive the permission, but we don't, standing rules means we don't have questions about it. We receive it. The floor is yours.
Just the right-hand button, Andrew. Andrew's family is a large landlord in Onehunga, and to my left is Mark Jory. Mark owns a business that is a significant employer in Onehunga, as well as being a landlord. Together, we are the Onehunga Business Association Watch Group. We've proudly crowned ourselves. We've been working with a very large group of businesses in the Onehunga and Te Papa areas, disaffected with the actions of Auckland Council and the Onehunga Business Association. Thank you for allowing us to present this petition. The petition asks the council to undertake an independent inquiry into the conduct of last year's Onehunga bid expansion, which basically quadrupled the size of the bid. By my count, 174 businesses and landlords in the area have signed the petition. The ballot last year had several problems that caused non-compliance with Auckland Council's Bid Policy 2022, including failure to prepare and publish a complete electoral roll of all eligible voters, failure to run the ballot for the minimum prescribed time, and the provision of misleading information. Increasingly, our work with businesses in the area suggests that Auckland Council and OBA missed out a lot of eligible voters from the electoral roll used for the ballot. The ballot produced a bizarre result where, had the no votes not been made, the 25% turnout threshold would not have been reached. The only reason that the threshold was reached because people voted no. Compounding these failures have been several administrative failures at Onehunga Business Association, including the failure to provide notice for the special general meeting resolution that increased the targeted rate from about $400,000 to about $1 million. At that meeting, only 11 members turned up. 11. Just one more than the quorum, and in fact they couldn't get a quorum. Initially they had to do a ring around to get a quorum. The impact on business rates in the bid expansion area has been a 20% increase by this council. A 20% increase. 20.
Over what time?
From last year to this year, of which about 12% has been the result of the expansion itself. I struggle not to smile on this. Quite unfairly, in the Onehunga bid old area, the targeted rate went down 34%. This comes at a time when Auckland businesses are experiencing a prolonged and for some a severe recession, and when the general business rate is already 2.6 times the general residential rate, and that multiple is getting bigger. It's 2.6 times. 2.6 times. Onehunga and Te Papa is part of the heartland of Auckland businesses and jobs. For people who don't care about business, you should care about jobs. It's the heartland. Ironically, in this area, businesses, by my calculation, it's a rough calculation, I admit, pay about 50% of the rates, and they get about 5% of the electoral representation. On Monday, a special general meeting of 220 Onehunga and Te Papa businesses voted overwhelmingly to recommend a bid targeted rate of $410,000 for this coming 25-26 year. While the legitimacy of last year's ballot and the way forward is determined. So we want to go back to where we were while we sort out the mistakes that have been made in the past year. Council rules prevent us from petitioning the local board and the governing body for the same thing, which I understand. But to be clear, as of Monday, when the bid targeted rates are considered by the governing body, the recommendation of the Onehunga Business Association is $410,000. It is not, as staff might tell you, the $1 million that has been superseded by Monday. It is 410. We would like the governing body to approve the legitimate recommendation of 410 as the targeted rate for the Onehunga bid. A higher number is not the recommendation of the association, despite what the local board, bless them, might tell you. A higher number will just prolong the disruption that's occurring in Onehunga. Staff know about this. Despite what the local board, occurring in Onehunga, and is not good for the area. If you do the higher number, it will create more disruption. Sorry, I've got 30 seconds to finish. There is a perfect circle of blame and justification going on here. OBA blames the local board blames council staff blame OBA. We're here to collapse the circle. We want you to collapse the circle. Staff are to blame. We would also like to come back at the end of the month when you're considering council staff revised bid policy and tell you why it doesn't work in Onehunga and probably for many other places. Thank you, and my colleagues and I are happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Body. Don't take questions. These are some of the rules. I'm going to move that we accept the petition, and we thank you for attending, and we refer it to the Chief Executive for consideration, serious consideration. Okay? So, no, you can't, because it's on the rules. We just received petitions, seconded by Deputy Mayor. All those in favour of receiving this, please say aye. The contrary,
Is it not?
carried. And thank you very much, Mr.
I would
Body.
like the Chief Executive to report back
Yes.
to the governing body. Thank you. Can I have that assurance? Thank you.
This will definitely be considered and reported back on. Thank you very much, sir.
It's not in the recommendation, so, and you won't allow the recommendation to be amended. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm very comfortable to follow it up and report back.
I'm absolutely certain you would, Mr. Wilson. I'm talking about process here that's been ridden roughshod over. It's not a good look.
No, I'm against what Councillor Lee is saying, that process has been run over. Council is already very clear that the OBA followed the correct process, the bid process. Same as the local board. The local board approved the bid expansion, so...
Okay, thank you for that. I think we've made it quite clear what the Chief Executive is supposed to do. You can't receive these and not do anything about them. So thank you very much. And you receive it by bringing it round to the Chief Executive
Staff
now.
already know about this. They've ignored it, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, but formally receive
No,
it.
you cannot say that the staff ignored this. The legal team's been involved, Lagoima's been involved, local board team, Democracy Services.
We're not going to debate this now until we hear back from the Chief Executive, but thank you very much for your
Get the
points.
ruling.
And I'm going to item 8. A status update on the decisions from the governing body. This is an information paper. I'm quite happy to move that we receive it. And seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Any debate about receiving these? Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried. We'll now welcome the Chief Executive, Phil Wilson, and Ross Tucker, the Group Chief Financial Officer, to report on the financial update. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, councillors. Ross, as per normal, will talk to the detail. In the financial space, though, it's pleasing, as has been the pattern recently, to report that we're in good shape and things are looking positive for the end of year result. And things have gone well in terms of savings in the organisation. There's a report coming to the Revenue Expenditure Committee shortly, and I commend that to you. It will make good reading. I want to quickly have a look at my phone. I apologise, I've got the very latest recovery numbers coming through shortly, so if we get them in time, I will mention them. If I don't, I'll follow up afterwards. Suffice to say that good progress has continued in terms of the buyout scheme, and frankly the team's doing very well in terms of progressing towards full completion of the buyouts within the time frame that we'd previously indicated. I wanted to mention the recent weather events just quickly to acknowledge both the impact on some areas in the region, but more importantly to note that in the context of our emergency preparedness, 19 out of 21 of the local boards have now launched their emergency management readiness and response plans, and they usefully came into practice, or regrettably needed to come into practice recently. The thing I wanted to mention to you was that as I was kind of publicly recorded as saying, I think the response was very good, but it shouldn't escape me or any of us that the underlying problems that the community experiences in terms of flooding don't go away, and with these kind of frequent weather events that we can expect further in the future, I wanted to indicate that I've got some work going on now, because it occurs to me we've got to be very clear with the community about what the future looks like and what our work program is in the Making Space for Water program, and in terms of other infrastructure that might influence flooding outcomes. And we've got to be particularly clear that in terms of what's council's position in terms of liability and future buyouts and such like. We were clear that the scheme that followed the 2023 events was a one-off related exclusively to those events and should not set a precedent going forward. I think it's vitally important that our wider community understands that being the council position, and so we're needing to prepare some communication to that effect now, which I will socialise with you in due course so that we're all on the same page. The stakes are too high, the emotion and impacts on communities are too great for us not to be really clear in this space going forward. In terms of discussions with government, it's the things we've been working on are progressing well in terms of an expectation that the transport legislative changes will be tabled. The bill will be tabled in July, so 1 month later than we'd originally thought, but on track. RMA reforms, the need for preparation, as you're aware from other committees, in terms of our own plan change development, needs to be ramping up now, and we're awaiting news still in terms of the regional deal proposal that Auckland put forward. I want to mention the CCO changes just briefly. I've communicated with you separately on this, so I won't labour the point. Suffice to say that the change program is proceeding largely on schedule. I have decided to take an additional week because we are re-engaging staff in terms of property related changes, a tweak to what was originally proposed into the organisation around that. But in other respects we're on track, and the confirmation around economic development arrangements and a few other things will be released into the organisation on the 8th of May, and then the changes that relate to the Auckland Development Office and property functions will be a week later on the 14th. I will communicate with you in advance of that, or at the time we're kind of releasing the decisions into the organisation. Just quickly, a couple of highlights. it's worth acknowledging the fact of there being 70 Anzac Day events supported by the council, the events team, in collaboration in a lot of instances with the RSA around the region. So quite a significant body of work that went, frankly, very well. In terms of staff engagement, we're now in the upper quartile for organisations of comparable size and nature. That's a good result. So we've hit our aspirational target there. Good news. And in terms of year-on-year demand, I can tell you that leisure centre memberships are up 9%, and visitation to leisure centres, pools and libraries are all 7% up year-on-year compared to last year. So a lot of demand for our services, way in excess of sort of budget increases and population growth. So it's a good signal. I'll leave it there, Your Worship. A lot of other things I could talk to, but I'll communicate with you separately offline and pass over to Ross.
Okay, good morning all. In terms of financial updates, so last month we talked to you about some changes to the Standard & Poor's credit rating framework for the local government sector, and there was about 18 local councils and CCOs that had faced credit rating downgrades. We indicated that we didn't think that was going to impact Auckland Council's credit rating. In the last month, we've had both rating agencies reassess and confirm that there's no change to Auckland Council's credit ratings, both remain on stable outlook. So that is helpful. In terms of the annual plan, so we're now into the final phase of that. We're having finished consultation. We had the Budget Committee workshop this week and have kind of released the information around the feedback there. So 13,000 pieces of feedback on this annual budget, the second highest ever for an annual plan, with really good reach in terms of reaching getting feedback from Auckland's diverse communities, with the who we've heard from much better aligns to the census proportions of different community groups, different segments of the community, much more so than previous consultations. So it's very pleasing about who we've heard from. We now move into the process through the Budget Committee between now and the end of May to make final budget decisions, and then we're presenting to the governing body to adopt the final budget and strike rates by the end of June. We're working away on a budget refresh, so while we've been out there consulting with the community, staff across the group have been looking at reviewing budgets. We'll be discussing that further with Budget Committee next Wednesday. We are going to provide a memo shortly, probably hopefully today, just kind of gives you an outline of what we've learnt from that refresh, what is the result of going through and reviewing all the revenue expenditure lines. The headline result is kind of there's a lot of pluses and minuses. There's some more cost pressures and some things that are unfavourable trends compared to the long-term plan predictions, but there's some favourable offsets, some lower interest in inflation, just slightly lower than forecast in the LTP, some other savings. So it's kind of broadly, overall, it's very, very similar to what the finances were looking like in December when you agreed budgets for consultation. So that means we're kind of broadly on track for the budget settings and parameters set out in the long-term plan and in the consultation document for this annual plan, including the 5.8% rates increase. It does mean there's very limited capacity for anything new. There is still a small residual gap that staff are working to close for Auckland Council, and there is a number of financial risks from various quarters. The global economic situation is quite uncertain at the moment, and that kind of has risks as well. So we'll be giving you further information and working through that over the course of this month. As I said, things haven't changed. We're in a very similar picture to the consultation. That does mean there is still one sort of significant issue outstanding, and that's the $7 million funding gap we've got for events funding. And so decisions around how you resolve that, how do you work through that, whether it's bed night visitor levies or other solutions to solve that gap, that will be a key thing that will have to be worked through the Budget Committee this month. and be addressed through the final mayoral proposal for this annual plan. So that's kind of where that process is at the moment, and there'll be more to say through the Budget Committee. In terms of updates for the March month, so capital expenditure across the group is still strong. The 95% CapEx delivered, $2.8 billion for the 3 quarters through to March. 90% delivery for Auckland Transport, just under 80% for water care. Highlights are set out in the reports. Biggest one was obviously the breakthrough of the central interceptor tunnel boring machine into Point Erin, but lots of other smaller projects completed, lots of flood response and repair works, and some road safety improvements and things like that across the region. In terms of operating budgets, things are still favourable for the current year, although the year-to-date results aren't looking quite as favourable as they were looking last month. Still, across the group, the operating budget is still over $100 million favourable to budget. In terms of revenue, 12 million favourable to budget. It's a little bit less than the 20 million favourable we were seeing last month, and that's largely due to IGC revenue, so infrastructure growth charges for water care coming off a little bit. On the cost side of things, also slightly less favourable, largely to do with our outsourced works service costs at Auckland Council, and a lot of that is technology spend, where things are classified as operating spend rather than capital spend in the technology space. So overall, over $100 million favourable, just not quite as favourable as it had been looking in previous months. In the debt picture, and we have added into the financial dashboard a little bit more detail around the debt trends and information there, so just a bit more. That last time I think we'd got the balance a bit too light, so there's more visibility there. Debt has increased over the financial years, over the 9 months to the end of the March quarter. It was a $1.3 billion increase compared to $2.8 billion of capital investment. That means group debt sitting at $13.6 billion and predicted to be around about $14 billion by the end of the year. That is all about debt to fund the capital program. In the dashboard that's been distributed, it shows net debt as a percentage of assets, so debt being 17.1% of assets, and it's broadly similar to the trend we've seen over the last 5 years, when it's sort of ranged between 16 to 18%. So, debt is increasing, but compared to assets, compared to revenues, it's looking reasonably healthy and broadly in line with long-term plan projections. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that, very much for that.
Your Worship, I'll just, the numbers I couldn't locate, which I know are of interest to you. The overall buyout number is obviously becoming clearer and clearer as the months go by, and is looking reasonably reliably to sit at 1,200. 1,200 properties, 671 are now settled, and another 130 are in the final pipeline in terms of sale and purchase agreements. So.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got questions from Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you, Worship. I have 3 questions. Phil, having seen you at appointments and performance earlier in the week and looking at the dashboard, clearly you have a good handle on where the council is at, and I commend you for that. But my question relates, and it's been raised by a number of constituents and by the Puketapapa local board. You have made it very clear that there will not be an opportunity for further buyouts. So that is abundantly clear. But are you looking, with any budgetary refresh, there is a perception that there's a perception that a lot of the most recent flooding is as a result of development on flood-prone areas. And so the question is, are you looking at anything in terms of refresh by way of potential compensation should there be any moratorium on continued development into those areas?
I think we're in territory here where we need to carefully discuss with you what this looks like. It's not so much that I'm not contemplating any further buyouts, that the council's policy position is very clear on this matter, unless or until you decide to change it and give me a different direction. In terms of...
I'm not asking for you to go into any detail, and I realise the sensitivity around it, but there will be, I think, an increasing push on those continued developments where insufficient infrastructure is in place. And what I really just seek from you is an understanding of that and a confidence that in any budget refresh there will potentially be consideration given to some of these really challenging issues.
Yes, I think we do need to have that conversation, and for us to give you advice accordingly in due course through the, maybe not so much the annual plan, possibly more so the next long-term plan, and certainly in the context of plan change activity that might limit development rights. We're obliged to consider it.
My second question relates to a long-standing issue for me, having prattled on about this for a number of years, but I see that the Mayor has taken an interest as well, that for all of the investment that we have put into the CRL, along with government, and CRL Limited, we know that we're just not going to be fit for purpose on day one of opening. That might be to do with inner-west grade separation. It might be to do with the matter that I've harked on about for a long time, and that's the redevelopment above Mangawhau and other areas. The Mayor has taken an interest in the bus routes and whether there's connectivity been sufficiently thought through. It is hard because while in a governance sense we have all these individual silos, what action are you taking as CEO to try and bring much of this together? This is the largest infrastructure project for New Zealand ever. And yet the level of preparedness is not one that we can put our hands on our hearts and say, we'll be ready to go. Could you give an insight into what you are doing as our CEO to encourage preparedness?
So firstly, just to acknowledge the concern, maybe the opportunity, if I frame it more positively. We're aware that there are a number of things that we need to do in order to maximise the City Rail Link opening. They fall into two categories. I am bringing people together under Barry Potter's leadership, actually, in terms of getting ready for day one opening activity and making sure that as much as we can get done is done. So that's one activity, bringing Auckland Transport, City Rail Link Limited, Kiwi Rail, our own council group activity and so forth together for that specific purpose. The second thing that's happening really relates to the creation of the Auckland Development Office as proposed, or the Auckland Urban Development Office is a name we're considering right now through the consultation process. The point being that we're talking about an entity with a broader mandate, including, I think, in terms of the transport corridors, nodes, and hubs, including the City Rail Link stations, in terms of progressing certain property development, redevelopment opportunities. Now, the thing I would signal is that we need to come together with you and have a discussion shortly about the location priorities for this new entity post 1 July. That entity will have some capacity to get into this space, but they will need your direction as to what your priorities are. So we're getting it ready, but I signal that there'll be a discussion needed with you about where you want it to focus.
I'm sorry to have raised this again, and you will recall when Mayor Phil Goff was in the chair and Councillor Cashmore was the Deputy Mayor and was undertaking liaison, these were repeated questions that were posed. So this is not new. but it would be comforting to know that there is some engagement on it. My last question, and while, as along with many of us, I attended a number of Anzac Day services, I was most disappointed in Mount Eden for the Mount Eden service. For 2 days before the service, one of the church volunteers who coordinates the hall to make sure it's ready was told that there was no traffic management plan and that the church involved had to provide $7,000 for a traffic management plan, otherwise the parade was cancelled. That was a big call on a little church. I just would like the assurance that for next year, that there will be very careful oversight. We rely on volunteers in many cases for these services, and they're still recovering from that distress. As it turned out, the band that was playing marched one down a footpath, and it was all interesting. And we were honoured to have the Deputy Prime Minister attend this little Mount Eden service. However, it was an awkwardness that ought not to have happened, and I want your assurance that this will not happen again.
Yeah, look, I'm unaware of that specific, so I'm happy to follow up on it. Am I able to give you an assurance that all 70 events that we were involved in will go, and I'm assuming this was one that we were involved in, not a private
Yes,
or
yes, it
community-based
was,
one?
and it's one
Yeah.
that has taken place for many, many years, but it's the first time that this has happened. I think it's a personnel change that might be taking place, but
Okay.
it's just not one that sat comfortably with people. Thanks.
I'll pick that up.
Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two things. One for Mr. Wilson. Selling the properties that I know we have to recover as much money as we can out of this because it's cost a lot. But I am just concerned about profit, about us making a profit on these sales. So a lot of these people, didn't end up in a good position when they left. We say it was a voluntary buyout, but the alternative to letting us buy out was quite unpalatable in most cases. We take a category 3, or say a category 2P or 2C, and in many cases it turned into a 3 because we deemed, with our involvement, it to be too costly to engineer ourselves away from intolerable risk to life. If we then, and we've said in some of our documentation, engineer away that intolerable risk to life, especially if our engineering ends up cheaper than what we told the people it was going to cost them, and we sell at a profit. I just want to make sure that have we got some matrix in place to kind of try to manage that situation. We don't, if we seem to be profiting out of this, recovering our costs, sure, but it worries me. I did sign I was one of 3 people who signed the last, I can't remember the name of the document, but I have raised these concerns before and I want to raise them again. That's the first thing.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I'll need to consider situations like that. What I would say is, frankly, I expect a situation like that to be extremely, extremely rare. I think we're in a position of trying to recover something out of about $2 billion worth of expenditure, and it's a case really of recovering some of that, not expecting to recover all of it, and certainly not expecting to kind of profit out of it. But I understand your point is about potentially some specific individual cases, so I'll take that on advisement. We have done some policy work on this. For a situation such as you're describing to be true, it would need to obviously it would have to have some development potential in order to come out at a value that was better than what we'd bought it out at, which was 2021 or pre-2023 valuation. So we're not even in that situation yet in terms of the Auckland property market. So we'll have a look at it in terms of your point.
So thank you very much. And just last question to Mr. Tucker. You just talked about debt to asset value. I have concerns that, you know, a lot of the things we call assets are actually liabilities. They're under the ground, pipe works, etc. But am I correct that 1/3 of our rate income is actually paying interest per year?
I think 1/3 seems very high. That might be, if you look at our interest costs compared to rates revenue, that might be the right ballpark, but there's lots of other sources of revenue that fund interest as well. You know, development contributions, water charges, all pay for interest as well. So,
But the water charges are water cares, and that's now separate, is it not?
in terms of the group accounts, it's all consolidated into the overall numbers. So it's funded separately, the financial risk is separate, but from an accounting perspective, it's added in. So there are a range of things that fund interest. It's not all rates, all interest is funded by rates.
And what is the ballpark interest cost per annum at the moment?
It's in the, it's ballpark $600 million per annum, ballpark. Yeah.
Thank
so
you.
Yeah, of that magnitude, but it won't all be rates funded.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Williamson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, I'll be quite quick. Ross, it's great to have a dashboard and it's great to sort of summarise things, but there's just a couple of things I think could do with a little bit more detail that councillors could know. For example, under expenditure, we've only got 3 lines of expenditure for the entire council. One is staff, 1.2 billion. One is grants and contributions, 170 million. And the third one is other, 2.6 billion. And I think that councillors could get a better feeling for things if that was broken out into a few more lines. I don't want 3,000 pages because then no one will read it. But other 2.6 billion doesn't tell me anything. Secondly, I think it's time that we got a little bit more detail about interest costs, because I can never tell whether that we've got a 22 million increase in costs for the 3 quarters of the year. And so it's likely to be, what, 25 or 27 if it stays at that rate. $1 million more of interest costs, but I don't know how much of that is to do with the debt increasing. I don't know how much of that's to do with whether we've got interest lines coming off hedge, and so we're paying more interest or less. And the thing I'm really concerned about, which I really think we could do with a bit better breakdown, even if it's in the narrative, not in the table, is exchange rates. Because if any of you think the exchange rates in the world are going to stay stable for the next few months, you're dreaming. They're going to go all over the paddock. And if we've got debt in foreign money and it's not fully hedged, and I understand it is fully hedged or was, but I'd really like to know a little bit more about that finance cost. When I see 22 million more, it would be good to know how much of that was to do with more debt, or the interest rates had gone up, or in fact there was an exchange rate issue. And just a little bit more in the narrative about that I think would be helpful for all councillors.
Hear, hear. Okay, Ross, are you accepting that?
Yeah, we'll look to see what extra breakdown we might be able to put into this monthly dashboard. The other bit is the quarterly. We'll soon have the quarterly report for the March quarter, which will go into more detail around interest stuff. So we'll make sure some of those things you've talked about are.
Most people, because it's so quick.
Yeah, so every 3 months there's a deeper dive, and we can get into more detail, particularly things around interest costs and some of those drivers. As you said, the exchange rate is fully hedged with all our borrowing, so that's not a major factor for us, but we can go into detail there.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Sayre.
I'll be a bit briefer because Councillor Morrison covered what I was going to suggest as well. But Phil, in terms of another rain event, and it could, you know, if that was over the central city, obviously there's probably, I think you're pointing out there's an expectation there, wrongfully, that people might expect the same sort of response and financial bailout that we've just been through. So were you indicating that you're looking at a way to educate the public or manage those expectations in advance? Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah, I'm talking about really a communication effort to manage expectations and clarify council's position.
Yeah, okay, great. And I'm very it's great that we can get in front of the chief executive and the chief financial officer in these forums. So I'm appreciative of it. And also noticing that you are taking on suggestions, including that chart there of the net borrowings to assets. So I was very interested in that trend and comfortable with it. In terms of, I don't know if this is for you, Phil, or for Ross, but around our income from fees rather than rates and the downturn, I guess, in particularly the construction and housing market, how are we seeing any risks there or any downturns there in terms of income expectations in that area of the business?
In broad terms, it's been healthier than we expected, but we've got to watch it really carefully because of exactly the dynamic you're talking about going forward. And it's, don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but you might be aware that central government's looking at consenting regimes and the possibility of self-certification in some aspects and what have you. Those types of changes will have a bearing both on workload and on fee revenue. But yes, it needs to be watched quite carefully.
Sometimes there's a bit of a lag actually, because a subdivision's often 5 years between the resource consent and the heavy costs of development contributions, and so it takes a while, follows it rather than catches up. But Councillor Henderson, please.
Thank you. Got a couple. Just really quick, because I won't talk about it later, but just acknowledging the beautiful Anzac commemorations and thanks to all the staff involved. I mean, it should fill Aucklanders with great pride. It was great for us to be involved. I've got one question to you, Phil, and then two to you, Ross. So firstly, in terms of buyout and future land, I guess I'm just kind of looking for confirmation here that when we make those decisions, we're going to take into account things like environmental factors, such as the potential extension of wetlands, things like that. So can I kind of just get that assurance?
Yes, there's a set of agreed criteria for how we think about those lands, and it does include, attributes such as that. Safety, of course, is at the top of the list. Yeah.
Of course. Hey, thank you so much. Next one to Ross. So Council has pretty much just asked my question, but it's trying a little bit of a different thing. Over half of our public revenue, as you know, comes from non-rate sources. So I'm just wondering if we've started preparing advice on things like Donald Trump's tariffs, unemployment rising, continued pressure on the construction sector, and how that's actually going to affect Council's bottom line and our public revenue.
Yes, so we've done the best we can with the information that we've got at the moment. So some of those things, might affect, revenue through Ports of Auckland and other commercial revenue development patterns, but it's all very early days. So there's a lot of uncertainty around what do those tariffs mean for the global economy, what does it mean for the domestic economy. So we've tried to update things as best we can with the latest interest inflation kind of projections, but there is more uncertainty, and we'll have to wait and see what all those things mean for the New Zealand economy and for Council's revenue lines.
Yeah, well, thank you. And just last one, a quick one. Just want to put that debt figure into context as well that we've been talking about. So I'm seeing in the report here our debt to revenue ratio tracking to about 250, which is well below the 270% debt ceiling. So is that a prudent figure, and how does that sit in a historical context for Council's debt?
So that sits lower than it has been. We had a limit of 290 that we've increased it to 290. We've brought it down to 270. So we've been up at those levels. So 250 is less. It's looking better, and that does include Watercare fully consolidated. From 1 July next year, Watercare drops out of these equations because they're financially separate, and that'll be more like a 220%. So we've got a lot lower. That means we've got. So it's a 220% rather than 250. So you see that kind of a significant drop there, which means we have more debt headroom for Auckland Council going forward. That means we've got more capacity to withstand shocks and capacity to do other things in the future. So it's a good, strong position, and that is reflected in why Auckland Council's credit rating has been maintained at its current levels.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lee, please.
Thank you. A question to the Chief Executive in regard to current economic indicators. These would indicate that things are challenging for New Zealanders, for Aucklanders in our situation. And of course, these indicators have very little, if anything, to do with the work or decisions of this council, though I guess that we would have some influence given our size. But one indicator in which we have major influence over is the city centre monthly indicators. And we've heard quite a lot in recent days about the city centre master plan, which seems to be almost like a political manifesto, has a lot of support from some people and opposition from others. But leaving that aside, what is happening on the ground is very important, because the situation in the city centre in terms of commercial activity and any activity, I guess, has been for some time now what the council calls subdued. Now, last month, the indicators suggested that pedestrian counts were down 20% and retail spending from the previous year, but did indicate that the previous year did have an extra February in 2024 had a leap day, so that may have compromised the comparisons, and fair enough, so it's kind of reassuring. But then we go to this month, and activity continues to be subdued, with March 2025 data down on March 2024, same amount of days. And in terms of pedestrian counts, minus 2%, but no mention at all now. But no mention of what's happening with retail spending. So what I'm concerned about is that, like last month, there is some reassurance, and this time camera upgrades are likely increased counts from 5th of March 2025 onwards. But then that raises questions about the data set and the comparability. So if the camera upgrades mean we're going to see better news, that's a little bit of a concern, unless, to be fair, we get a calibration between the old camera that we used and the upgraded cameras. Otherwise, you know, it makes a joke of the whole data set. And my other request would be, let's see what commercial activity is as well. That's obviously very important, if that could be included in the next report. You know, one aspect that's not mentioned at all really, and it's glaringly obvious to anyone who walks up and down there regularly, and that is the number of vacant or shops to lease. Just quite remarkable, and that is a real concern. So it would be good, perhaps, if that was also taken into account. So thank you for that.
I've sat through 2 or 3 business association meetings about the month's comparison. Last year, Easter was in a different month, which made quite a difference to the change. And in terms of the shops, the issue there is a lot with it. We're competing with the internet, and that's another issue. But Easter was in March last year, and so this year the March looks down because it moved into April, and so you might find a bit of recovery there. And then yesterday we heard from the Takapuna group are up 7.5% compared to year on year last year, which is quite interesting.
Could I just make, while we're on this topic, could I just make one more comment? I did recall remarking at the time of when we accepted with much enthusiasm the government's deal for Auckland, which was about productivity, and everyone in the room cheered the idea of better productivity to the latter. At the time I mentioned how Wellesley Street had been dug up since at least June 2024. This morning it's still dug up. There's a row of machines and vehicles parked up in the middle of the road behind those fences. 3 people there, one in a digger moving a pile of material from one part to the other. There's no urgency, and I wouldn't define that as productivity. Now, that's a council, one way or another, enterprise. And I don't think we're getting value for money there. It seems that people are going slow because it means more money coming out of the council. But that's bad enough. But there's more disruption to the commercial life and social life of the city, and that is a real concern. It's the same with Mercury Lane last night. Exactly the same. There was a digger with a small pile of earth going from one side to the other, and nothing else. It's not good enough. I'll make that point. Thank you.
What was the question?
I think what we'll...
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. This is just a question to Phil Wilson, our CEO. Can we do some work on the LIM reports, what information goes on the LIM reports? And I have mentioned this before, in regard of floodplains. Now, on the LIM reports, I know we have floodplains, which in some cases, probably in 100 years, none of them will ever flood, okay? And we know that. But we've got the floodplains. But we do have floodplains or areas that we know we do have flooding on property, and sometimes quite serious. So on the LIM report at the moment, the LIM report, Land Information Memorandum Report, is a legal document that discloses information about a property, including a flood risk, and is used for due diligence before property purchase and development. Auckland Council has a legal responsibility. You can look this up. It says we have a legal responsibility to disclose information on LIM reports, including flood risk information, a moral obligation to provide complete information when requested. The LIM report may include information about flood zones, previous flood events, and other relevant information about the property flood risk. Now, you might like to have a look at, there's a very, very good podcast with Duncan Garner, and Councillor Williamson's actually being interviewed on that, and he's talking about this exact thing. Now, Duncan Garner, he was talking about, you know, I'm always banging on about what goes on in Howick, in a certain street. He was on this podcast, he's going on about something that's happening, where was it, in Mount Roskill. Yep. In Mount Roskill. And he said, this property in Mount Roskill, it's known, this bit of parcel of land has been known to flood many, many times, and our consenting staff have also allowed them to build a whole lot of houses that are going to eventually flood. So what I'm trying to say is, on the LIM report, yes, very good, we have that it's on a floodplain. We know that some floodplains maybe in the next 100 years may never flood, but we have some floodplains and some properties that are well documented, and the council regulatory staff actually know about it. Why is it that we can't have that on there? And that's like a duty of care, because we have people that are buying properties that are knowing that they're going to flood, but we're still allowing it to happen. And I know there's work going on with this, but what I'm just saying is that I think on the LIM reports, we do have to start thinking about what we're going to put on there. Councillor Williamson, Councillor Williamson, you know, he's also told us many times about New Orleans with the flood, you know, so things can be built on floodplains, stilts, or Queenslanders. Thank you.
That's the question.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. So I I'm pleased to be able to say there, you know, as you acknowledge, there's a lot of work happened and happening in this space. The limbs that exist now look entirely different to those a few years ago in terms of the level of acknowledgement and detail around flood modelling, overland flow paths, and such like. It is already happening. The question about ability to build in certain locations is also related to the plan change work that is going to be before you increasingly in the very short term. So, you know, I acknowledge the tension here. I have to kind of say there is pretty good intelligence, modelling and reflection now in limbs, okay? And so we should be in a situation of some pretty informed, a pretty informed public in terms of buying and selling property, okay? We need to backfill now in terms of the plan change work and understanding those natural hazards that might either prevent development or more likely require it to be done in particular ways, to your point about you know, floor levels and such like.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. Just clarifying, we are in question time. Is that correct? Yep, thank you.
Might not have learnt that from listening, but it is question time.
I am going to start with a short acknowledgement of the staff work on Cyclone Tam, though. What we saw from staff, I know there was some frustration around the alerts and stuff, and I know that we're working on that behind the scenes with Met Service. But the way that staff set up, for example, the emergency centre and the Fickling centre in my ward, the way that people were sending out information and responding and stuff was, I thought, impressive, particularly given past shortcomings. And I had a lot of positive messages from the community about that. So I did just want to acknowledge that, and also thank you to the Healthy Water staff for responding to the request from myself and the Puketapa local board for an urgent briefing, which Councillor Fletcher and I will step out at some point in this meeting today, because the only time we could make work was 2 o'clock this afternoon. So just wanted to acknowledge their willingness to do that, as it's largely the Puketapa area that's been the hardest hit this time, a little bit in Albert Eden as well. So I have a few questions then about this staff. So do we, and building on the question that you've just responded to, Phil, from Councillor Stewart, do we have some comms coming for the community around some of these timelines about the difficulty we're in with this planning stuff, and the fact that we are unpicking it and we are going to be picking up the natural hazards plan change, but we need to finish this plan change 78 stuff first to get that off the books so we can do the flooding stuff. I've been having a lot of one-on-one conversations about that, but it would be really helpful if there was some comprehensive comms on that, some simple messages, but also some background detail that we could use with the public. That's my first question.
Yes, that's part of what we're thinking. To some degree, it will be general messages out into the Auckland community. Some of it needs to be a little bit more localised, where it relates to, you know, making space for water priority areas and such like. But yes.
Great. And this might be a question that sits more with the recovery office, so I understand if you might need to come back. Sorry, are we having side chats as well as making speeches? Could I have a bit of clarity around, with the clearance program for the Category 3 houses, we have had a number of incidents in the ward where there was a house that we have purchased, but we haven't cleared it yet, and the clearance of it wouldn't have stopped flooding entirely, but it might have made a difference, particularly for immediate neighbours. Is there any capacity for us to now prioritise some of those, acknowledging we were waiting until we'd finished more so that we could do them comprehensively, but is there potentially some wiggle room there? Because that's something I'd really like us to look at. Would give some of those neighbours a bit more reassurance that we are moving faster.
Yes, and I've just had a conversation along those lines with Mace Ward.
Great.
I think there are two situations, the one you're talking about, where there might be a risk to help mitigate. The other one is where there is vandalism and other issues arising because of the vacant property.
Great, cool. I'm keen to follow that up. And then I also had a question around renters. I've had two properties come up already where they flooded in 2023 badly. And in one case, I know that the property owner did come into the categorisation but turned down a buyout offer. I don't know about the other one yet. And then they have re-rented the property to somebody else. And I know we are in a difficult, this isn't necessarily something we can deal with through bylaw. But what is are we looking at this? Are we thinking about, we've talked a bit about getting information on limbs, but if you're renting a property, you're usually not going to access the limb. Usually, costs some money. You're not going to do that. People can look at the flood viewer, but that's limited. So are we looking at how we can potentially provide better information for renters making decisions about renting properties that may have a known flood risk?
The truth is we haven't really up till now, other than in terms of some of the related discussions with owners through the navigation service and otherwise. I'm happy to look at it. I'm not entirely sure I can tell you what the answer will be, but I think it is worth looking at, and I sympathise. I've met with one of the people I know you're referencing here after the flood, so quite a sad situation.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess just finally, a question for Duncan Garner, if he could reply to the messages I sent him after he wrote an article about that property about 3 or 4 years ago, so we could actually get it on the books. That'd be great. Thanks. No, but I imagine he might be listening in.
I don't think council knows whether if somebody's renting or not. We deal with the owner via the rates. And so...
Yes, Mr Mayor, I agree with that. I think, though, the point is that we do have rules around commercial property, and renting is really difficult because it can be commercial, but it can also just be private. You might be, renting out a room in your house. It's tricky.
And going in the back pocket, so we'll have Councillor Hills, please.
Thank you. Phil, it was just to Councillor Turner's question. I just wanted to make sure, because there's been almost 200 homes purchased on the North Shore, and I think people might be concerned about hearing profits to be made. And I just have it confirmed that if there's any sales, they will only be A, after we've spent a load of money removing homes, B, after we've spent a lot of money making the area safe, B, if we get to a point where if we get to the point where any of them can be sold back, they will have to be sold at market price, which may get us back to, half of what we originally spent.
I've been having meetings with Healthy Waters, things to guide them. We're trying to extract the maximum amount out of what we've got in order that we can extend the Healthy Waters. Healthy Waters have eventually paid for this because we reduced their budgets in order to pay out these houses. And so anything that comes back will go back to Healthy Waters to do more of the Healthy Waters work, which has been cut back. So
I guess
you're quite right. The thing has to have substantial change before it's sold.
I guess my question for Phil is, though, if you talk about the cost of removing, the cost of buying, the cost of doing the mitigation works, there's almost no foreseeable way, unless we're selling it in 80 years' time, that the market value will somehow swallow all of those costs and make a profit.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you're right, and that's why I said I thought this would be an extremely rare, if ever, situation. But I do understand the sensitivity to the previous owners that is behind Councillor Turner's question as well.
Totally, I just would hate for someone to think.
Thank you, Councillor Newman.
No, I've got more questions, sorry, Mayor. The other question is just on Queen Street and Wellesley. So Phil, is it correct in saying that right now there's a $115 million wastewater upgrade of 100-year-old pipes plus busway upgrades? That's the issue here, because we're trying to prevent being like other cities with wastewater in the streets.
Yes, I think the particular project that Councillor Lee was referencing is a water care one for that purpose here.
The other question is on the debt again, and I ask this question every time because debt comes up. The debt isn't happening by accident. I think this year is at $3.8 billion worth of capital, and we voted to fund a lot of that with debt. But if we didn't, we'd have to put up the rates about 60% or something this year to cover that by cash, right? Is that correct?
Yes, would be substantial rates increases if we were to fund it through rates rather than debt. Absolutely.
So our choice would be to either reduce capital spending by $1 billion or $2 billion, or put the rates up 60 or 70%.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you. And just lastly on the, I do understand Councillor Williamson's question in the insight, but could I just have it on record, Ross or Phil, that in the annual report, the expenses list is quite vast and shows on the public record, you can see last year's, and also we've had access to all the service profiles, 106 pages of them, and terabytes of data of everything else the council spends. Can you just have that confirmed that there's sort of no lack of access to that information?
Yes, there's lots of information has been provided in various forums, and the annual report does go into lots of detail in the statements and the notes to the statements. So there's a lot of information, a lot of transparency available. Yes.
That, Councillor Newman, please.
Yes, thank you. A couple of questions from me, but with indulgence from you, Your Worship, can I just say, Phil, thank you very much for attending the farewell for Jack Hobbs at the Auckland Botanic Gardens the other night. Jack's long service to Auckland Council and to Auckland, because he was obviously involved in the regional council before then, was a great credit to him and of great benefit to the people of Auckland, and your attendance and acknowledging his departure was very much appreciated, so thank you.
Very gracious.
My first question, I know that the Auckland Council Auckland Future Fund Bill has been introduced. I understand that Councillor Fletcher presented a submission at the Government Administration Select Committee the other day. Do you have any idea when that is due to be reported back for its subsequent readings? And if you don't, can you give us the best update when you have it?
I don't have that right in front of me. I'll just check with Ross that he doesn't, but we can come back to you in any event.
No, I don't. We'll come back to you on.
I think you'll find it's within the next couple of weeks. As I understand it, Parliament sits next week and it will come back on Wednesday fortnight, I think.
We'll clarify after this meeting, given that time frame.
Thank you. My next question, I'm wondering, given it is, we are here in the governing body, if you could give your best update regarding the valuation reports.
There's been considerable work done to try and make sure that the valuation data is ready for mid-year. Ross will give you the detail, but I think the valuation file's gone to the Valuer General this week. Ross?
Yes, so staff have worked through with our valuation providers to do all of the rework requested by the Valuer General. So we have resubmitted all 630,000 valuation files that went through to the Valuer General last week, actually. So it's now with the Valuer General, and he and his team are working through their certification process for all that valuation data. Once we hear back from them, then we'll be in a better position to advise when those values can be released to the public.
And we'll confirm to you as soon as we get some feedback from the Valuer General.
I've been door knocking in my ward, surprisingly, and I have a number of queries from my constituents, some of whom almost certainly will want to lodge objections. I'm wanting to ensure that my constituents will have sufficient time to raise objections to any of the valuations that, in relation to their properties, that they don't agree with?
Yes, so once the valuation notices go out, there's a 13 working day period where people can, 30 working day period, so it's a standard approach. So yes, there'll be plenty of time for people to lodge objections, and they'll all be worked through in due course.
Okay.
Might be good if they saw the valuations before they decided to object or not, of course.
Well, that's not up to you and I, it's up to them. My final questions relate to debt and petitions for operating savings. So, Ross, I'm certainly not a proponent of going hard on increasing borrowings, understanding that prudent debt tracker that we're in. I'm assuming that the officers aren't providing any advice anytime soon to actually crank up the debt. We're in a fairly conservative position. Do we want to aim to keep it in that position?
Yes, we want to keep within the debt projections and debt to revenue numbers in the long-term plan. It does mean debt increases over time as the capital investment increases and assets grow. So debt will increase as we invest in the city, but there's no intention to increase that over and above LTP projections, and the track for debt to revenue is to trend down over time.
And my final question, given the interesting narratives that we're getting at the moment regarding the gap in the events funding, are you receiving petitions and submissions for operating savings to try and help to bridge the gap that's been identified by Tātaki? I'm not sure by petitions, but staff across the group are looking to find savings to mitigate budget pressures and close other gaps. They're looking to find savings to achieve the existing savings targets for next financial year and beyond. So we're working through those things, and we're confident we can get there to achieve existing savings targets and mitigate pressures. Trying to find further savings targets over and above that to address things such as another 7 million is quite challenging. Any proposed savings presented to you from elected members?
Nothing's come through recently from elected members.
Thank you for that. I hope you can clarify that to the public. I was accused of holding it up last night. Councillor Walker.
Got a few questions. My first question is around the agendas, and this agenda, for example, and the question goes to the consistent lateness of agendas. So if I cast my mind back, we used to have a situation where we'd get the governing body agenda on the Friday before the weekend, and there was a fellow, Simon, who was remarkable. He would make sure that we actually had a hard copy. So we had a hard copy of the agenda, and he was pretty methodical around that. This agenda we received late Monday. The last agenda, the same. So this is an ongoing pattern against a background where the decisions we're making are significant. They involve sometimes many tens of millions of dollars, often very contentious issues. There are contentious issues on this agenda. There were contentious issues on the previous agenda, and you would know that. The lateness of the agendas goes to both depriving us as councillors of the opportunity to do any homework, to respond, but equally members of the public. Hear, hear. Some of them are here today, but they've been denied, and there's a consistent pattern also of denying people to present, but I won't go there. So the real concern is around the lateness of agendas. It's compounded by the fact whereby we as councillors have to deal with this thing called Nexus that is very difficult to navigate. You can't download it, you can't print off it. If you've got an agenda that might amount to 300 or 400 or 500 pages or more, part of which is in confidential, and it's all in Nexus, and Councillor Williamson will tell you how difficult that is, we are in a very invidious position, and so are members of the public. So when are we going to get back to better practice, having better agendas, ideally more contestable advice, more option, but at the very least, earlier than what we and the public are experiencing now? When? Thank you.
just wait till he's stopped. Let's be clear. I agree with you that we want you to have information sufficiently far in advance. There is always a challenge with agendas, and it's not a case actually of it being wonderful previously and bad now. However, I'm aware that there have been multiple instances in recent times where agendas have come through later than what I would want. And Sandra will confirm we're on a bit of a drive around this, and I've made expectations clear through the organisation that we've got to speed it up. So I'm agreeing with you, and you will see an improvement there. Let's be very clear though, the Local Government Act is clear on this point. 2 clear working days in advance of a meeting is the minimum and is met. Okay, so you're talking about something in advance of that. I'm just making sure everyone understands what the core requirement observed right through local government is in this regard. We will try and extend that out for the reasons you mentioned.
I understand that, and in response I would suggest members of the public would generally think that 2 clear working days was woefully unacceptable, and against our situation where within those 2 working days we have workshops and other meetings that we have to attend, let alone digesting and doing diligence around an agenda that can be very long. So I'll leave that point, and I will hope that there will be a turnaround. The other question I've got is another when question, and that is, when is the governing body going to meet with government? And by that I mean the sort of meetings that we started off under Len Brown in his first term, where we as councillors would be able to eyeball a number of members of government, certainly key members of government, the Minister for Auckland, the Minister of Transport, the Prime Minister, it'd be nice to have him, and a number of others, particularly given the so-called city deal that we're advancing, but also the issues that Councillor Lee was raising around the CRL and the other issues that we've got, all of which involve government. And of course we're mindful that much of the money that we receive, I think, 62% in terms of some transport projects and the like, and so on, the flood buyouts, the CRL, for example, 50-50, we're very dependent on the government. When are we going to be going to government and inviting them for those regular meetings? Because we haven't had any in this term under the leadership of Mr. Brown. We had some under Phil Goff, but frankly they deteriorated. At least under Mr. Len Brown, we had some. And this is important. So when are we going to have those? And not just a circumstance where perhaps a few, Mr. Brown, Mr. Darby, Mrs. Dalton meet around Plan Change 78 or the like, around intensification, but with more of us. Thank you.
I'm not sure I can answer that question because, of course, it's also in the hands of government, cabinet.
Yes, we have raised it.
Raised it, asked it?
Yes, we have. We have followed up. Councillor Fletcher.
I have not seen any letter that's come across my desk offering an invitation to the government. I don't know whether other councillors have, so I'd really like to know whether I've asked them. Maybe we should ask the question of the government. Maybe we haven't asked them.
When you have a meeting, you have to have the other person show up, and as yet they haven't. But we are having a discussion whereby the government are considering the number of the ministers who are directly affecting us coming and having a meeting, and so it's on the agenda. And if it's going to have a meeting, it's got to be valuable. So we want the ministers. I don't want to be just sending up a whole lot of people who are from backbenchers. We want the relevant ministers, and that is in the discussion on the table. And I haven't got a date for you. I haven't got a date when the economy is going to come right. Either, I'm sorry to say. Deputy Mayor,
I had another question.
And then Deputy Mayor.
I had another question. I hadn't finished. So my other question just follows up on the issue that Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Stewart raised around flood-prone properties And my concern is around the resourcing that's going into catchment management plans and preparation. I raise this issue because I've been taking an interest in a range of catchment management plans across Auckland, a number of them, particularly those in the centre city area that include Meola, Motions, also over in the North Shore, Wairau. And what I'm uncovering is that many of these catchment management plans have not been completed. They're in draft form. They are deficient in a number of respects against a background where we are allowing more intensive development. And my concern, and it goes to the suggestion that there be some form of moratorium. We have the precedent, certainly in parts of Auckland, and it's affecting the Hibiscus Coast, where there's a moratorium, that is, Watercare is not approving connections for new development because there isn't capacity in the sewage system and there's an issue with the discharge consent. So you can't do it. You can't get approval for developments. Sewage driven. When are we going to do this around other issues that go to, for example, stormwater and flooding? So we stop the ongoing development that members of the public see all around them in areas that are flooding. Not just in the flooding area itself, but in the catchment, the upper areas that are feeding down. And when are we going to do something about this?
Well, this is a subject that's been repeatedly discussed at the Planning Committee at length, and there is a work program in place around exactly the mitigation of these issues. So I think the answer is best directed through that committee.
Thank you for that. Councillor Leone.
Thank you. I just wanted to also acknowledge our CE for the great work that was done during the floods, the leadership and the staff. The one issue that I do want to raise, though, was in regards to the how regular we are clearing our streams as in terms of the learning that we've had from previous floods. I know that there was one community organisation that was flooded again, and they basically gave some feedback saying that prior to the super city, obviously when it was in-house contracting or in-house staff, the streams were cleared on a more regular basis. And my concern is whether we have a system which is transparent to show that those streams are actually cleared on a regular basis, or if there is something to show the consistency between how often they were cleared prior to becoming a super city, or the expectation of how often that should be, because obviously we know that we've learnt from the previous flood, and we know that they should be cleared on a regular basis, but I just wanted to see, is it an issue of resource, or is there something more we should be doing in that space? Thank you.
We can certainly clarify what the current work program is around this and bring some, as you put it, transparency to it. Healthy Waters are routinely doing stream cleanups. They're routinely flying drones up there to identify issues. And, you know, I'm aware, for example, of a Herald article recently where the accusation was that council hadn't cleaned it. Actually, Healthy Waters had been in there 2 days prior to clean it, as they routinely do in advance of weather events in hotspot areas. So I think, you know, to your point, it's really useful actually for us to put out there what's happening currently, because there is frankly some misinformation.
There was a very good brochure put out by them, and just pointing out to owners quite a lot of what the people have done made it worse. They put fences that diverted people's storm flows into the neighbours. I've visited a number of places where people have done massive planting in the middle of the stream, which we're now paying to rip out. So it's a complex, ongoing and never-ending story to tell, but you're good to raise it. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks both. Councillor, I totally support your questions around that, and I think for the people of Auckland that would be very, very beneficial. So I'll start with bouquets. I just want to say, Mr. Chief Executive, I think the flooding communication from Adam and his team was exceptional. It was regular, it went out to everybody, and I think they've certainly stepped up considerably since 2023. It's not going to be the last time they're going to have to do it, but I think every time that goes past, it's a better result, so congratulations on that. Ross, to you, very good congratulations on keeping our credit ratings, especially when many other councils in New Zealand had a downgrade. So that just shows the strong financial management that you and your team are doing. So congratulations on that. And look, I just couldn't help but ask you this question, having listened to a couple of councillors ask questions on debt. Can you confirm that the amount of debt relative to our assets is only about 16 or 17% currently?
17.1% as at the end of March.
Thank you. So if it was a mortgage, it would be like having a 17% mortgage. And I just want to put that in the relative context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got no further questions or debating points. I'm going to put the motion and it'll be seconded. I'm going to move it rather, sorry. It'll be seconded by Councillor Fletcher. And I think I'll put it to all those in favour of accepting that, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, thank you very much for that. We'll have a 5-minute toilet break and we'll resume. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to open the meeting again, please. The current item is the presentation from the Eden Park, the periodic one that they get from them. I believe that the Chief Executive of Eden Park, Nick Sontner, is online. Oh, there he is. And I'll welcome the team to the table. I am, given the level of public interest at this stage in some of the things later in the day, I'm just letting you know that we're going to have the Eden Park report, then we'll stop for lunch and we'll reconvene and we'll start with the Western Springs item after lunch. Okay, so just letting people know who have got an interest in that. In the meantime, there's a lovely picture of Eden Park in a pink day. Thank you very much. Welcome, team, and Nick, wherever you are.
Kia ora koutou, good morning everyone. I'm just going to provide a very brief summary of the accompanying agenda report to the Eden Park presentation, then I'll hand over to the presenters, and a copy of this presentation is available to you on Nexus. As His Worship has said, we have Nick joining us online, beaming in from India, so I believe it's about 5:10 in the morning there, so I think Nick's looking remarkably refreshed for that time frame. And we also have here the Chair of the Eden Park Trust Board, Kieran Smith, and Brett Winstanley, who's the Chief Financial Officer. So since the Trust last presented to you in September of last year, they've released their annual report for the year ended 31 October. 2024. So a summary of the key financial results and major event attendance results are in the agenda report, and Eden Park will talk further to this in their presentation. By way of just other updates, the loan balance that the Trust has with the Council remains steady at 48.75 million. There is work underway to address the resolutions that the governing body made in March regarding the main stadium and the in-principle endorsement of the Eden Park 2.1 stage redevelopment plans, which is subject to a number of conditions. In November 2024, Eden Park secured consent to increase the number of concerts it can hold annually to 12 concerts. And then finally, last week, after this agenda were closed, the government announced it and made 2 new appointments to the Eden Park Trust Board, the Honourable Simon Bridges and Marama Royal, and they also reappointed the Chair, Kieran Smith, and the Deputy Chair, Bill Burney, through to 2028. So I'm happy to take questions, otherwise I'm proposing to hand over to Nick and the team for their presentation. Thank you.
You go to your presentation first, thank you, and then we'll do questions, unless you've got one about the number of seats you've had at Eden Park.
I've just got a quick question of the presenter. The agenda item refers to the operational partnering proposal. So I just wonder if you could give us some feedback on where that's at.
I'm happy for you to jump in as well, Max, if you like. But in terms of the operational partnering proposal, that was the subject of the resolution back in 2019. And there's been, in terms of the proposal as envisaged by that resolution, that hasn't progressed. But there continues to be discussions around Eden Park and its governance as part of those main stadium resolutions that you made back in March. And so that work is progressing between Eden Park and council staff, and will need to involve government at the appropriate juncture. I don't have any more to add to that unless anyone else does.
And the other quick question is that our resolution in March was that all parties work together to satisfactorily address challenges, and that was around returning the best public value for Auckland and New Zealand. So we're actively engaged with Eden Park around that?
Yes, we are, but I'm happy for Brett and Kieran to talk to that as well.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you for the question. Yes, I can assure you that the matters that were part of the resolution in March are very live. We have regular meetings, myself and Bill Burney and Nick Sontner, with senior management of council, and from time to time elected representatives. We're also working with government on those matters. They're not simple nor necessarily immediate, but we're really committed to work through those, so ongoing.
Okay, let's have your presentation, please.
Good morning, councillors, and thank you for your time. Brett's going to cover off on the first couple of slides before I'll take you through the remainder of the presentation.
Who has the technical? What's it? Sorry. At you. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Okay. Working now. There we go.
Good morning, everybody. I'll just go back one more. Thank you. So I hope you can read that slide. This is the summary of our financial performance. It includes a couple of columns in relation to financial year 2024 and a couple of columns in relation to the current financial year, FY 2025. In the left-hand column, a summary of our annual report as reported. The report was distributed widely, and I would expect that all councillors received a copy. A very pleasing result overall. I would focus your attention on the third line, the net operating profit. We reported a net operating profit of just under $3.7 million in the year. That's before interest and depreciation, so that's an EBITDA equivalent, if you like, which is one of the key standards by which most financial analysts will review financial reports. The second column includes adjustments. Now, in the tiny writing down below, I note that we received the final tranche of grant funding from IMBI for FIFA projects, and I've also made an adjustment for property revaluations. So the impact of the grant received, having taken it out, reduces our net operating profit on a business as usual basis to just over 3.2 million. So still a very comfortable result. Our net interest cost was $655,000, and of course we have a significant depreciation charge, a book entry, which again councillors are probably familiar with from previous reports, which leaves us reporting a net deficit after depreciation. Looking into FY 25, we expected that there might be some economic headwinds affecting everybody at large, and including those people who might be interested in investing some money and coming to Eden Park. So we budgeted a slightly more conservative result than that which we are currently forecasting. We had the benefit of the very successful Coldplay and Luke Combs concerts. We've also had the FIFA qualifier in the, oh sorry, that's not in the, it's in the March financial period. So the forecast for the financial year includes the benefit that we're forecasting for those events, and we're indicating a net operating profit of about 3.5 million, so a small improvement on the prior year. In essence, therefore, we feel that we're going to be ahead of our initial budget indication of a $1.7 million net operating profit. I'll move on to the next slide, which is a summary of major events, and I'll pass over to Nick to give his report.
Thank you, Brett, and thank you for your time to all councillors. It's a pleasure to always come and present, and apologies that I'm not there in person. We have had a solid event calendar, starting out with 2 international cricket fixtures, a Luke Combs Coldplay, obviously the Blues season, and then I just would like to acknowledge the Super Rugby Aupiki team. Eden Park was a founding sponsor of that team, and they've won now the last 2 premierships in the women's competition. We are looking forward to a horizon that is going to be challenging in the event space. That being said, we have a program of events coming up with 2 All Blacks tests. We delivered the 3 events, the international cricket, the Blues and the Oceania qualifier, 3 events in 4 days, demonstrating the hybrid multi-purpose nature of the business, but also then events that engage with the community, like the world's largest haka. Art in the Park will be back again this year, and Eden Park will take another lead in delivering that event for the people of Auckland and New Zealand. Next slide, please. As far as upcoming events, Eden Park this year has made a decision to actively pursue content that in this instance, the Samoa versus Scotland International is new content for us, whereby we've gone out and secured the content and underwritten that event for the venue and also for the city. We've also got Metallica. For the first time in Eden Park's history, we'll have the Hot Wheels monster trucks. We've almost sold out that event, a novelty event and something different for the park. And then, as mentioned earlier, 2 All Blacks fixtures. The pre-sale went yesterday and was very strong for both South Africa and Australia. And in January next year, we'll have the convention for the Jehovah's Witness in early in the new year. Next slide, please. Part of our presentation focuses on the community engagement and events that are held at the park. I do want to acknowledge the AA Big Little sponsorship. Since 2018, AA Insurance in Eden Park has contributed over $100,000 to schools across New Zealand. This year, over 5,500 nominations were put forward, and just over 1,100 schools participated in that program. The local board has encouraged Eden Park to continue to work with the Muslim community around Eid. This year's Eid event was the largest in its history, but also there's a number of other community events that are held at the venue. I do want to acknowledge that contribution that goes back into the community with over $500,000 worth of cash or in-kind contributions through those events since we last met. That includes the City Mission Christmas Appeal that is held every year at Eden Park, but also events like the Barfoot and Thompson fundraiser for Starship and the Upside Downs event for kids with Down syndrome. Next slide, please. The community engagement has a real focus on the Hood. The Hood is our neighbourhood supporters club. We've installed a $100,000 fortress, a playground for the community, and we have reached out now to the local board to see if there is additions available through a local board funding for that program. We've implemented a new program called the Hood Helpers that are program that engages with the community on event days. We've been now running for over 5 years e-waste collections, and those collections continue to increase, and then engaging with an upcycling program with whether it be musical instruments or indeed sports equipment for people within the community. Next slide, please. As far as sustainability, Council has seen previously that we have over 360,000 bees on site. We have a commitment to sustainability and being world's best practice in that space. Over 18 million litres a year is harvested and irrigates the number 1 and number 2, so no city water is used for the irrigation of Eden Park. Our community composting garden continues to thrive with engagement from the local community, and we are committed to a program of installing LED lighting throughout the entire venue. Next slide, please. Infrastructure upgrades. Thanks to our partnership with Samsung, we've installed 143 metres of new LED technology in the University of Auckland stand. That is now able to give dynamic signage for our partners, but also major events held at the venue. Externally, Councillor Darby will be happy to see that Discover Auckland is featured on a daily basis around the external perimeter with the new technology that has been implemented around the facility. Next slide, please. We are continuing to look at alternate options for new revenue streams. I've mentioned about our partnership with the University of Auckland and also with Samsung. Those partnerships are far more than just a sign on the fence. They include a variety of initiatives with, for example, students from the University of Auckland doing our social media during Coldplay, or indeed the Growing Up in New Zealand program and celebrating that research has been undertaken at the university. We are looking to integrate a number of other programs with the city with over 50,000 students and 11,000 lecturers to ensure that there's value creation between the two organisations. The Lower West Stand has seen an upgrade. It's part one of that upgrade that enables us to have fans on the field for events. New Zealand Cricket this year piloted that program, but also by that adaptive reuse of the Lower West Stand, we now see up to 5,000 additional patrons available for concerts at Eden Park. That saw 15,000 extra tickets across the 3 nights of Coldplay, and seeing close to 180,000 fans across the 3 shows over 4 days. Next slide, please. Majority of councillors will be aware that Eden Park 2.1 and the work that has been undertaken to date in relation to that. It is an adaptive reuse project with a staged approach that is financially responsible and environmentally sustainable. As far as some of the highlights of that program, we look to the CRL being opened in 2026 and under 10 minutes from Eden Park to the CBD. We're encouraged by central government and council conversations around what can be achieved with that program, but also around asset management for the stadium network across Auckland, and seeing investment back into Eden Park for ensuring that we can continue to operate on a scale appropriate for our national stadium. Next slide, please. Aligning upgrades with a proven event calendar is something that we're very focused on. The 2028 Cricket World Cup is something that is going to be hosted between Australia and New Zealand. We want to see the quarterfinal and semi-final at Eden Park, and we need stage 1 of the upgrade to be delivered in order for that content to be secured. There is also other events, the 2026 Indian Cricket Series, the Women's Lions Series in 2027, the potential for events like the State of Origin, and also then the Men's Lions Series in 2029. Next slide, please. The future, it's going to be challenging. We've seen a number of events that have bypassed New Zealand in recent times, with announcements that those events are only coming to Australia and not coming across the ditch. That being said, there is some excitement around, as I mentioned, the CRL, the opportunity for events like the Edinburgh Tattoo. Eden Park has been actively pursuing that event for close to 2 years, and we are still hopeful that that event will come to Auckland and New Zealand. I mentioned around the Indian Tour in 2026, but also the likes of the Women's Lions Series, State of Origin, and World Cup content. I'm not sure if we have any time to play the Eden Park 2.1 video, but otherwise I'm then open to questions. Thank you.
A national stadium is more than just a venue. It's where history is made, where communities unite, and where the world comes to play. To secure New Zealand's place on the global stage, we need a hybrid multi-purpose national stadium that delivers social, economic and cultural benefits to New Zealand, generating jobs, tourism and global events. Centrally located in Auckland and positioned within one of our city's fastest growing hospitality areas, Eden Park will become one of the world's most accessible major stadiums when the City Rail Link opens in 2026. High-capacity frequent trains will link fans to and from the city centre in under 10 minutes. Owned and operated by the Eden Park Trust, our vision is to transform Eden Park into a truly hybrid multi-purpose stadium. Combining state-of-the-art technology and innovative design, Stage 1 will redefine the fan experience. Improvements will enhance the iconic stadium, reimagining the future of live events. Innovative design changes the size and shape of the field. Rugby and football fans will be significantly closer to the action, while capacity will be increased to over 50,000 fans. For cricket, the fully retractable lower seating system will optimise boundary length and field proportions, creating a perfectly circular setting for international games including test matches. With new integrated egress stairs, concert capacity increases to over 70,000. The hybrid stand design will also enable a wide range of other exciting events, both large-scale and intimate. helping bring the major events that Kiwi fans want and deserve. Improvements will incorporate world-leading technology to enhance the food and beverage offerings, creating interactive fan zones through tiered balconies and an Eat Street concourse. Stage 2 involves major upgrades to the north stand to mirror the south stand in height and proportion to unify the stadium's appearance. This stage also introduces complementary facilities including a hotel, elevating Eden Park as a full-scale venue for both sports and entertainment. Stage 3 completes the transformation with a retractable roof, bringing Eden Park in line with the world's best all-weather stadiums. This ensures certainty of play and enhanced fan comfort, enabling the venue to host events in any weather conditions. Delivering significantly improved access and experience through an approach that is affordable, stageable and sustainable, these innovative upgrades will strengthen New Zealand's ability to host major global events. Eden Park, New Zealand's national stadium, is our future.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Darby would like to ask you something.
Thank you. Got a few questions here. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Kieran and Nick from India. Hope you're enjoying a morning lassie or something like that there pretty soon, Nick. And Brent, thanks for appearing today. Just in terms of depreciation, I note that depreciation is down by about 60%. And you've explained that in your notes that you've extended the useful life of buildings by 50% from 40 years to 60 years. That's a significant change. Can you just explain how you arrived at that? What information you received from who to extend the useful life of buildings when the redevelopment plan shows, you know, is it the North Stand being removed and a new structure there and part of the, what used to be called the ASB stand, or, no, sorry, that's the North Stand, isn't it? The South Stand being removed and replaced, and part of the North Stand being removed to accommodate the redevelopment. Can you just explain how you've arrived at this quite a substantial increase in the useful life of the buildings from 40 to 60 years?
Thanks, Councillor Darby. The Finance Committee undertook a review based on comparative depreciation charges. I believe, for instance, the council uses a 100-year useful life for the basic components of its major stadium structures. So we were well out of alignment, we found, with a number of comparable infrastructures with our 40-year determination. It's clear that the buildings will not have a simple 40-year life, and so it's a matter of arriving at a reasonable adjustment to properly reflect the ongoing life of the buildings. With respect to the future development, the concept is of reuse. So it's clear that there won't be a demolition of the North Stand. The North Stand was built in approximately 1990, so it's now 35 years old. So it was getting close to that 40-year full life cycle. So there's only a small proportion of depreciation outstanding with respect to those areas. So the depreciation change effect on those was relatively minor. So it's more in relation to the South Stand, which was completed in 2009, 2010. It was commissioned in 2011, in fact, the World Cup year. So it's had a 10, 15-year life now. So it's under a 60-year useful life. It's 25% through its useful life. And I think anybody who's been there would suggest that 25% is probably fairly conservative. So that was the basis, and that's the reasoning.
So was that supported by independent advice that the trust received? Was it supported by building assessments on all components that make up the whole Eden Park? I mean, and also I wasn't referring to, and it was my error actually, getting my stands mixed up. It was the west end, the Sandringham Road side stand. That does get, in your development plans, that does get removed entirely and rebuilt?
But it was built in about 1990, so fully depreciated.
It's fully depreciated down.
Going
to the first part.
With respect to independent advice, no, we don't. It's a simple accounting adjustment. Our auditors review our accounts for reasonableness. They didn't have any concerns. As you may recall, in the prior accounts, we made a number of impairment adjustments for assets that had reached the end of their useful life or no longer in use. So it was a fairly comprehensive review of which this was part. No independent advice, just an internal review and a judgment call, basically.
And that impairment was 21 million last time, wasn't it? I think approximately.
Correct. I mean, that included the flood damaged assets that were being replaced, plus a number of things like the lights that have been replaced, so they're no longer in existence, the former video screens and so forth.
And can you tell us, you've got a clear plan for renewal and a clear source of revenue to meet the renewal requirements?
When you say renewal requirements, what are you referring to?
Okay, for the assets that you're depreciating and you need to renew at specific target points, do you have a plan in place to renew?
Yes, we do. We've got forward projections as to what assets require replacement. Yes, we do.
Okay, and just going to the loan facility, which is of interest to us, it's due for full repayment. It's 48.75 million approximately. It's due for full repayment in just 52 months. If I put it in months, it's not far away. And I note that the deficit is down from 21.3. It's now, I think, at 4.8. What is your pathway to repaying that 48.75 million to council? What is the trust saying, Kieran? What are the discussions at the trust currently about the pathway to repaying the council's 48.7 million?
Well, what I can say is it's very high on our agenda. It's under our conversations that we are having both locally and centrally. I don't think I'm privy, nor is it appropriate for me to go into that, other than to say we are very mindful and focused on addressing the financial future of Eden Park, as well as matters that relate to governance and structure. It's quite a legacy entity, and that's very high on our agenda. So I can assure you we're working very hard on that.
So can we assume that you'd really require some kind of external injection of funds to pay that loan facility down fully, given that you continue to run deficits?
There is a number of elements to what a future financial structure might look like, and that involves conversations with central government around redevelopment, as well as here at the table with Auckland City. So what I can say to you is we're looking at that in its entirety, and are happy to keep you informed.
Okay, yet to be discussed really, isn't it? Okay, just in terms of the $9.5 million grant from some years ago, there was a development agreement on that, and then we had some further discussions which were a bit controversial about screen replacement. How many screens are there at Eden Park currently?
There are 3 super screens at Eden Park.
In 2000...
And as you were... Sorry, just if I can finish on that. As you can recall, for Auckland and New Zealand to secure the FIFA Women's World Cup, there is a requirement to have a minimum of 2 screens, and also as part of our consenting process for concerts, we were required to have the acoustic barrier down the eastern end of the stadium. So world's best practice would be that a minimum of 2 screens. We're fortunate that we're in a situation, and it's part of the reason why we've been able to secure events like Coldplay, Ed Sheeran, Billy Joel, Pink, for the people of Auckland and New Zealand.
So, Nick, they were the 2 old screens plus the new one?
Yeah, so we've got screen 1 and screen 3 at the eastern and western end, and then screen 2 is part of the acoustic barrier at the eastern end.
So, but confirming they are the 2 old ones plus the new one?
Yes, correct.
Nick, following on from that, when you discussed that 9.5, some of that 9.5 being allocated to the new screens, the record says that the 2 old screens had reached their end of life date and there needed to be a new screen. So you're telling me now that the screens that you advocated to us for replacement, the argument was you advocated a replacement screen was required because, and it's on the record, in fact the New Zealand Herald still carry comment on this from Eden Park, said they had reached their end of life and a new screen was required. Why is that? I mean, I understand you got the new screen because we gave you the money. Why did that argument not suddenly disappear and the 2 old screens retained, which had reached their useful life?
Sorry, I'm a little confused by the question. The 2 screens were at end of useful life, and they were failing, and they were required as part of the infrastructure for the FIFA Women's World Cup. So I'm a bit perplexed as to why you would retain a failed asset.
But you say that the old screens were retained, and at the time you said they'd reached their useful life and required replacement, but they haven't been replaced. They're still there.
No, yes. No, sorry, I think that you're getting confused with the terminology. The 2 screens are still in the same location as they were installed for the Rugby World Cup for 2011. The actual physical screen has been replaced because they'd reached their end of life. So that the screen was failing, so the panels, the actual physical panels were replaced as part of that funding arrangement.
Yeah, but I'm looking back, and the argument was that those screens had reached their end of life, and therefore there was an argument for a new screen being the new, I think you call it the Panasonic screen, the big one at the, which end? Western end? No, eastern end. Eastern, yeah.
Okay. No, the funding arrangement, just to be clear, the funding arrangement related to screens 1 and 3, the 2 screens that were required for the FIFA Women's World Cup, the minimum criteria to host the opening fixture and the semi-final was to have those 2 screens, and those 2 screens were installed with the support of council.
Okay, look, I'll look into that further. Just in terms of the redevelopment of the North Stand, the concourse area, on one of your slides it showed East Street. Is it proposed that there be like a wider concourse in the North Stand, which is quite a constricted area at the moment? And does that currently satisfy, FEN's requirement, fire and safety requirement?
Yeah, just to confirm that, so there was 2 earlier comments that I just want to clarify. The West Stand remains, and Eden Park 2.1 is an adaptive reuse of existing infrastructure. So you mentioned earlier that the West Stand would go. That is incorrect, and I just need to clarify that point. About approximately $1 million has been invested into that space for the FIFA Women's World Cup, particularly around the West Stand Loyalty Lounge. as far as your question in relation to the North Stand, you would have seen on the video, to enable Test match cricket at Eden Park, the hybrid multi-purpose facility with the 13-minute retractable stands in the lower North Stand, giving you that extra flexibility for both rugby and cricket. So getting to within 12 metres for rugby, and then for cricket, extending the boundary to be fully compliant for Test match cricket. A second concourse similar to that on the South Stand would be installed in the middle of the lower North Stand bowl. So then you would have two complementary concourses. That then enables that conversation around a capacity of between 5,000 and 70,000. So for NPC games, opening only the lower North Stand bowl in the TV arc, with access and enabling up to 4,000 additional plated meals in the Hall of Legends and Museum. Eden Park currently delivers in 30 minutes approximately 6,500 plated meals ahead of an All Blacks test, with over 3,000 employees deployed. So this is an opportunity to generate additional revenue, but also provide an enhanced user experience for our fans.
Okay, thank you, Nick. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Sounds very exciting. Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentations. My question for the board was just referring to the upcoming events in the presentation around the State of Origin, T20 and Men's Lions Tour, which you will be forecasting out in terms of your budgets. I'm just wondering about any concerns you might have around the sustainability of being able to go and pitch for those events. So do you pitch for those events in partnership with Tātaki or with council, and you're aware that there's uncertainty around the continuation of the funding to go out to grab those events?
You start, Nick.
Thanks, Kieran. Well, we're very concerned. Without an event fund, Auckland and New Zealand will continue to lose major content. And we've seen that in recent times with the likes of Lady Gaga not coming to New Zealand. We've seen it with the likes of Wrexham not coming to Auckland. The challenge is that we've got governments in Australia, and it's widely reported. Coldplay, when they played in Perth, $4 million per show was allocated. The Western Australian government allocates $30 million to Optus Stadium alone for an event fund. You look to Victoria, New South Wales and Brisbane with the content that has been taken, and we need support in a form, whatever form that may be, because as we know, when Pink and Coldplay were in town, over 90% of hotel rooms were full. And I spoke to one hotel operator that talked about a $300 increase per night as a result of the event calendar that Eden Park have brought to the city. So I have no confidence in the future event calendar and the likes of events like the State of Origin. Eden Park is not in a position to underwrite events of that scale, and we do need support.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick.
Good question, good answer. John Watson, please.
A question for you, Nick, and it follows on from the section in the agenda referring to development plans. And I assume councillors were watching that visual fly-through of stage one, because certainly I've looked into it a bit more detail since that decision that was made unanimously, I think, by this council, and it refers to the redevelopment of the lower North Stand and this innovative retractable system. So I really want you to spell out in black and white what this system now means in terms of the ability to cater for different size crowds. I think you say in your brief there from 5,000 to 70,000. And when I look at the graphics, you've got a rugby game of 50,000 plus, a cricket game of 40,000 plus. Then with the retractable seating, you go into kind of boutique offering for graduation, beach volleyball, X Games, pickleball, etc., etc. So I'm assuming that with this new retractable system and the progressions in technology of lighting, Eden Park, under the proposal this council backed unanimously, now has the ability to cater for crowds for any code, any sport, any activity from 5 through to 70,000. Is that correct?
Thank you for your question. I do feel very privileged to have worked in the industry for over 25 years. When I started in the industry in 2000, retractable stands at Marvel Stadium in Melbourne took over 24 hours to install. Moving forward to the installation of retractable stands at Eden Park in 2011, those stand the lower south stand takes approximately 3 hours to do. The new technology now enables the movement of the stands within 13 minutes. So those advancements has meant that a country of 5 million people, a city of 1.7 million people, there is only one option, a hybrid multi-purpose stadium for our market. If we're a city of 10 million people, I'm sure we'd have a second crossing to the North Shore and a whole variety of other infrastructure in Auckland. But that's not the case, and it's not the case anytime soon. So what we've been able to deliver with the support of council over the last 5 years is change our consenting, engage with the community, have over 97% support, have over 150 businesses, 12 schools and 1,500 residents as part of our program, The Hood, to see additional activity at the park. We were previously operating under 5% utilisation and 95% idle capacity. We still have a lot of work to do, but our ability to now implement new technologies with investment, and the only major upgrades at Eden Park over its history have related to major event content. The Men's Rugby World Cup, the central government gave $190 million support. Council committed to $50 million in funding, but when it came to pay, they backed out. And Eden Park has that $50 million of debt. For the FIFA Women's World Cup, central government put $4.5 million into the venue, including the replacement of LED lights. That is a great story in terms of what it can do for a sustainability perspective, but also the impact on the residential amenity. Our lights now can switch off immediately rather than taking 15 minutes to warm up and cool down. So we welcome the opportunity now to work with Auckland Council, following the agenda and the discussions previously around the investment strategy in stadiums, what's best, a venue of best fit, and what's best for Auckland, and how Eden Park can tap into that funding to ensure that we can continue to operate and secure events, and harnessing the CRL, the $6 billion investment, and a 7-minute trip to the CBD after or before an event at our national stadium.
Okay, thank you. A couple of quick follow-up, Mr Mayor, if you don't mind. So in terms of that proposal that we supported unanimously, in 13 minutes then a 50,000-seater stadium can be transferred into a 12,000 person stadium within 13 minutes, where people are sitting 12 to 14 metres from the action.
That's correct.
Final question, in terms of stage 4, I noticed in stage 4, and I think I saw it on the visual there. No, stage 4 I'm talking about. There's plans for a multi-sport entertainment facility, which included the possibility, the option of another boutique stadium. Actually got a boutique stadium as it stands under stage 1, but if you have a purpose-built one, you also has that in your plans. In fact, I think I saw it was soccer markings when I looked at the visual there in terms of what is envisaged in stage 4. Is that correct also, Nick?
So the outer oval is a critical asset for the community. We'd like to see greater utilisation. Under 2.1 planning, there is a master plan for the precinct, Sports Plus precinct, tapping in with a footbridge into the Kingsland Railway Station that we hope to rename Onehunga and Eden Park Station in future. But the outer oval is up for discussion. Obviously, we have commitments with Auckland Cricket currently. We do think that with the schools and the intensification in the area, the green space is important, so retaining that in some form. The design for the outer oval is concrete bleachers and then harnessing the existing change rooms from the number one, and then food trucks on the concourse with facilities underneath. That needs to obviously be tested in terms of the financial model for the outer oval, but our focus has been working with council and central government on 2.1 planning, the ROEI process, and then the stage 1 of the North Stand, to ensure that we don't miss out on the T20 Cricket World Cup semi-final and quarter-final.
Thank you, and every other sport in between and crowd in between too, going by that retractability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Walker.
Sure. So, harking back to that slide where you indicated that really important content coming up, particularly around cricket. If Eden Park gets the support of the government, and you would assume also the support of Auckland Council, are we going to be on track to deliver stage 1 so we can meet some of those requirements? And obviously that'll have a huge impact on hotel room bookings in Auckland and so on.
Well, the 2026 Indian tour is what we'd like to see being held at Eden Park. Excuse me. It's a tough time frame in terms of the works that have been undertaken, but we know that New Zealand cricket is motivated for those fixtures to be held at Eden Park. Moving forward then to 2028, the T20 format is the biggest format in the world for cricket now, and it would be a disaster if New Zealand misses out on a semi-final and quarter-final of that tournament because we hadn't done the work at Eden Park. And so we've seen the benefits of the 3 Women's World Cups in a 2.5-year period. And what that has done, it's a paradigm shift for women's sport in the country. Football crowds and what we've seen with the football community as a result of that legacy that tournament delivered. So we are committed and relentless in our pursuit to ensure that Auckland and New Zealand can host those tournaments.
The other question I've got just goes to working with the council and best for Auckland. So is Eden Park going to be in a situation where it's working with officers, and given that, for example, we've tipped 75 million on the part of Auckland Council into our stadiums, Mount Smart, Western Springs, North Harbour, that's capital. And then there's the losses that they all make each year, which are in the millions. Is Eden Park going to be in a situation where you can factor that in so that on our council's part, if Eden Park is really not costing us anything substantial, in fact, we've put very little effort into Eden Park, yet it's providing a huge amount of capacity in Auckland. Is there a possibility that we might have some contribution from council on a best for Auckland basis? Is that what you'd hope?
Well, that's probably a question for Phil and his team, but we've been encouraged with the conversations with all levels of council since the resolution, the 2 resolutions were passed by the governing body. We are proud to be part of Auckland, and we know the role that we can play for the city. So, we believe that the resolution was clear, that management can work with Eden Park on assessing opportunities for that access to that funding and what's best for the city.
And the other question just goes to Eden Park's ability to progress stage 1 and then ideally stage 2 and stage 3 and stage 4. Quite obviously our council has endorsed this and you would hope that we put some value on having a retractable roof in a stadium in Auckland, which we don't presently have. In the situation where that investment path is dependent on content, and where that content goes and where investment goes in Auckland, what concern does Eden Park have around the later item in the agenda, which is dealing with an investment in another stadium, which is Western Springs? and that investment, whatever it looks like, will effectively be directing content to that stadium. And will that content impact on Eden Park and its ability to have this investment to realise what's best for Auckland? And I'd refer you to point 6 of that later agenda, where it does mention that council officers have reviewed the expression of interest process, sought additional input from a number of entities, but also including Eden Park Trust. And it also makes the comment in the next point, point 7, materially contribute to council's desired stadium network outcomes. We don't have a stadium network outcome at this point. We haven't formulated that, but what comment would Eden Park make around that process, and obviously the necessity to have content to drive investment for the marvellous things that you're proposing for Auckland?
Well, it's a detailed question, and what I would say is that our focus has been on Eden Park and the outcomes that we can deliver for the city and for the country. I understand that there is a public consultation process proposed around that. Auckland Council staff and officers have engaged with the park around that process. We haven't provided detailed feedback, as our priority is being focused on obviously 2.1 planning, but also Auckland Cricket and Colin Maiden Park arrangements for Auckland Cricket.
Sorry, just further to that, and to finalise, just to say that from the Eden Park Trust Board's point of view, we want to work as a team player within the Auckland city and environment. Our biggest competition shouldn't be ourselves, it's the rest of the world and Australia probably. So, you know, to answer your question, we're ready to be part of any conversation that would improve access to resources, content, and bring economic and social impact into the city. So that's where we sit on that.
If I can comment as well. I mean, it's entirely proper that Eden Park has a view and a voice in this process. And as Chair Kieran and Nick have indicated, you know, we do have discussions going on. The decision of the governing body around the Eden Park proposal means that we need to get serious in terms of that discussion. But make no mistake, this is coming back to you in terms of what any investment decision looks like around Eden Park proposals.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the reason I mention this is the later item makes no mention, no contestable advice around the impact on the network, makes no mention of the impact on Mount Smart, North Harbour Stadium, or Eden Park for that matter. Yet this is something that we're going out to Aucklanders for them to consult on. And if they're consulting on propositions that hollow out content elsewhere and don't enable a pathway that goes through stage 1 to 4 for Eden Park, which realises a retractable roof, which would be a phenomenal thing for Auckland, then that's a significant shortcoming. And I don't know what engagement there's been with Eden Park around that. I doubt that there's been much. So I don't know what comment you want to make on that, but it is of concern.
The only comment I have is that let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've got a consultation process being recommended in that paper. Decisions come later, including with input from other stakeholders.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Ferry, please.
Thank you. Councillor Dalton asked one of my questions. I would just note in regard to the conversation we've just been having that actually on, what are we on? Page 29 of the attachments, it notes under improved financial sustainability for the next item, and sorry, I know we're going to talk about it then, this development is likely to have a negative impact on other stadiums across the network as games, training and office tenants potentially move, blah, blah, blah. It is actually referred to several times in that item. So I look forward to debating that when we get to that. The question I had though for you, Nick, and the team, was around the increased number of day games for rugby. And, you know, it used to be that Super Rugby in particular was almost always held night games, which had more of an impact on the neighbourhood. And the shift to the mix of day and night games. I was fortunate to attend the Blues versus Moana Pacifica game, paid for my own tickets, just for the record, and had a great experience in the family zone, having not been with the kids before. Or I took one kid, but my friends took more kids, so there were quite a few of us. And it was a bit of a revelation, actually, for what a nice environment it is during a day game, having had some poor experiences in night games some years back. So I just wondered if you had some comment there on the day product, if you like, in that rugby space in particular, and how you see that playing out in the future, no pun intended. Thanks.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. In terms of the scheduling of fixtures, unfortunately, Eden Park has limited ability to influence the timing of the fixtures. We provide feedback to our partners, including the Blues. What I would say is that the broadcast right dictates a lot of the time when games are played, but the Super Rugby is very mindful of the focus on families and the need to have broad appeal. So we want to make, as an example, that Auckland derby a sellout fixture every year between Moana Pacifica and the Blues. And so how we can do that and what time the game is played. And I do want to acknowledge that for the second time, we've held the Pacifica Hall of Fame at Eden Park. And that all arose out of a relationship with Moana Pacifica last year. So, yes, family-friendly time, there's no question. Afternoon rugby, we've seen it with Auckland FC in their earlier times at Go Smart Stadium, and the impact that's had on the crowd. So it's definitely on our agenda. We want to ensure that we maximise attendances because that has a downstream impact on the food and beverage outlets in the area and the vibe of the city.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, my experience when I lived in Kingsland as well, near the stadium, which is some years ago now, was that often some of the behaviour in the neighbourhood around some of those night games, and of course this will have improved, I'm sure, over the years, people would turn up just before the game and often preload and things like that. Whereas, you know, with that Moana Pacifica game in particular, there was the Pacifica Festival at the venue beforehand. There was much, you know, those kinds of things are taken into consideration. So I guess just some appreciation for how that plays out for the neighbourhood too, as well as the experience for visitors coming to a game. Thanks.
What I would say is that there's no question that behaviour has changed. When supermarkets weren't open on weekends and rugby was the only game in town, people went and preloaded, came to games and probably went to facilities after the event. Now, people have busy lives, and what I would say is that we monitor the external environs. I spoke as part of the Hood Helpers, having resources external on the streets, a hotline for residents to call. A number of residents in the area who are observers for us, and it's very rare now that we have antisocial behaviour on the streets external to the park. The infrastructure upgrades external to the venue for the Rugby World Cup, that includes our control room having access with Auckland Transport cameras, the Smart City program, and a number of other lighting upgrades that has seen improvements to that overall experience from the seat from the street to the seat, and then vice versa.
Great, thanks, Nick.
Thank you for that. Councillor Newman, please.
Yes, thank you. My question, just going back to the debt for a moment. I mean, my understanding of that debt is it's a legacy debt that was applied to the board prior to the 2011 Rugby World Cup, and that parties that did so have effectively either walked away from the commitments around that, some have expired, but you as the trust board, despite the fact that people did walk away, has continued to at least make all of the interest payments on that debt facility, on that loan facility, and that is appreciated. My question, just going back to the P&L, I would imagine that the EBITDA results that Eden Park is achieving would be probably the best EBITDA results for any stadia in New Zealand. Do you have any insight as to if any other stadia anywhere is doing even close to you in terms of an EBITDA result like that?
Well, thank you for the question. Yes, we are the benchmark, certainly in New Zealand and even across the ditch across venues in Australia. Most of the venues in Australia receive state government and federal government funding, whether it be for CapEx or OpEx. So we are very proud for the outcomes and financial results that we deliver. As far as the question around the 50 million, we continue to pay interest on that 50 million. As part of the EOI process, we had independent analysis delivered to say that the investment in Eden Park in 2011 has delivered over $1 billion of economic benefit for the city. So that is something that, if you look at a multiplier in terms of the investment versus the return, is significant. As far as rates, Eden Park pays full rates. That differs from the other venues across New Zealand. So it isn't a level playing field. We see ourselves as a public good asset, no different to a public library or indeed the War Memorial. And we do hope that in future that the venue can work closely with both council and central government to deliver better outcomes for the city. We are very proud of what we can deliver for the city and the exposure that the venue can provide and the tourism benefits and employment opportunities arising from our national stadium.
Okay, so would you be forecasting that probably financial year 2024 would probably be the benchmark for what you could achieve if you get a steady pipeline of content in Auckland to be able to ensure that you have the event offerings available for Eden Park to host? Or is there do you think you can go better than that? Or where do you think, what's the stretch for you that you could sustainably deliver?
Well, there's no question the experience economy is a focus. People wanting premium events and wanting to attend and share on social media, but be part of those events as whether it be a friendship group or a whānau. So the real challenge for us is that even markets like India are seeing the benefits of the event economy. And so they're actively pursuing content. We've seen the likes of Ed Sheeran and Coldplay play in the Indian market. When Coldplay went on sale in India, 13 million people in the queue to purchase the tickets. So it's a very competitive environment. When artists come to New Zealand, they're going to come to Eden Park because of our capacity, because of the facilities, and because of the proximity to the city, but also whether it be for freight, etc. We want to maximise the return for them, but also the return for the city and the venue. As far as the event calendar, there is still challenges around our resource consent. It's not 12 concerts that we have access to. It's 6 artists with up to 2 performances each or 4 performances or whatever it might end up being, but it's not 12 individual artists. We still have the ability to go to the Countdown in Dominion Road till 11 o'clock on a Sunday, but we can't have cricket or a concert on a Sunday night. So there is work that needs to be done, and we look forward to working with Council as part of whether it be the unitary plan or indeed a plan change process to get those changes amended.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thanks, Your Worship. Nick, I just want to start by thanking you for your contribution to the local economy, the local community, to Auckland and in fact the country. And I mean that both socially, environmentally, culturally and economically. I know that the purpose of today is to report on the resolutions, but I don't think you should be afraid to hide your light under a bushel. And I just want to give you an example. I was speaking to the Newmarket Business Association manager who says, you know, we try and do events locally to encourage more economic growth in our businesses, but Eden Parks puts on Coldplay and our businesses go up $500,000. So, you know, the economic benefit to business associations and other parts of Auckland is significant. You mentioned the figure of about $1 billion, and I don't think you should be afraid to talk more about that. So my question, because I've got to make it a question, is never be afraid to go outside your brief when you come and talk about your successes and what you're achieving, because it's outstanding, and I just want to congratulate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'm very proud of the team and what we're able to deliver.
Councillor Henderson.
Yes, I have a question. Following on, I think so. Following on from Councillor Dalton's question around major events funding, just briefly, just want to take advantage of your extensive expertise in the area. And could I just ask you what happens if the pipeline for major events gets cut due to lack of funding? What sort of lead-in times would we be talking to dial the major events program back up when funding gets secured?
Well, some events we worked on some events for up to 6 years, but in recent times the lead time for concert content is between as far as 18 months and as short as 6 months. So we continue to miss out on opportunities. Andrea Bocelli was a live opportunity, but we weren't able to even consider putting in a bid for that event. So there's a variety of genres that we're missing out on, and I think it's devastating for our city. We want a city that people want to live, stay, play, and work, and major events provide a catalyst for a whole range of other social benefits.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Sorry, just to add to Nick's point, significant global sporting events will be 6+ years. So their bids are competitive. You have to be in the market proactively, and that's relying on relationships prior. So I think there's a different mix of timelines depending on whether it's a platform, pinnacle international sports event, or it's a concert and or other types of gatherings such as the Jehovah's Witness event, which is a substantial event but of a different nature.
Okay, I've got Councillor Foley and Councillor Fletcher left, please.
Kia ora, thanks Chair, and thanks Nick and the team for your presentation as well. I just wanted to pick up on the social benefits that Eden Park Trust provides for the city, and I accept that you're bidding to be the national stadium, but you are already the stadium for our city, the major stadium for our city. Just interested if you could talk a little bit more, because you've got quite a good presentation there about the community things you've been doing more and the hood collabs you've been doing. Could you just explain a little bit, in a bit more detail, your attempts to reach out to communities in South Auckland? Because physically we're quite far away from Eden Park, but I know that there may be opportunities for community groups in South Auckland to be more involved with Eden Park and to see and have that ownership of Eden Park as, their park, as well as not just belonging to Central Auckland. So if you could just talk a bit more about those opportunities that you've provided. Kia ora.
Kia ora, and thank you very much for the question. Yes, there is the opportunity for organisations across all of Auckland to engage with the park. Over 70% of our catering team of Māori and Pacific background. And when we look at that in itself, we want to focus on the opportunities and the educational pathways that the venue can provide. And that is whether it be providing opportunities for groups to come in and utilise the asset for exercise, whether it be putting on events at a nature of a community event that we provide free of charge access to the facilities. I mentioned earlier around some of the groups and doing fundraising, so over $500,000 has been raised from fundraising activities through the park. That often includes, we can't give obviously cash, but what we can do is give, whether it be vouchers through our stadium glamping or rooftop tours, etc., but also giving groups the experience to come in and have tours of the park, seeing the opportunities for groups to get engaged with the park, whether it be through our cleaning, security, catering. There's a whole variety of work streams there and opportunities. I mentioned up to 3,000 people employed on a major event day at the park. And a lot of the time, and during our consent process, we talked about the percentage of staff that it is a second job. And so that was why it was so important for us to be able to get, whether it be Saturday or Sunday shows, so that those individuals could have a second job and a second opportunity to earn employment. So there are a number of groups. I apologise, I don't have all of those in front of me that we have engaged with from the likes of South Auckland to come into the park and engage with the facility.
Kia ora. Chair.
Hey, Councillor Fletcher, who wishes to move this, I believe.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. My question is to Eden Park and to you, Nick. You've heard from others. It's the first time formally, as I remember, that you have reported to us on performance since September last year. The question is specifically around why has the runway towards achieving this performance been so difficult for you, and what are the biggest challenges looking ahead other than the matters of rates and everything else you've already referred to in response to Councillor Newman?
So thank you for the question. Content is king, and it delivers and drives our revenues. So when we look at the business today, 70% of attendance and also revenue wasn't part of the business model 9 years ago. When you look at the introduction of our Icon Partner Program, our corporate suites, new product offerings in our membership and corporate spaces, and obviously the introduction of concerts and the sweating of the asset to diversify our utilisation. But the reality is that it's a very competitive market. We need to be able to provide that pipeline of content so that then it generates that interest and exposure, whether it be for our brands. What I would say is a customer like New Zealand Rugby, sadly that we've seen that there's been some misinformation around the returns around New Zealand Rugby and games being taken overseas. Eden Park provides an outstanding financial return for New Zealand Rugby, and when you look to the performances, the All Blacks are 30 years without a loss at Eden Park, 50 straight. It is the fortress and it is the home, and we want to see an extension of our relationship with New Zealand Rugby, and we welcome that in future because rugby is central to our business model and central to the New Zealand DNA. So I could probably go through our strategic plan from our number one priority being our community and our number 9 priority, not in any number order, in terms of embracing diversity and inclusion. And all of those priorities are going to be challenged over the next 5 years because of a variety of circumstances, both internally and externally.
Thank you very much for that, Nick. Councillor Fletcher's moving this, so I'm happy to second that. We receive your thing, and we will, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, I know Councillor Darby, has preserved the right to have
Have the questions concluded, have they?
Actually, they sounded like debates or love affairs to me, with the exception of yours, so you've earned the right.
I wanted to make a comment when
Please.
the time is ready.
Well, hold up, he's correct, he's entitled to do that. You three please retire. And it was going about 11-1 in favour, and off we go. You can have a crack there, Councillor Darby, please.
Thanks, Chair. I have a request of the Chief Executive. And Sarah, this is not a reflection upon you, but I actually do think the report supporting the Eden Park appearance requires more. I'm very watchful of the $48.7 million that is due to be paid, as I point out, in just 52 months. We haven't got any information or clarification as to the pathway to paying that down. I have pointed out that the depreciation arrangement at Eden Park has changed substantially, with the useful life of buildings being extended from 40 to 60 years. I would have expected that to be highlighted in the report. It hasn't been. So I'm stressing here, Chief Executive, that we've got something that's due to us which is significant in budget. And I expect that 48.7 is signalled in our 10-year budget for coming in. I'd actually like it confirmed that it is signalled in the current 10-year budget for coming in to be repaid. I would expect so. But the main point I'm making is that in future reports supporting Eden Park's annual report, I think there needs to be more attention from our side, more analysis and more advice through the reporting.
Fair enough.
I note that.
I think also you raised a good point. If you have extended the length of the life, then the depreciation should go down, but it keeps going up, which is surprising to me. I own commercial buildings and I'm only allowed to claim 2%. At 2%, that values this place at $400 million of fixed asset. Don't know whether that's true or not, but so next time we'll address some of those things and have a more prosaic return. Thank you very much, Nick Sauntner. I have a comment from Councillor Hills to be followed by you.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't have any questions because it's mostly comment, and I didn't want to do that in questions. It's just a bit of a congratulations to Nick and the team, and you know what they do is what Aucklanders want, and we have a massive stadium in our city doing great work, as well as the stadiums that are part of the council family. I hope after the decision, which my frustrations were obvious, that we made everyone go through a process that was, in my opinion, a bit of a moot point before and after. But now that that decision has passed, I can hope this relationship improves and we sit around different tables, not this one where it feels like poor Nick and his board and everyone are on the stand. You know, that when I talk to Nick, his team, even his family, all they want to do is give good content and creative outlets for our city and for the people in it. And I feel like some of the questions on all sides of all debates to Nick and the board and the team are pulling him into politics and pulling him into to jabs at each other. And I think he just wants to do his job. That I'm not speaking for anyone, but I think often the questions, like all issues around stadiums in this place for the last 900 years, seem to become so political, and it's really just about Aucklanders and what they want to see in our city. So I'm not speaking for Nick or his team, but I just think, and I hope as we move forward, we can just work together as opposed to all these weird little jabs and questions. And because my private conversations with Nick, he's just like, I just want to provide stuff for Aucklanders, and that's what we should be doing too. So, kia ora.
Thank you. Very good indeed. Councillor Filipaina, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I wasn't going to speak, but then I thought the urge to. I agree with what Councillor Darby is saying and the directive that he's given the CEO, but I think most importantly as well is that we need to have information in those reports around the benefit that that loan has and what it has given to Auckland, to Tāmaki Makaurau. So if we're going to have a look at what is owing, we need to then also have a look at the benefits that have been gained since that loan was afforded, for want of a better term, to Eden Park. Because based on the information that we've seen today, those benefits have been excelled, but it's important. It's important to balance that up. So that's really only my directive and my request to the CEO, if there's going to be any information around the loan, is how much benefits that Tāmaki Makaurau has gained as a result. Kia ora.
Thank you very much for that. It's an interesting financial argument. I'm now going to put the motion, which has been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, thank you very much for attending, Nick Sauntner. Going back to bed in India. It's been a very good presentation. And I am now going to adjourn the meeting 1:10 till 20 to 2, and we will recommence with the item about the Western Springs EOI. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
12. Western Springs expression of interest. Right, let's be respectful and welcome to everyone watching here in person or online. This item is only about whether to go out to consult on the future of Western Springs. We've held workshops on this and there's a lot of material in the agenda. We asked for this to come back to the governing body and now it has. If you have amendments, please get them all done at once in writing to Sandra with an R and we can address each one. I'll move this and will the Deputy Mayor second it? Thank you very much for that. Who's addressing us here? Max, please, welcome to the table, to opening the address on this here. What we've moved and seconded is up there. We received their report and Tautaki resolved 3 things and we agreed to consult on those things. And the proposed communication and engagement plan for the proper consultation process, noting that it will go from late May to mid-June. All right, and following that, the governing body intends to adopt a preferred option for Western Springs. And Tautaki will be subject to a business case, due diligence and agreement on commercial terms. That's in effect what we're discussing today. That is what we are discussing today, Councillor. I'll hand this to Max, who's leading this.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be joined by Nick Hill, Chief Executive of Tautaki, momentarily. I think he had 1:50 as the time the meeting was going to start back, so he's on his way from Aotea. So he'll join in a moment, but we don't need to delay for him. So thank you, Mayor. The paper has been circulated and I will take it as read. I'm not going to summarise the paper, which is quite comprehensive. I will just briefly introduce the item and then I will invite Nick to speak on behalf of Tautaki Auckland Limited. The purpose of the report is to seek a decision from the governing body on whether to proceed with public consultation on options for Western Springs. The report sets out the findings of a formal public expression of interest process led by Tautaki Auckland Limited on future options for the stadium. It also includes initial councillor officer analysis of the 3 options that emerged from that process, and then seeks your approval to consult the public on those options. Why consult the public? Proceeding with consultation is recommended by council officers, was requested by Tautaki and was supported by the Waitemata and Albert Eden local boards at recent workshops held with them. Legal advice that we've received confirms that it is an available and appropriate course of action in the current circumstances. While you could choose to indicate a preferred option in the consultation material, and Tautaki, the board of Tautaki have in fact done that, our advice is that it would be better at this stage to remain open on the options and to invite feedback on those options. The reason we support consultation, briefly, is that consultation will allow the public to have a say on those options, which are likely to be of high public interest. And the options, we believe, based on our initial assessment, could make a material contribution to the objectives that the council is seeking through its stadium network and investment. These include a more vibrant city with good events, greater community cohesion, a healthy and active city, and economic opportunities that go along with those things. So there are these potential positive benefits, and it would allow for broader feedback on the future use of Western Springs as well. The consultation approach that we suggest is consistent with the principles set out in the stadium investment objectives that emphasise the importance of understanding demand and community views. So it's consistent with those decisions that we made at the last meeting. I think it's important we do not lose sight of of the importance of the asset. This is a highly valuable public space and a significant city asset, and we have a responsibility to ensure it delivers benefits for Aucklanders, including providing for a range of diverse needs and helping the network as a whole be more utilised and financially sustainable and better aligned with our plans. So those decisions do require some trade-offs. Not everyone will agree with final decisions, so this process allows the public to be part of the conversation, and that's the right next step. If the consultation process is approved, it will be run by the Council's engagement team, who have just successfully delivered the annual plan consultation, and it will include a 4-week consultation period, the regional organisational interest group sessions, so the hearings-style sessions that allow the sort of most interested groups to speak directly to you, the governing body, and it will include independent review of the consultation materials to ensure that they are robust and fair. At the conclusion of consultation, staff would report back to the governing body with a summary of the feedback and recommendations, including further analysis. A preferred option could be endorsed by you at that stage. However, it's important to note that any final implementation would remain subject to due diligence, a full business case, and commercial negotiations consistent with our stadium investment objectives. In summary, and final point, you are not being asked today to make a decision on the future use of Western Springs Stadium. The decision is whether to proceed with public consultation following a formal expression of interest process, which will allow Aucklanders to have a say on how this space could best serve our city. And I'll ask Nick to speak briefly, and then very happy to answer questions.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks, Max. I just want to say a few things. Tātaki owns and operates Western Springs Stadium under a trust deed. That trust deed sets out the purposes of supporting a vision for Auckland as a vibrant city and attracting world-class events, and to develop and maintain a range of world-class arts, culture, heritage, leisure, sport and entertainment venues that are attractive both to residents and visitors to Auckland. And in doing that, we are asked to manage the facilities on a prudent commercial basis and operate as successful, financially sustainable community assets. So the key for us as an organisation is to focus on how well those assets are used and utilised, and we think primarily about the ticketed use of venues, which is this year well over 2 million tickets, with a particularly important metric around the cost to serve. And this is something that the council have asked us to put front and centre in terms of the way that we operate the facilities. Cost to serve is the contribution that ratepayers make towards each of those tickets that are sold. And we've been asked to look at how to reduce that reliance on that ratepayer contribution, which means we need to look at more commercial revenue streams, larger commercial revenue streams, and or private investment and contribution towards the way in which the business operates. So when we look at Western Springs Stadium, there are a number of opportunities to think about how that might be used to increase revenue and to increase investment. That's not reliant on the ratepayer. And we talk regularly with the tenants of the stadium, which includes and has included Speedway, Ponsonby Rugby, concert promoters, but also a number of other individuals and groups who approach us with ideas about what might be possible. And particularly at this time, that's precisely what we understand the council's asked us to do, is to look at what those sorts of options might be. To deal with that, we set up an expression of interest process, so we could treat transparently and fairly with any of those parties who have proposals on how the stadium might be used. That expression of interest process was developed with professional advice following government policy around these processes. It was an open process, meaning anybody could participate, and it was listed formally on the GETS website, which is the way the government and the council makes sure these processes are open, transparent, and formally available to people. And once we received the proposals, we had an evaluation panel that included our external parties who brought expertise to the evaluation of it. We retained PwC as an independent probity advisor all the way through the process from the outset and documentation right through to the point at which the board considered recommendations on how to proceed with the options that were generated by the process. The PwC report has been circulated with the paper. The process prior to the board considering recommendations included workshopping the options with councillors, and it also involved briefing the local boards most affected by any development of Western Springs, which brings us to the point at which the board a month ago considered the options and made the decision, the provisional decision, that the best option and the one that stood out clearly in terms of the board's obligations under the trust deed was option 1, which is called Auckland Arena in the council paper. And that's because it quite clearly is financially far more beneficial to Auckland ratepayers, but also it is investment into infrastructure that supports football and basketball, which are the fastest growing participation sports and sports that are, in terms of fan and other commercial interest in Auckland, and they are sports that are struggling for infrastructure and lack capacity, and the proposal in option 1 from Anna Mowbray, A. Williams, Bill Foley and Bennett Rosenthal offers to help with that problem. There are a bunch of other aspects to it which are beneficial, but in many ways they're second order to the core proposition here, that there will be more use of the facility and it will be financially more beneficial to ratepayers by $18 million on our initial analysis of the financial consequences of the various options. So we are now, which brings us to today, where that provisional decision is one that we cannot, as Tātaki, take any further until we have, with the council, undertaken consultation to understand what Aucklanders think about these options. We think that it is difficult to contemplate doing any more work in terms of the cost until we have a clear idea whether the option 1 or the other option or the status quo is what is supported by Aucklanders. We do support the council officer's recommendation that the consultation is for both of the options and the status quo. And I'd just like to thank all of the participants in the expression of interest process for their patience, for the passion that they brought to this process, to the opportunities that they're looking at for Western Springs Stadium, and the professionalism. I believe that the process that we have run is sound and robust. We've received professional advice all the way through it, and that I just want to finish on that point, but make one final point is there is a lot of discussion around Speedway. I just want to take the opportunity to say in this meeting that the option or the work on Waikaraka Park to develop it as a venue that can cater to all Speedway classes has received resource consent. It is earthworks and works have started, and that as of today, I'm advised that it is on time and on budget to meet its delivery date, and that we have legal confirmation that all of the parties are agreeing to commit to this as the venue for all classes of Speedway. So with that, I'll get back to you, Max.
Thanks, Nick. Just open to questions, Your Worship.
I've got questions, first of all, from Councillor Newman, please.
So just to clarify, the wording in A Roman numeral 1, requesting that the council seek feedback, but that Tātaki at Roman numeral 2 has agreed its currently preferred option is Auckland Arena option 1. Would you agree that that tends to suggest that Tātaki's got a preferred position, and how does that get resolved if the feedback from Aucklanders is not in favour of Tātaki's preferred position but prefers a different position?
I think the purpose of consultation is to gather more information, and the feedback you're seeking is what do Aucklanders think about it, and that would provide us with guidance on whether or not there's the support to do something that is as significant and transformational as the proposal in option 1. So I think that feedback the board could quite easily take account of the nature of that feedback in terms of its further decision, but then ultimately would need this body to provide a mandate to move forward.
Sorry, I had another question, but just to follow up on this, because I'm a bit confused by that, because as I interpret it, that you're looking at how the feedback would inform your thinking before you're proceeding with likely option 1, or have I misunderstood? I mean, are you open to a different option, to option 1?
Yeah, absolutely. We are open to a different option, but in terms of the work that's been done and the information that's been provided to us to this point, the board believes that supports option 1.
Could I just add a brief point to that? So it is also available to the governing body to adopt a preferred option for consultation, and that is in fact the usual, I would say the more normal process is that this council, before consulting, adopts a preferred option for the purpose of that consultation. So it wouldn't be unusual for us to do so, but it's not the advice of council officers that you do so in this case. And I think that's consistent with what Tātaki has done. They've got a preferred option now. That is clearly still subject to feedback, and if the feedback didn't support that option, I am clear that they would be prepared to change their mind.
Okay, well, I'm not sure I'm quite so clear, but can I just understand then so what we talked about with the stage 1 funding for Waikaraka Park, and this is the first time I've ever been able to speak about this on the governing body table, so I'm a bit curious about this. So the stage 1 funding, the $11 million, I've received advice on that. What commitments have we received for the subsequent stages to fund that? We've talked about all the parties are in agreement. How much are all the parties putting in for stage 2?
I'm not aware of where any discussions have got to on stage 2 or any commitments that are made at stage 2. As far as Tātaki is concerned, we're focused on stage 1, and stage 1 allows all classes to consolidate at Waikaraka Park.
Okay, are we aware is there ever a point where we're going to be
having a conversation about the subsequent stages to be funded, because at the moment what we're talking about is a very narrow definition of the investment at Waikaraka Park, and I think there's a bit of conjecture as to whether there is the level of stakeholder buy-in for the subsequent stages. So is there ever a point, and when is that point, when the subsequent stages, the funding and the delivery of that will come into the conversation? Yeah, so look, I understand the question, but I don't think I can answer those. I think our obligation is towards achieving that first stage, and that's what we're focused on. But you're comfortable that all the parties are likely to be there or thereabouts for the subsequent stages when that conversation happens? I would hope so. Certainly people have talked about the opportunity that that creates, but the purpose and the objective here is to enable Speedway to consolidate safely with all classes at Waikaraka Park. That we haven't sought to achieve anything beyond that, but there is an opportunity to do that in the future.
Your Worship, there is a conflict with a storm recovery meeting for Councillor Ferry and myself now, which is commencing now. It's unfortunate timing. I need to go and attend the storm recovery, but I would ask to be recalled should a vote be taken on this matter, please.
Can we have an assurance around that?
I've committed to relay where the meeting's at to Councillor Fletcher.
Have you finished with your question there, Councillor Newman? The next question is Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to foreshadow an amendment. I've given it to Sandra. The scope of this, maybe the question to you, Mr. Hardy, I've sat in these, as I've said before today, in not a comfortable environment for someone like myself, and I'm just here representing the public, trying to bring their voice to the table. The number of times I've sat here, 2 or 3, I can give you the examples later, where I've been told, no, everything's in, this is all about talking to the public and getting their idea, and then after this meeting, at other meetings and subsequent meetings, I'm told, out of scope, out of scope. No one in my area of town would believe that an amendment which has got an option and one already being the preferred option is actually a fair and reasonable request for the public to give their opinion again. So, how can I be sure that that the Speedway is back in scope, or is it not?
Thanks, Councillor. Just on the first point you made, and I want to be clear, we are not, as council staff, recommending that you adopt a preferred option. So we are saying that, recommending that you consult on all 3 options sort of evenly. That it is open to you to adopt a preferred option. I don't think it's inherently unfair for you to do so. In fact, it's our normal approach because it gives the public a better indication about where you might be. If you were, if there was a clear consensus emerging, it gives the public a clearer indication about where you're likely to go, and that actually assists them in providing you with feedback. If that is what was happening, but I don't think it is. So that's the first part. In terms of option 3. It is clearly identified in the paper that will seek public input on all options. So we will not proceed with the 2 EOI options. We will either do nothing, or we will explore any other options that the public wish us to explore. So it's deliberately open-ended, and while it does not include any specific proposal related to Speedway, it is open-ended and designed to capture broader feedback. So any member of the public who has a view will be able to present that view, and then the governing body will be able to consider it.
And just a question on the legal, there's so much stuff, it's hard to read it all, but I've done my best, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue this morning, get an email from one of our legal people, and in there's a letter from a KC, and, it said confidential, so I don't know what I'm supposed to say or not say, but that was clearly the advice of a King's Council that we do not proceed while there is a court injunction against council on our processes thus far. Why would we carry on? Why would we go down this track?
Thanks, Councillor, and I can ask Meredith to address your question as well, but the first point is that, and with all due respect to the King's Council you referred to, she was not advising the council. So her role is to advocate for the interests of her client, and she was doing that. So so you do have access to legal advice to my left, and the very clear advice that we've received is that the existence of that judicial review litigation does not prevent you from proceeding with consultation. And if you would like to hear that
Does
directly,
the person who pays the most money get the answer they want? Do they? Yeah, it depends who you. Is the law variable like that? Is it?
Meredith?
You're saying that I couldn't take a King's Council's advice because it came from the opposite side of the debate.
It's not advice to you, Councillor.
She acts in the interests of her client, which is the Western Springs Speedway. She acts in the interests of her client, which is the Western Springs Speedway Association. And yes, she has written to you, telling you that she considers that you should delay. Our advice to you is that we recommend that you proceed to consultation. The judicial review does not prevent you from making the decisions that are before you today, and we would in fact recommend that you go out and speak to Aucklanders about what they want for the future of Western Springs Stadium. There is no application for interim orders in place. You are legally entitled to proceed in the circumstances, and as I said, our advice is that you do so.
Thank you. And thank you. So, Mr. Chair, I will have an amendment. Yep. Deal with that now. Okay. So, I've finished my questions. I just wanted to say that I had an amendment that I'd put through.
Yeah, we've received those, but I'm just going through questions because there are other people who've got questions about this. Councillor Sayers has a question.
I did. I just had one pop up for the legal person, Meredith. Sorry. So Meredith, thank you. Can you just explain a little bit further legally, if the judicial review found in favour of the association, the Speedway Association, and there was some sort of flaw in our process, when we go ahead with this consultation, I'm just concerned that, what happens at that point, there seems to be some wisdom in waiting until that judicial review is done. I know your advice is against that, but you also mentioned there's some other things that haven't been filed against us. So could you just step me through what technically happens from a legal point of view if that judicial review is lost or ruled against Auckland Council?
We could be waiting a very long time for a decision on the judicial review. So you remember the accommodation provider targeted rate proceedings. That took 5 years until we got to the Supreme Court and got a final decision out of that. In circumstances where potentially we could have quite a significant delay before the court took any decision, we don't think that it's necessary for you to delay, particularly in relation to a decision around consultation. We can have another conversation when we come back following consultation on your ultimate decision making. But certainly for the purposes of consultation, we don't think it's necessary for you to delay. And in the circumstances of this particular judicial review, our recommendation to you is that you do not delay.
Could I just, I think that's a great answer, but I do want to add that, so beyond the legal position, So there, you know, you can think about the merits of delaying, but we also need to look at the consequences of delay. So delaying consultation would essentially defer the ability for public to give their input on the future of Western Springs for an indefinite period of time, a period of time we can't be sure about. And given the strong public interest in the decisions, that's not a desirable outcome in our view. It would also be unfair to the EOI applicants who have participated in the process according to its requirements, you know, in good faith through that formal process, and then would be faced with an indefinite delay for a yes or no answer to their proposal. And there is a risk that they would not remain engaged in the process because it'd been paused indefinitely. These things don't last forever. And that would ultimately then result in a situation where the public would never get a chance to have a say on those options. So there is consequences of delay. It is an option available to you, but it's not something that we recommend.
With all due respect, I don't feel my question was quite answered in terms of if there was a ruling against. So it goes through, it might be, you know, a number of months away, and the ruling is actually against the Auckland Council. Does it, you know, it seems that would undermine all the work that's been done previously, and we do have to go back to square one, or do contracts suddenly become null and void, you know?
So the remedy they are seeking is that the Auckland Council decision be set aside, and the Auckland Council decisions that they are challenging is the refusal of members of Speedway an opportunity to present their views and a refusal to provide key information. But I think the council decision that they are seeking to have set aside is what they call the removal of Speedway from Western Springs and consolidation of Speedway at Waikaraka Park. The decision specifically being challenged is the decision of the 24th of October of last year, that funding decision. There has been a decision to consolidate Speedway at Waikaraka Park, but your decisions on the future of Western Springs Stadium haven't yet been made. And what we're proposing to do today is to go out and consult on what those future decisions for Western Springs should be. And look, it might be that where you get to at the end of this is your option ideas, and those other ideas could, of course, include Speedway.
Okay, thank you. So my other questions were for you, Nick, just a couple of things that I wanted you to have the chance to elaborate on. You mentioned about how you consulted with Speedway in this process, all the tenants. I think you're talking about the tenants, you went around and you spoke to them all. Can you just clarify, because it's still a question mark I've got in my mind, could you just clarify who in Speedway you consulted with? I'm under the impression that you consulted with a promoter representing the sport, or did you consult with each club? Could you just elaborate on that?
We consulted with our tenant, which was Palmerston North Speedway. So they're the ones we had the legal commercial relationship with. We didn't consult beyond that.
Okay. Thank you for that. You also mentioned about, also Waikaraka Park.
Sorry, Max has just reminded me. We also undertook location analysis, which involved talking to all of the parties in the industry.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I guess I was just trying to...
Promoter with a hidden interest. Just behave, please. We're having trouble hearing the debate, so we don't need stuff in the background. And could you guys talk to your microphones rather than each other?
Thank you. I was trying to clarify just if you'd spoken with one party or the clubs involved, so that was the reason for my question. The Waikaraka Park, Nick, in terms of its development, I've been out and had a look at Speedway, and they have a fence. So when the little open wheel cars whip around their track, there's a fence there that if they roll, they hit that fence. At Waikaraka Park, they seem to have more of a kind of a block of concrete that absorbs the car's impacts as they hit those walls. And one of the things I wanted to ask you about was the safety. In fact, if those being quite different designs going forward with those little cars, if those little cars roll and they roll onto the edge of that concrete bund, you can imagine what could happen there. So can you just clarify in terms of that investment that's going in there, or required investments to make racing of open wheelers at Waikaraka Park safe?
Okay, look, I understand the question. James Parkinson's better qualified than me to answer something technically like that.
Thank you. I can confirm that the scope of work at Waikaraka Park includes alterations to the design of the safety fence such that it will be suitable for both the open wheel classes and the stock and sling classes.
Thank you. And just if you're an expert on fences, are the fences as a contingency? We've always got that, we can always fall back. I know things are on track, but you know, if Waikaraka Park isn't ready in time, I understand Speedway can continue where it's at. Have the fencing been taken away there? I did see it on Trade Me for sale. Just wondering, you know, what was going on there, and you know, if that's gone, does that suddenly remove that ability?
The fence, the Western Springs fence, is still intact. I couldn't actually say whether it's in place or not. It's a demountable fence, but it is certainly available for use.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor Foley, please.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair, and Max has answered my question in part. I was going to ask about, you know, the open-endedness of the questions and whether that would allow the public to give feedback that doesn't necessarily fit neatly into those three options. I'm mindful that for my community, they're probably a bit more concerned about Ponsonby Rugby Club and wanting that to be included in some way in all three options. And so I'm thinking that they're going to want to give that kind of feedback that doesn't fit necessarily into those three options. If you could comment on that. Kia ora.
Yes, the proposed consultation would enable the public to give the feedback that you described, and the options that we worked up around option 3 for the purposes of analysis, you know, and so that we can have some comparison, noting that it does have, you know, broad possibilities, included retaining the arrangements with Ponsonby Rugby.
Kia ora, thank you. And it's a very tight turnaround time frame for the consultation. Is there any extra effort being put in to reach out to communities that don't traditionally, you know, engage in our processes? Kia ora.
Thanks, Councillor. We've got Wendy from the engagement team online to answer specific questions about the engagement process. And she's probably best to answer that question. I would say that the process that we have proposed is based on good or best practice. A 4-week consultation period is what we do for the long-term plan. And I think Wendy could probably address those other questions.
Kia ora. Yeah, we have looked at all the interested and affected parties and made provision for everybody to give feedback in this consultation. We have got possibilities for translations into Te Reo and New Zealand Sign Language as part of languages that are official languages of New Zealand. That's at this stage, that is what we're doing, and we've also got the variety of channels through libraries, through the regional organisations and interest group sessions, and also the AK Have Your Say. So we're pretty much covered all groups. Kia ora.
Okay. Any provision for Pacific languages though?
Not specifically, but that is a consideration we can make. We can translate into Pacific languages if that's required. Yeah.
Yeah. Kia ora. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Walker, please.
Got a few questions. The first question is really just around whether or not we've got an overall network plan for the stadiums in Auckland that takes into account the Auckland Council-owned stadiums and Eden Park. Have we put in place any form of network plan at this stage? I don't think we have, but you're welcome to answer that.
No, we don't have a overarching network plan.
That's fine. That's fine. Now, in respect of what we're proposing to go out with, and that is option 1, which is the Auckland FC option. I won't spell out what that entertains, but obviously you're talking about significant capacity. Option 2, 50,000 capacity for concerts. Option 3, which could be a variety of options. Will there be an impact on, in no particular order, Mount Smart, North Harbour Stadium, Eden Park? And I don't need a long-winded reply, but will there be an impact in terms of the content, for example, and investment and the like?
Yes, and we address the broader stadium and venue network impacts in paragraph 64 to 68 of the report, and table 6 provides that initial analysis for each of the stadiums and the general network.
So is that information, in your opinion, comprehensive enough for Aucklanders to consider, for example, what might be the impact on Eden Park in terms of content and its proposals around stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 and stage 4?
Yes, we believe that the information is sufficient for the public to be asked for their views on the options. There will need to be further analysis before a final decision was made and implementation of that decision, but it is sufficient for this stage in the process.
Okay, you say you think it's sufficient, so is it your considered view that a member of the public out there is going to have a very clear understanding on what the impact will be on Mount Smart, for example, and the council's investment in that asset and the content that may not be going there, and Eden Park? And further to that, what actual discussions have you had with Eden Park to get their feedback?
Well, just to answer the second question first, because it's the easiest, we've had several discussions directly with Eden Park. So I've met with the chair, deputy chair, and with Nick Sauntner, the chief executive, to discuss this, and we also asked for feedback in written form. As we say in the report, Eden Park, and the chair and the chief executive acknowledged that this morning, today, that had happened, and acknowledged their position, which we set out in the report, that they had not provided detailed feedback at this stage. They were focused on their asset, and they were committed to working with the council on these options to make sure that the network functioned, and they wanted to be a team player. So that's what, and to be honest, we were expecting, that was their decision, not to give us sort of more detailed feedback at that stage. They would be invited to do so again during the consultation. We nevertheless did go make an assessment about what we thought the high-level impact on Eden Park would be from the options, and we have provided that in the report. But that is based on council officer.
Okay. So given that you haven't had any detailed feedback from Eden Park, and I would suggest scarcely any feedback, that's my understanding, do you not think it appropriate that we should be having that feedback, given that we have endorsed Eden Park as the main stadium of choice, and given that that establishes a track to support Eden Park through, you would assume, a number of stages? Why can't we have some information so that we know it and members of the public know it before we go out with information? Do you not consider that that information is material to people?
Well, Councillor, we asked for the information from Eden Park and they declined to provide it. So
they didn't have time.
Well, they didn't ask for more time. They said that they didn't want to provide detailed feedback at this stage in the process, that they were committed to being a team player, and they would engage with the process at other stages of it. So, as you well know, and as we've discussed, the stadium network is interdependent. We are seeking a complementary network of venues, and decisions affect each other. That what we haven't gone down the path of is trying to come up with a sort of comprehensive strategy for every single state in the network. What we have got is work underway consistent with our objectives to try and make decisions which will get us towards a complementary network of venues, and make sure when we are making decisions we are taking into account the impact on other venues, and that's what we are trying to support through this process.
So in respect of not getting information from Eden Park, was it more a matter that they couldn't give you information at that point in time, rather than they're not happy to give you information if they had more time? Because my understanding is that it is quite material to them.
No. We asked them for the information and they declined to provide it and said, I'm just going to end up repeating myself, sorry, Councillor, the answer is no.
The other question I've got is around our treatment of Speedway. So, in some communication from the council's lawyer, or in-house general counsel, Meredith Webb, there is the comment, and this is to Western Springs Speedway Association, the lawyer acting for them, Bronwyn Carruthers. Any information received from Western Springs Speedway Association will also be put before the governing body at this meeting. That meeting is this meeting today. Is that information being put before this meeting today? Because my understanding is that there is information that has been received by council from the Western Springs Speedway Association previously and recently.
Yes, so the information that was received most recently from Western Springs Speedway Association, and which was the specific information that I was referring to in that letter, was supplied to you directly by the Western Springs Speedway Association earlier this week, and you have a copy of that information. We haven't added it to the agenda because the agenda had been published at the point at which we had received that information, and we informed the Western Springs Speedway Association of that. It will be appended to the minutes following this meeting, but I think in circumstances where you have a copy of the information via email, the information is before you. We will make it, as I said, publicly available in the minutes.
And it will be appended to the minutes. Okay, it is my understanding that the Western Springs Speedway Association comprises representatives and the involvement of all of the clubs, of all of the classes that actually constitute Speedway at Western Springs. Is that your understanding? I mean, I'm not talking about the promoter, I'm talking about the people that actually are Speedway. Are we clear on that? Can I have some comment there?
The Western Springs Speedway Association is a I understand incorporated society, so it's a membership based organisation, and it comprises members who are participants or spectators at Speedway events. You know, in the earlier work that we've done, where we have spoken with members of various Speedway clubs, and with the most recent promoter of events at Speedway in Western Springs, the indications that we've had is that yes, there are a number of people involved who would like to see Speedway activities retained at Western Springs, and there are also a number of people who see Waikaraka Park as being the a good solution for the sport, a sustainable solution for the sport. So I don't think it's a monolithic perspective from all clubs and users, and the public consultation process obviously will be an opportunity for those who want to submit on a particular perspective about Western Springs to do so.
So just further to this, and further to the question that Councillor Newman asked about further investment into Waikaraka Park. If the promoter does not have the support of the people who are actually Speedway, and if Speedway make the decision that they do not want to have that promoter acting for them as promoter, because that is not council's decision, that's a decision internal within Speedway, what does that mean around the process, around what you're looking at in terms of Waikaraka Park and Speedway investment and the like? Is that something that you've considered, and is it material?
Yes, it is something we've considered. That and really this goes back to the decisions that were made in October, and we did that activity of speaking with those the clubs which had been referred to in the report. The existing, the most recent promoter is an experienced promoter who has been promoting events at Western Springs, and he's, if there is an alternative use for Western Springs, so a venue hire agreement is not renewed at Western Springs, he's confident that they can consolidate the current activities at Waikaraka Park. So those who are currently racing and the clubs who have been racing at Western Springs will be able to race at Waikaraka Park, and indeed have done so when Western Springs was affected by the flooding.
Yeah, and just some quick clarification, it is the same promoter at both venues, is it not, Waikaraka Park and Western Springs?
The most recent promoter at Western Springs is also the proposed promoter at Waikaraka Park, yes.
And in the expression of interest process, is it the case on Tautaki's part that effectively there's that the promoter at Western Springs is contracted to shift Speedway to Waikaraka Park? There is an undertaking that was given by that promoter, that is my understanding, and that was part of the arrangement between Tautaki and the promoter.
There's nothing in the former venue hire agreement between Tautaki and Palmerston North Speedway that required them to shift. The agreement was a four-year agreement, 2 years +1 and the renewal ability was based on there not being an alternate venue for Speedway in Auckland. So if there was not an alternate, then there was the ability to renew for an additional year each time.
And there isn't a venue because Tautaki has declined to renew it at Western Springs. Is that not the case? That's a decision that Tautaki's made?
The reason for the upgrade works at Waikaraka Park is to provide that alternative venue.
And just to be clear, the upgrade work at Waikaraka Park is not like for like. There is nowhere near the capacity at Waikaraka Park as there is at Western Springs for Speedway events, particularly when they have a significant number of patrons. Is that the case?
The assessment that we have done is that the average crowds that have been attending Speedway over the last 4 years, and putting aside the COVID restricted periods, are less than the capacity available at Waikaraka Park.
Okay, the other, I'll just leave that. The other question I've got just goes to the earlier issue I raised about Western Springs Speedway Association being able to put before the governing body at this meeting their information. I would have thought that that would have meant that in respect of what we go out with, especially in respect of option 3, that Speedway would and should be an option. Otherwise, why are we entertaining this and encouraging it and being open to it and having received it if it actually can't go anywhere and Aucklanders aren't going to be made aware of it because we're not including it as an option in option 3, which is the status quo because Speedway has been at Western Springs and so has Ponsonby Rugby and so have concerts and other events.
No, well, first of all, we didn't make any undertaking to Western Springs Speedway Association that their information would be included in the consultation. So what we said was, if they provided us information, we would put it before the governing body so that you would be able to consider it when you make your decision today, and that is what we have done. As the paper identifies, the consultation would seek public input on all options, including option 3, and option 3 is deliberately open-ended. Our recommendation is that you approve consultation that frames option 3 as it is framed in the paper. That is the appropriate thing to do, given Tātaki has undertaken that EOI process, and we did not receive through that public EOI process a solution for Speedway to be at Western Springs, and therefore we have not subjected any other option to the same level of assessment, and in fact we don't have the same level of information about those other options. So it wouldn't be, in our view, fair or appropriate to include it as an explicit option, but it is fair and appropriate to include a general, non-specific option 3.
In the cold light of day, where Speedway has been at Western Springs since 1929, where this council as a body knows that the Speedway people want to stay at Western Springs, and that has been made known to this council, all of us here, on any number of occasions. And there's some reinforcement in the expectation that they can send us some information. Would it not be fair to actually have some mention of Speedway in option 3? Because that is the status quo and has been the case since 1929. What would be wrong with that if we're actually being open? Because I see a situation where it's the opposite, and we're actually being closed, and certainly as far as the Speedway fraternity is concerned, they see this whole process as a farce and set up to shut them out.
Point of order.
And I would suggest that-
Point of order. Fair crack of your whip there.
Are we in
That's a question.
Are we in questions?
Yes, this is a question. So-
You're debating, so
No, this
I'm
is not a debate.
Other people have questions, so I'm going to move to Councillor Lee,
I just have a question. Why wouldn't we be
Mate, you've had your crack. And those you wandered off questions into debate and arguing now, so I want Councillor Lee, who's the next person to ask his speak.
Thank you. And this is really a technical question, and it's directed to Mr. Hill, who's an experienced CCO Chief Executive Officer. Are the decision-making obligations of the Local Government Act, Section 76 to 78 in particular, are they ever a matter of consideration or having regard to when it comes to board decisions?
The short answer is ultimately they are. They are. But the council delegates authority through the legislation to the CCO to make decisions within a defined set of parameters. And when we step outside of those, we end up in a position where we are today, where we're seeking the guidance of the elected members and the council in terms of what we should do next.
So you say they are, and this is not being judgmental here, because the governing body can't point the finger at anyone when it comes to Section 76 to 78. If you say they are you saying they were they didn't apply, or because it's very specific, the requirements. The word must appears in every one. So are they kind of casually looked at, or are they just general awareness perhaps in the background? I'd like you to be a little bit more specific, because I'm trying to trace how this thing went wrong. And it's obviously it started off with your organisation, but in my opinion, your organisation must not carry the bulk of the blame. It's this we who should do that. So I'd just like a little bit more clarification on this.
Well, I guess the first point is we don't believe they have gone wrong, so disagree about that. In terms, I don't actually have the provisions in front of me, but in terms of decision making, we are advised by our lawyers and the council legal department on how we carry out our processes and what we do take into account. So to the extent that there are legal obligations, I believe we are properly advised and the board's properly advised in terms of its considerations. I don't actually have the terms in front of me, so I can't answer very specifically what you're asking.
If I could attempt to assist. So obviously the obligations in Part 6 of the Local Government Act apply to local authorities. In practice, though, and against the background of a range of accountability documents that apply to Tātaki Auckland Unlimited, they seek to act consistently with the council's obligations when they are engaging with the public and, as Nick says, acting under delegation from the council. In terms of the decisions that are being made, the proposal following consultation is that there will be a further TAU board decision at which the views and preferences that have been gathered through the consultation process will be considered before the matter comes back to the governing body again. And that obviously gives the board an opportunity to consider people's views on Western Springs before taking any final decision, in the same way as the council does in accordance with its obligations under Section 78 of the Local Government Act.
Just make the point, thank you for that. I'll just make the point. The council was in a fix because of a decision already made, and in my view, and in the view of others, improperly made and outside the requirements of the law. That's the problem. Not what's going to happen in a have your say in the future, what already has happened. Thank you.
There's an opinion for you. Councillor Darby, please.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Nick and team. Just, Nick, can you just describe the structure and the skills at Tātaki in your executive management team and others that put together what is termed as extensive evaluation? You stress extensive evaluation. I'm just trying to get a sense of, the robustness of the process that was sitting behind the report writing that went to the board, your board, for decision making.
Yes, so if we go back to the EOI process itself, we were advised by an expert in procurement. So from a process point of view, the steps we took were based on professional advice. We received legal advice. We have within our organisation a CFO, a Chief Financial Officer, who is, without going into great detail, extremely qualified by any measure. We have a commercial group, likewise with a number of very experienced people who have managed the process. We had an evaluation panel that included outside external parties that brought experience around development, in particular, urban development. I'm just trying to remember who else was on that panel, but they were brought in to broaden out skills that we didn't have. We have the director of Auckland Stadiums, who has been involved in work on stadiums for I'm not sure exactly, but more than 10 years. He's been the director since for nearly 10 years. He's worked in consulting around stadiums. We have who am I missing here? We brought in the probity advice from PwC, and I myself have experience in the past 10 years in senior corporate roles, commercial roles, Chief Executive of Sport New Zealand, in a partner in a consulting firm, and indeed it's nearly 7 years since I've been in this role. So I do think I have a broad experience around a process like this.
Okay, thanks. And when looking at the options assessment, I think there were 11 key areas that were assessed. The so-called Auckland Arena proposal scored high out of, I think, 10 of 11, and then medium on financial sustainability. While not to dwell on them not being high in financial sustainability, I just wanted to understand, would there be a stronger understanding once you go to business case stage of the financial sustainability? And I am thinking the land value there, if we can call the value, it's actually more than land value, but it's got about 48 million on it. For a 50-year lease, I would be expecting to see quite a significant number come to council. Would all of that be drawn out through the business case? That's not something for now. That's the next stage.
Yeah, look, I think the board and management did talk a lot about the financial economic analysis of the options and how far can you go at this point. And it's only, I think we need to have the confidence that this is a option that warrants the kind of investment and that sort of analysis before we actually head down that track. And you're into a number of very, issues around scenarios. When you say it's got a land value of 48 million, it's only value if you're going to sell it. And is that ever realistic that selling Western Springs land for some purpose other than being the purposes under the trust, how realistic is that over the next 50 years? So there are a whole bunch of judgments that you would need to make to be able to undertake that sort of analysis.
And related to that too is the question of the Ponsonby Rugby Club. So Auckland Arena, which scores very highly on the through the evaluation process, it doesn't appear at this stage it's entertaining Ponsonby Rugby Club. Through the business case, could that be possibly brought back into the mix and Auckland Arena invited to look at that again through the business case?
Yeah, so look, the proposal is one that the promoters of the Auckland Arena have put forward on their terms, and that doesn't include Ponsonby Rugby, but it's always open to inviting them to look further at that. Whether it makes sense in terms of their proposal and their model, I can't comment on that.
And finally, on the names themselves, we're asked to consult on some Auckland Arena and Western Springs Bowl. When I go through all the assessment criteria, I can't see any reference to those titles. How did those titles, Auckland Arena and Western Springs Bowl, appear? Have we had confirmation from those parties that they are the easier to understand labels for the proposals? They were called something different before. I just wanted clarification on that.
Thanks, Councillor. We asked the proponents to come up with a name because they didn't have a name, and that's what they came up with.
And that's for clarity rather than calling it the MW
Correct.
Something or other. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Don't be too disappointed it's not the Derby Stadium yet, but Councillor Newman.
Nick, I wanted to, and thank you for your indulgence, Chair. Nick, I wanted to come back to the Tautaki Board's
agreed that its current preferred option is the Auckland Arena option 1. I presume that's largely driven off the advice that it received. So I want to just go to, in the report at para 36 is table 2. It refers to estimated $200 to $300 million worth of private investment, which covers the upfront capital as well as the ongoing operational and maintenance costs. Could you describe for me any other situation where we've had that level of private investment available for anything, any project of this scale, to provide content offerings, events to any community in New Zealand? Or, I mean, it's a fantastic number. It's in the report. So, what's the comparison? I can't think of an equivalent example. It drives enormous value in option 1, and a lot flows from that proposal. Okay, well, it's a good offer. I haven't yet seen any deposits, but with respect to the next road down, it refers to the public investment. It refers to the public investment, where we're talking about estimated $13 million one-off cost of displacement for Ponsonby Rugby, where it refers to this displacement cost might be able to be picked up within the current LTP baselines. How do you arrive at the assumption that this might be able to be picked up? Max is saying to me it's council's analysis, but I think the proposition's pretty straightforward, that the council is better off by $18 million if you adopt option 1, or we pursue option 1. If you're better off by $18 million, you can afford to reinvest some of that towards addressing the future of Ponsonby Rugby Club.
Just want to clarify something on that answer. So the $80 million better off assumes already that we are contributing the $13 million. So if we weren't to do that, then I suppose the number would be, we would have been better off by, my maths is struggling me, with 32 million, I believe. So we're essentially, if you take what we were already expecting to spend on Western Springs, you don't need to spend that money if you go with that option. There's therefore some capital that's freed up, and that could be used to pay for the relocation costs. That's what's being proposed there.
Okay, so what we're talking about is an opportunity cost savings, which you've baked in and saying, yes, that's how we can do this. Is that a better way to describe it? I think it's real money. Okay, it's real money, so we've got to find $13 million, which you would have had to spend otherwise. Relocate Ponsonby Rugby Club, which you would have had to spend otherwise. Okay, my next question is that I would assume that with no capex and no opex costs being incurred by the public, it's all going to be incurred by the private lessee, that the only way that they're going to get a return on their capital, which is $200 to $300 million, for the Western Springs site, is to effectively fully commercialise that site for 50 years. So you're assuming that they will get a full commercial return on their investment? Well, $200 to $300 million gift is quite extraordinary if there's no return on investment. It is.
We did have the opportunity to speak directly to the proponents in those closed workshops, and that was put to them, and they did have that was confidential, so I can't necessarily go into it, but they did address this point about the genuineness of the offer and their expected return. we do believe that, and it's referred to in the report, that if we went down this option, the council would be concerned to make sure we retain community access and community benefits, and the indication that we had from the proponents is that that is something they are willing to negotiate and discuss with. So it's, yes, there is some commercial opportunities they're looking for. In fact, you know, the stadium is already intended to be operated somewhat commercially, consistent with Tātaki's trust deed. But community provision and access would remain important.
Okay, two final questions therefore. As I recall, if I recall, the clock's ticking on the offer for the capital raising. I assume that this is a relatively time-limited proposal. Can you give a sense as to when parties walk away if they don't get agreement here? You know, certainly there is a cost to the length, how long the process takes, and it's challenging, and the parties who are clear about that. I can't give you a timeline. My final question is that the presentation, you know, it was a wonderful virtual presentation of the Auckland Arena, but there was quite a significant transport infrastructure costs that's still going to be required in relation to entry, exits, what have you. Have we got any back of napkin calculations as to what that cost would be? That cost would have to be incurred by council, I presume.
Yes, Councillor, we have provided for some of those costs within the 13 million estimate. So that, as you say, in the table you referred to, we referred to one-off public funding may be required to cover displacement of Ponsonby Rugby and upgrade of Stadium Road. It's a reference to upgrading access. So that's the figure that we've got at the moment.
Is whose figure is that? Is that AT's figure? Is that our figure? Is it their figure or Tātaki's? Who's come up with that number? Yeah, it's our figure. Yeah, it's not a very long piece of road.
Thank you for that, Councillor Watson.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, just in terms of that equivalency comparator there. Are you aware of any other city, community in New Zealand where a public stadium, a major stadium, would be given over to, or has been given over to, a private franchise for 100 years to control 50 plus 25 plus 25?
No, I'm not aware of anything that's equivalent to what's proposed here.
Okay, so in terms of Mr. Hardy's comment about, I'll jump around a bit here between Speedway and the paper to do with Auckland Arena and the Bowl. In terms of the move to Waikaraka being quote unquote good and sustainable solution, in your consultation with the Western Springs stakeholders, are you aware of the statistical analysis they've done in terms of comparing the two sites? Have you had any conversation with them about that?
Oh, look, I have to get James to respond on that.
So I'm going to have to start by asking if you could repeat the question.
Okay, so the question was that in the communications with the Western Springs stakeholders, if we can call them that, has there been any discussion or exchange of information in terms of a comparison of the area and other offerings of Western Springs compared to Waikaraka?
Sorry, can you clarify, when you're talking about Western Springs stakeholders, who are you referring
to? Well, you're the organisation that says you've communicated with
an entity, either albeit the promoters, that's the only person I think you've talked to, who have acted as the spokespeople for Speedway.
So, okay, so you're referring back to the location analysis work? Because that was where the substantive consultation was, where we were looking at the different options.
Okay, so this is a little bit more basic than that. So the Western Springs Speedway Association, they've done their own analysis comparing the two sites in terms of the total area for the race cars, given in mind that we're combining two here, stock cars and Speedway. The total area for race cars, rigs and equipment, that comes in at 26% less. On-site car spaces, nearly 100% less. Seating capacity, 83% less in terms of potential growth. Total capacity, 90% less. Classes accommodated, bearing in mind there's only 5 classes, one's dropped off already down to 4. Meetings, exposure for sponsors, etc., etc. Some pretty fundamental things in terms of what would work or wouldn't work, and especially in light of Mr. Hardy's reference to a good and sustainable solution, that doesn't seem to mesh with that descriptor. It seems to be going to something that's significantly smaller, and where the opportunities for growth are less. In fact, they're going to a more restricted site, particularly if we're coming out of COVID and we're looking for a growth and an upswing that's starting to take place in other codes now. We see that at other stadiums. Eventually you'd think this would catch up with motorsport, as indeed it did for the final night when there were 14,000 people there. So I'm taking it no one's really had a discussion with anyone connected with Speedway in terms of that statistical comparison.
I can respond to that and can advise that through the location analysis work that all of the key user groups and clubs, including those participating at Western Springs, were surveyed on their requirements, and that has informed the design work at Waikaraka Park. So, for example, there are more pits at Waikaraka Park than there are at Western Springs, and the pits that are being designed are significantly larger than the existing pits at Western Springs.
Can I just also respond to that? And look, it's a fair question. I just do want to remind the governing body the decision before you today is one about consultation with the public. The decision about Waikaraka Park and the funding of that was made in October. And prior to that decision, there was the location analysis, which James has just referred to, and we also did speak with a number of parties. The $11 million which is being invested in Waikaraka Park, in our view, reflects a substantial investment by the council in a dedicated motorsport facility that will offer a good outcome for the sport. It provides for more consented race days than Western Springs, and a track design that's suitable for all vehicle classes. Because it's got the consenting benefit, it will be more utilised, and utilisation will enable it to be financially sustainable, wash its face, and promote and encourage greater investment in the facility. It isn't the same as Western Springs, and as we addressed in that report, a number of people involved would have preferred to stay at Western Springs, which is a major regional stadium and one of the most valuable assets this council has. So it totally makes sense that some of them wanted to stay in that, but as a council and as a governing body, you'll need to consider a range of different possible uses and think about how these things could be used to maximise the benefits for Aucklanders. So we have provided for sport, for motorsport. There's a really substantial investment going into that. In terms of capacity, which we addressed in that report, Waikaraka Park has a lower capacity than Western Springs, obviously, which is a stadium. But its capacity is for 4,600. There's a master plan to ultimately increase that to 8,000, and that capacity is more than suitable for the vast majority of races over the last 3 or 4 or 5 years. There's 1 or 2 exceptions, but generally events have averaged around 3,500. And what we are seeking through our investment in networks is fuller venues that are full and well utilised. And at the moment, that isn't the case. That very clearly isn't the case at Western Springs, and it will, we hope, will be the case at Waikaraka Park.
With all due respect, I don't think the last 3 or 4 or 5 years is a very fair representation of crowd analysis at Western Springs, given it was COVID for 2 or 3 years and then it got flooded and it was virtually, inoperable for quite some significant period of time. So I think my view is the last turnout is more, if you're looking to grow things, that's a more accurate assessment of what the competitors would be looking to address. But leave that aside. I want to go. I want to go to the notion, and these things are all mixed up in this report. So if some stuff gets relitigated, there's not much you can do about that. But what I would say, Mr. Hardy, is that it'll be, as I understand it, the 5 classes of Speedway are represented in the new association. So I guess as a councillor who's tried to take an interest in that, I go on the people who are involved in the sport and their assessment of the situation, not, with all due respect, officials in here, because they are the people who've spent the better part of their life doing that. So it would be nice if we had some sense, and they were denied it today, where questions could have been asked of them. They don't actually get a chance to speak. They haven't had a chance. They've been denied speaking rights twice. So it is hard to get a sense of the people who know what they're talking about, who are far more knowledgeable than the likes of me, but they've just been shut out of this process altogether. Yeah. And instead, as we've had admitted today, we've concentrated on the promoters, who have a financial interest, of course, and are hardly seen as being representative of those racing classes, which the association is. I'll move on for that to the analysis of the Auckland arena, and I'm really struggling to understand here. On the one hand, the statement's sort of made that there will be flow-on effects for the other stadium, so that is acknowledged. But then on the other hand, we have the throwaway comment then that the proposal won't affect them. So if we take a good example of that, variously through both the presentation by MWF Newco and on interviews on TV, I've heard their representatives say at various times that they would be looking to accommodate in some shape or form their own club, obviously Auckland FC, men's and women's when it comes, so that they come out of Mount Smart. They must come out of North Harbour as their training base. They've mentioned looking to attract the Warriors franchise, and if you remember, the Warriors have had a good run the last couple of years, of course, but prior to that, 2017, 18, 19, their numbers are sit around about the 12,000 average, so they would be a target. They're a franchise, private franchise, so they'll go where they get the best deal. Where they've also mentioned concerts. So if we take away Blues, Auckland Rugby, Warriors, the training bases as the high performance centres, as with North Harbour Stadium, that amounts to a significant cannibalisation of the content. And it's not content that's easily replaced. Who's coming along? Who's the next franchise? What code that they're going to replace it with? I don't see any. So I would just say and seek your comment in terms of that potential flow-on effect to the council's other network, who I'm assuming we're trying to look after North Harbour and Mount Smart as well. We're trying to look after them. They inevitably get affected by this, particularly if they're successful in attracting other content.
Wait, can I have just a point of order, please? I'm just trying to understand, and I'm wondering if we need the amendment, because it's 1.7.2 D, C, relevance, because the question that we have before us today is about going out to consultation. That's the decision that we're here to make. We're going all over the place. Now, if there's an amendment that then the councillors can speak to, so we're a bit clearer, that would be really helpful. So could I get a decision on that, please?
I guess fair enough.
Mr. Chair, I'm
To
quoting...
the chair,
I'm quoting
I would like my point...
68 in the analysis that couldn't be anything more central than what we're talking about today.
You make the decision.
Are we allowed to question what's in the paper? Have you read that, Councillor Goldberg? That's the question.
Okay, and I've had so much more information from you and Councillor Walker to add to boot, but I would like my point of order decided.
At this stage, we were just going through questions, but we've wandered way past that into comment. So I think you guys can retire for the moment until...
Sorry.
Then I've apparently got some amendments to discuss.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. It's a fundamental question that the officers themselves have referred to. It goes to the issue of displacement of content.
Well, that's what the consultation is about. We guys have got into outcomes. We're only talking about a consultation here. Do we go to consultation? If you want to go to consultation, then those things will come up.
This is part of the consultation. So that they need to answer whether that's going to be in there. Is my observation valid or not? Otherwise, we're going out with another North Harbour where the Professor of Market Analytics criticised the biased nature of the council's options.
You can find anyone who opposes something or other, mate. So I would actually like a question myself before it goes. This is a question.
Okay, I'm happy to answer that question around the degree to which the proposal in option 1 would cannibalise other stadiums in the network. My understanding from the proposal is that it is primarily proposed as a football stadium, that creates conflicts with other, particularly rugby codes, and it's very difficult to accommodate both rugby codes and football codes. It might be possible on some occasions. It's certainly not possible, I would have thought, to be able to do all of the things that you listed. So for it to be a football stadium, it's about the quality of the turf, and part of the whole proposition here is it's a quality football experience for high performance and for match days. And the heart of that proposal is that that's what it is.
They play at different times of years. They have different season. It is possible to accommodate the two. The soccer season plays in the summer. Final question, Mr. Mayor, and I'll make it really short. We had a presentation from Eden Park today that showed very clearly how they, in their new configuration that we all approved unanimously, they can cater for crowds between 5 and 70,000 in particular, with the new technology retractable seating that can be put up in 30 minutes. They can provide exactly the same capacity crowd boutique stadium at Eden Park as is being proposed at Western Springs. How can that not constitute a double up?
Here.
The difference is, of course, that these guys bring their own crowd and they can choose to put it where they like. That's part of what they're... That's why we're consulting. I want to hear from the public. We've heard from you people for 7 hours before. So this is about going to the public. So, and I'd just like a simple question.
Is there an answer to the question other than one from you? Please. Question asked.
Look, I'm happy to answer the question. The first obvious point, of course, is Eden Park's plans are not funded. So yes, they've been endorsed conditionally by the governing body, but there is currently no funding for those plans. So nevertheless, it's relevant to consider the rest of the network when you make a decision about which of these options you prefer, because what we are trying to do is invest in a network which is complementary, a complementary set of venues. In our view, which is an initial assessment, and further analysis will follow as we go through this process and we hear from the public. It is the option 1 provides something which is broadly complementary to the network because it's something that doesn't currently exist in terms of its size and its focus, and because it's serving a sport that is growing and frankly the professional football didn't really exist in the network a few years ago in the way that it does now. So yes, there are impacts on the rest of the network that need to be considered, and we attempt to do so. But I don't believe that Eden Park, and I don't think they would say this, that their proposal would enable them to do everything that Auckland Arena is proposing to do. Because yes, there's capacity, but then there are scheduling conflicts and other issues. So ultimately, you do need a range of venues and of different sizes in the network.
Thank you. Councillor Hills has a question.
Yes, thank you. The proposals, the two that came through the EOI, I just have some questions on that. So we had we've been working on the hard court and community facilities funding. There was additional money in the LTP, and I see especially what are you calling it, option 1. Has that been built? Have they built their decision around indoor courts based on our lack of, because we've been told over and over we have a severe lack of indoor courts across the network. Have they been working on our policy direction, or has it just happened to be coincided at the same time?
Look, I think that it's very well understood that there's a shortage of particularly indoor basketball courts, and in terms of developing their proposal, they're seeking to meet a need that's obvious in the city, which is consistent with the challenge that the council faces.
And I mean, it would be great if at some point, if one of these went ahead, that they would include Ponsonby Rugby, but I'm assuming it's difficult when you're both putting proposals ahead not to say you'll work together to undermine that. But what is the understanding around, we normally don't pay for club rooms, we contribute to either the playing surfaces or buildings. It suggests we would, under all options, contribute to Ponsonby Rugby Club rooms. Could you explain that decision under all of the options?
Yeah, I do, and I think it's for me. We do. There is some sort of comparison information about the sorts of funding that has been provided to community sport facilities, which is provided. It's an attachment to the Tātaki Board report, attachment 9. The sort of funding that Ponsonby Rugby is seeking for club rooms within option 2 is out of proportion to the funding that other clubs have received for similar facilities. That doesn't mean it's not a possible thing for you to do, but it is that the advice that we would provide is that it's not consistent with the sorts of funding that we've provided similar facilities, as shown in that analysis. I think, but it is. I don't think what you said was quite right when you said we don't provide funding for club rooms. We do provide funding for some club rooms, and in this case, where we would be essentially displacing Ponsonby Rugby from their current location and their current club rooms, we think it would be a reasonable thing for the council to consider as a contribution to relocated club rooms. And consistent with our usual approach, we would certainly be encouraging. I think Ponsonby Rugby would support this. Some form of multi-sport club rooms. Multiple purposes, not single use.
Yeah. Okay. That's good to understand. It sounds broader than a club room. Sort of like a. Yeah. So that makes more sense. The concerns I have around, and I'm sure that is the ability for the EOI applicants, I guess, to reconsider, redesign. What does that look like through consultation? Because I have a real concern about, say, the number of car parks that the option 1 proposes on green space. I'm aware that not all of it is technically reserved, but in 2025, do we really need that sort of level of car parking on can we just improve the public transport? Is there ability for some parking or it to be sleeved within buildings? I just worry about the level of green space taken up by you know.
So councillor, I think there would be, we're at a stage of the process where they provide expressions of interest, and you know that is really an early stage of the process, and there's quite a bit to go. And if we do progress, there would be during. Sorry, I'll start again. Depending on the feedback received, staff will engage with the proponents and interested third parties to seek clarification and invite responses to matters that have been raised during the process, and we'll be able to provide you that information at the meeting. It will also be open to the governing body to provide that feedback in any direction in any decision you make about a preference, because there is then full commercial negotiations, there's a business case required and due diligence required. So the proposals are at that EOI stage and still need to be developed based on your and the public direction.
And the context for that, because I heard some sniggers, is around, you know, the reduction in playable space. If more people want to use the space, you know, there are trade-offs. The other question is, and I guess it's through the consultation, we're going to have to explain to people, and there may be concerns about Waikaraka, say, what, because my understanding is, I was obviously away for the previous decision, but is my understanding the promoter, the person who was leasing Western Springs for Speedway, is agreeing and is part of the process. There's an $11 million upgrade going on in Waikaraka. Well, that obviously is not going to stop, is it?
No, that's right, councillor. That council is now financially committed to that project, and those works are underway, as Nick mentioned before. And it is also correct that the most recent promoter is supporting the consolidation of Speedway at Waikaraka Park.
So is there, I'm just trying to understand the logistics of future decisions. Is there a possibility we end up could have two Speedway promoters? I'm not talking about stock cars, I'm talking about, we've got an agreed Speedway leasee or promoter, and then the other Speedway group who've...
Yeah, councillor, that could potentially have some significant implications. So it would undermine the case for investment at Waikaraka Park, first and foremost, which is already underway. So that the case for that investment was based on consolidation, and there would be a requirement for the council to find an alternative funding source for the $11 million allocated to that project. And then there would be a potential to have two competing venues, and you do risk losing the sustainability and utilisation benefits that I spoke about before, with consolidation, and possibly requiring the council to invest more in the ongoing maintenance and renewal of Waikaraka Park, because the current arrangements is based on the promoter maintaining the venue, because they're expecting that greater utilisation, and if they don't get that greater utilisation, they'll probably come back to the council and say the council needs to pay for that, so we end up paying for two venues. That's potential downside of that scenario.
Okay, and last question, Matt. So whatever is chosen will then have a design process that comes through community facilities. Everyone would then be part of that process of, you know, the size, the scale, what is needed, the missing gaps based on other policies, or is what they've proposed kind of what has to go forward? I'm thinking about the conversations around Ponsonby, around who uses or has access to those hard courts, things like that. Because it will be quite a different, you're going to have a commercial lease, but also community access, which is how I'm trying to understand it.
I think the answer is yes, that if we get to the point where that's our preferred option, then there will be commercial negotiations about the details of that, and that will include discussions about community access.
Councillor Filipana.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, can I just ask, do we know how many amendments will be forthcoming? Just as an indicator. I know there's one that my colleague on my right has indicated.
Councillor Turner has indicated.
So just the one, okay. I'm going to, through you, Chair, I'm going to save my questions because depending on the amendment, I may have questions relating to whether this amendment goes through, and I think that's important for me to see whether that actually changes our, at the moment, it hasn't been moved and seconded, but, oh, it has? Yeah. Okay, yeah, but I mean, I'm just going to wait for the amendment, and then I will most probably have questions after that, depending on what happens with that amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I'm interested in the finances as the person responsible for the ratepayers' bills. What's the long and short-term costs of each option? Or short and long-term costs, whichever way you like to do it, of each one.
Thank you, Mayor. We do address a summary of the financial impact of the options is included in paragraph 36. There's a table there, and the assessment is that the net financial impact on ratepayers of the baseline, which is option 3A on the right-hand side, that's essentially based on renewing Ponsonby Rugby's lease and maintaining the venue as a concert and festival venue. So the base case, option 3A, has a 50-year cost of $31 million and a 10-year cost of $9.9 million. So comparing the other options against that case, the Western Springs Bowl option 2 has a 50-year cost, additional cost of, that's additional to that baseline cost of $106 million and a 10-year cost of $35 million. And for option 1, the assessment is that the 50-year impact is a $18.1 million savings to ratepayers compared to the baseline. And that accounts for displacement costs, as I mentioned earlier. But there's over the first 10 years, there's a $3.1 million additional cost. And the reason for that is that there's an initial sort of impact from the lost revenue because the venue is leased, and then that initial investment required for displacement costs and access upgrades. But over time, there's a big financial benefit to council because we're not paying for the maintenance and renewal of the asset anymore.
Oh, that's pretty good, thanks. And that's sort of the consultation. If we go to consultation, all this information will be out there for people. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, that's very good. That's the end of those. Now, we have a foreshadowed one from Councillor Turner, who's raised it in his debate. Is he going to move it? Are you going to move that? And yeah, but publicly you're going to move it, so I can...
Sorry,
verbally.
Yeah, I move it, thank you.
And seconded by?
Councillor Walker.
Okay, got that, thank you. I'm just going to adjourn for 5 minutes while we get people to review what the impact of that is. Okay? No, it's going to go up so that you see it, and we get those people to have advice, particularly legal advice, to what it means. Okay? So I'll stop for 5 minutes, read that, and I would like some feedback from Max and Meredith on the merits of that, please. We're reconvening. The mover will just be asked to explain what it is that he's achieving out of this. What's the point of it?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to make sure that we put into this concise wording which gives me faith that we can trust that this is going to open sort of debate with a wide scope which includes both Ponsonby Rugby and Speedway as it says there. You know, we talked before, I'm sitting here with 3 hats on. I have to do my job properly. I'm part of this organisation, and I'm also representing the people who voted for me and the people who didn't. And, you know, I've been told that that legal advice can sometimes come with bias depending on who the client is. So, you know, we've got 2 bits of advice here, and the one that sits with me best, and the one that I take most notice of, is the one that says, you know, be very careful how you go forward because you're in the middle of a judicial review because people aren't happy already and that could go anywhere. So I want to make sure that we don't double down on our problems. And also, I want to make sure we're a people organisation. We're here for, not just for us and for, sure we have to look after their dollars, but we're a people organisation. And they have to have faith in us, good faith, and there has to be natural justice. And what we're doing here is we're picking winners and losers. In fact, we're making winners and losers. You imagine if the surfing fraternity was told we're going to repurpose Piha Beach, pick up your surfboards and go to Cornwallis inside the Manukau Harbour. It's wet, it's got waves, you'll be just as good there as you were at Piha. That's the bottom problem here, is that we're not offering them, you know, status quo. We're offering, and then we're going to say, oh, you failed. Well, we always knew you would. That's why we told you to go. And we need to be more open here and give, and let them know that they are as important to us as everybody else. And then the last thing that really gets me upset about it is that the attributes of Western Springs that the present people have worked hard and paid lots of blood and sweat and money to get, like their consents for noise and events and all that sort of stuff. That's one of the attributes of the place now. And also the fact that it's already a stadium. That's another attribute because we were told, well, maybe it should be, it should cost less to actually redevelop because it's already a stadium, so the consenting process might be quicker and cheaper. And then we're also told that, well, it's got smaller seating and that helps us with market pressure because we're not looking for our new stadium to have too big a seating because keep it tight, keep the market pressure. So I just want to make sure that with the people of Auckland who sit out there talking all this stuff around the barbecue, they can also say, we weren't stitched up, they gave us a fair bite of the pie. And so I'd like us to make sure that we add these extra words so that it's clear to everybody that they are included in writing in the resolution, please.
Point of order.
Okay.
Sorry, I know I've just come back into this. My understanding was that we were in debate now and yet we still have staff at the table. Am I wrong that we are?
What we're doing here is I've had an amendment presented and announced and firsted and seconded, and the
So we're doing
tradition
questions
is
on
that
the
the
amendment.
person who proposes it can say something, then we'll go to these people for their interpretation, any advice they're going to give us.
Yep, great.
And then we can ask questions. Okay, so I'm just sticking to the normal procedure.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, but thank you for that.
Can we?
What's
Yes.
We have a circumstance where a councillor has spoken to an amendment. We're in debate.
No, he's just announcing why he's going to do that.
Can I allow questions at your discretion?
You're asking the officers to any advice about the amendment.
And is that going to happen when we are? Yes. Because we could
are we going to trouble the officers?
Yes. Afraid that's what I'm going to interpret it as. I want to know, does this have any impact on it? And
Point of order. Point of order, Mr Mayor. I would like some advice, some procedural advice from officers around this, because I do not think it's appropriate.
I am doing this under the advice of the officer who is providing me with the advice on what is the procedure. The procedure is the person has foreshadowed it. It has been promoted and seconded. The promoter of the amendment is allowed to talk to it, and then we are receiving any advice on the amendment. Well, there is another amendment that has not been.
The Mayor called for
We haven't
amendments
had
and only
any
got
verbally
one.
come in the nowhere in the what we've
order.
heard is another amendment yet.
Point of, councillors, can I try and assist here? It is normal process that with an amendment, there's an opportunity for you to ask questions. That's fundamentally the purpose for the officers staying here at this point. If there are no questions, then they should depart.
Okay, so I'm questioning the officers. Are there any in?
Sorry, can we please do it?
Oh, sorry. I've got, having asked for advice, I've got advice. What we're going to do is I'm proposing that we approve for electronic attendance understanding of 3.3.3 for councillors Newman, Dalton and Hills. Seconded by Councillor Sayers. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. Now, are there any implications of a nature from the advisors?
Sorry,
Then I'll
Mr Mayor, just point of order. I've looked at the sections on amendments. I've been in this place for a little while. Could you please point to me where in the standing orders, motions and amendments, there is a relevant standing order that says that that staff can be taken to the table to answer questions, or a person moving an amendment makes an introductory speech before then introducing. That's never happened before.
I'm sorry, I've had dozens of amendments and we always get advice.
Could you just point
from the
to
implications of
standing
it.
orders? Could you please ask the committee secretary to point the relevant standing order that outlines that process, please?
These people are not unbiased, Mr Mayor, to be perfectly respectful. They have a very strong view. So you're not going to get objective advice from people who have such a strong bias, with the exception of our solicitor.
Hang on, we've got legal people here, and that's the reason I want. When we've had dozens of amendments during my time, and we always get some advice on what the implication of the member is.
Making a bad precedent.
It's not a precedent.
I did ask a question, a serious question, Mr Mayor, as to where that relevant standing order outlines that process, because I can't see it.
Chair's discretion to allow questions of staff if they feel it is necessary.
1.2.8.
Aye.
Mayor, sorry, this is not my role, but it's Standing Order 1.2.8, questions to staff. During a debate, members can ask staff questions about the matters being discussed.
There you go. Anyhow, I'm quite happy
during
to
the
debate. You want to suppress it. I'm not going to suppress debate. I just want to hear what are there, if any, implications from the proposed amendment. Then I'll take up questions about the amendment.
So, look, just to start, the amendment is legally open to you, of course, as the governing body. What I would say is that in the context of the process that we have been through and the ongoing application for judicial review, a lot of thought has gone into the framing of the options that are contained in the agenda report. And for that reason, our recommendation is that the third option should be consulted on as framed in that agenda report. I appreciate the desire to be fair to Speedway. I completely understand that, and Max has spoken about that. And we do have judicial review proceedings ongoing. But we also need to balance that fairness against the overall process. And to those who complied with the EOI process and submitted compliant applications. And we also need to ensure that we meet our desire of really hearing what Aucklanders want from Western Springs Stadium. Option 3 in the report really represents the current position as it is at the moment at Western Springs, noting that the existing arrangements could be retained. So that includes the lease with Ponsonby Rugby Club and managing the venue for concerts and festivals. Speedway hasn't been included in that because there is Speedway infrastructure still there on the ground pending the completion of the critical works at Waikaraka Park, but it's not included in the current position because there's no current venue hire agreement for Speedway at Western Springs. And obviously you have already made that decision around the transferring funding to enable consolidation of funding of Speedway at Waikaraka Park. However, that option 3 as drafted recognises that if you do decide not to proceed with option 1 or option 2, that you might want to consider and explore other options. And those other options could include Speedway, alongside other options that come forward in the consultation through the feedback that we hear from Aucklanders. We think that's the appropriate approach in the circumstances where we haven't yet asked Aucklanders what they want from Western Springs, and to ensure fairness to all EOI applicants and to Western Springs Speedway Association itself, given that that proposal hasn't been through the same detailed consideration and assessment as the other proposals. So in our view, the option as framed in the report is the one that we recommend to you for consideration.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ferry has a question.
Kia ora, I have a question, and apologies, I was out of the room for the general questions, but I did have a quick chat with staff to get the particular question I had answer for that. And I'm not trying to be cute by this, but this is the wrong part of the motion to amend. You should be seeking to amend B, I believe. A2 is a noting of decisions that Tātaki Auckland Unlimited Board has already resolved. And so this is actually the wrong part of the resolution. Is that your reading of it, staff, would be my question?
Yes, sorry, that is correct. Yes, it should be under B. So it should really be a new C.
I just know the words, I don't know where it should go. Everyone's told me where it goes, and it's different places all the time.
I believe that having spotted something which is wrong, it's about to be, the amendment will be amended with the approval of the amenders. Is that correct?
Correct. My name is Councillor
You're not going to
Ferry,
spring
not
me with any
Councillor
more
Fletcher.
bloody bits and pieces out. So let's have it up, put it where it's going to go, please. It goes under C or B. Oh.
Can I just point out that I think B is about the content of the options, whereas C is more about the process by which we do the consultation. So my view would be that B would be the better home for it, but I have been out of the room for the last hour and a half, so you may have ended up in a different place.
You happy now?
It's a new, the idea was it was a new C, sorry. So you'd have your B, this would become C, and your C becomes D, and so forth.
Next questions from Baker, please. Councillor Baker.
So if this was successful in terms of making sure that we are being wholesome and full in everything and the information we're going out to with the $11 million that's gone to Waikaraka Park been transferred over from, I believe, the maintenance budget at Western Springs, would we have to be taking, in terms of that, would we have to be including that somewhere we are going to have to find $11 million from the ratepayers of Auckland to enable the maintenance at Western Springs to be re-established if Speedway was the preferred option? So basically, you know, we've taken 11 million out to put into Waikaraka Park, which was going to be the maintenance for the Speedway there, out of being totally, you know, upfront in terms of the cost to the ratepayer. Would we have to say we would have to find $11 million to cover that, because we can't take it out? Because I asked the question at the workshop, we can't take it out of the work's already started. And so the contract's already done, the resource consent's done. So we're going to have to find 11 million. So would that be part of the public consultation document if this was successful?
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, I think that's right. So if this passed, the way I would interpret it is that within option 3, we need to include some analysis of what that would look like. So there might be multiple option 3s or scenarios under option 3, and that would be one, and we would need to do some analysis about the financial impact and the other impact analysis that we've done about that scenario. That would likely and that would need to address the fact of the $11 million, as well as the negative financial impact that would have on the operating situation at Western Springs, which we addressed through that decision that we made in October. So we would need to do so, of course. And the second part of the resolution around an enhanced option, the issue, of course, is that we don't have the same level of information and detail that we have with those other EOI options as with the Western Springs proposal, and we have some quite high level, quite vague sort of assertions which we need to go through to see how much analysis we could do, because we can't compare them apples to apples, but we can provide as much as we would be able to, right?
So it's an $11 million increase. Thank you very much, Councillor Filipina.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to ask a question of the mover in regards to this amendment, but I just wanted to say that 1.2.8 in regards to questions to staff is during a debate, and we haven't had the debate yet, so that's when it only applies under standing orders. But I just wanted to sort of let that, there was no debate because the mover was asked to introduce the amendment, and that's what you did, was introduce the amendment. There was not a debate. But my question to the mover is this. Doesn't Ponsonby Rugby Club concerts and festivals, doesn't that part of it already exist in the motion now? I thought it does to me reading it. So if that's the case, are you saying that you want option 3 to basically include the possibility of the renewal of Speedway? Because option 2 is there, and option 2 is the Ponsonby Rugby Club and the concert. That's how I read it. So my question to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want my amendment to have words in there that I can recognise and use when I'm out in the public. So I wanted to say Speedway, I wanted to say concerts and festivals, I wanted to say Ponsonby Rugby Club, because we sit here all day debating verbiage, truckloads of it, and then we come back and we debate it all again. So I want to put words in there that the public can look at and see and say, oh, it says Speedway. So
further clarification, I'm just going to read off our agenda. Option 2, Western Springs Bowl, proponents, CRS Records, Eccles Entertainment and Ponsonby Rugby Club. That's what's currently in there. That is why I'm asking, if you want, and that's what I'm assuming with your amendment, if you want that to include the possibility of renewal Speedway, that might be easier being part of option 3. It's already there. That's what I'm It seems like a
Well,
direct negative, so.
Thank you, I understand, and you're a very learned councillor, way longer serving than myself, and so you know the processes. However, I saw that and was quite upset a little while ago because what was in the analysis and advice wasn't in the recommendations which became the resolution. So I put those words together to put them in the resolution, which is I felt the safest place for them to be. Thank you.
Once the questions are finished, I reserve my right to speak, please. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thanks, Mayor. My question is to Max and Meredith, just to be really succinct, because I think, well, I'm not sure. What I'm trying to ask you is, if that amendment goes through, does it close the door on anything else, on other ideas under option 3, by mentioning those things? Because option 3 is do nothing or explore other ideas, right? So if you start mentioning certain things, that takes away anything else. Is that correct?
Thank
Close the
you
door
for the
on
question.
other-
I think actually that's not how I would have interpreted that, but I actually do think there's some ambiguity in how it's worded, and maybe the mover should address it. That is not his intention. That option 3 would be closed just to that scenario there. So no, I don't think it would close off other possibilities.
Right, and my second question was actually along the lines of Councillor Baker's, because I think that there needs to be a really clear understanding of what, if any, financial implications are of C. So can we really be clear what they would be?
Well, I think it's an excellent point, Deputy Mayor. We would need to do that analysis. One of the reasons why we don't recommend this amendment, and we recommend that we consult on the basis as set out in the report, is because we have not assessed this option we don't have the same level of information in terms of the EOI proposals, so we don't have that kind of comparability. We would nevertheless be able to provide some analysis about the financial impacts based on previous financial performance of Western Springs and the $11 million point that Councillor Baker mentioned. We'd have to address that, and my expectation would be that that would show a negative financial impact, more negative than option 3A in the report for this scenario.
And my final question is, if this amendment is lost and we stay with the original amendments, that does not preclude any member of the public giving feedback on Western Springs, etc., as per your item 10 in the report.
Correct.
I think that's a key one. Thank you.
Ayers, please.
Thank you, Worship. So I take it we're doing questions and then comments as part of this amendment, normal sort of process? Right. I'd just like to say that I do want to make a comment later, but I'm going to restrict this to questions, so if you could just mark me down for a comment.
You're next.
Now, listening to the legal advice, I just have a question around there's obviously those parties that went through the EOI process, and is there any potential that this could be legally challenged by those parties?
Yes.
Look, I guess the reason why we've framed the options in the report in the way that we have is to ensure that there is fairness both to those EOI proponents and to Speedway. I don't want to suggest that anyone would want to sue us because of decisions that we make, but yes, that's something that we've taken into account with our recommendation that you go with option 1 as set out in the report, the option 3 as framed in the report.
I think what you're kind of answering that in a roundabout way for me, because I'm asking specifically about that. You're saying you have confidence in the original one. I guess I'm interpreting what you're saying there, that there's some degree of risk there.
Yes.
Okay. And this one's probably to you, Ken, if I can, mate. That's just around, if this is kind of now introducing Speedway as probably a more kind of deliberate way of engaging and highlighting to Aucklanders so they can comment on it. The idea, the point that the Deputy Mayor brought up about, somebody else could come in with a fourth option, something out of the bag from somewhere else, potentially, right? So does this, I guess, was your intention to close that out, or does it need to be a fourth option there saying, a catch-all for any other recommendations? What was your thinking around there, mate? And I just want to make sure that's covered off, that people can put in something out of the box as well.
My intention as a tradie was just, well, it's a, because well, then let's just talk like people and not dissect it down to every syllable in the legalities. I wasn't trying anything other than to just be, just as I said before, put words in there so that the people, the public, including Speedway people, know that they have, that it's in there. Because I'll be frank with you, and I might get a telling off again, but I've felt led by the nose and stitched up around this table many times. And maybe it's my naivety and well, it doesn't matter, maybe it is, but I'm trying to rectify that on behalf of the people I'm representing. We talked before about having balanced fairness. There's no such thing as balanced fairness. It's either fair or it's not.
Point of order, we're going round and round here. This is another speaking turn. Mayor, can we please follow the standing orders? Because I don't think we are allowed, and I'll ask this question as a point of order, are you allowed to quiz the mover of a motion?
Excuse Mr. Mayor.
No, please, just...
Questions are at the discretion of the chair, and but I think from now on, we want to ask questions that actually elicit something, not just feelings. Okay, so
Mr. Mayor, it's not just feelings. It's
sounds
trying
like
to
it.
express on behalf of I'm just trying to do my job on behalf of the people I represent in their language, so that it would. I just have said before, put those words in there so that the people out there who aren't even listening to this today can look at it and go, oh yeah, they're going to think about Speedway. And they're going to think about
well, you've managed to confuse the people around here who actually do read words and understand them.
So speaking to the point of order that I don't think you've addressed, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Darby's raised a legitimate concern here. We have an abusive process where the mover is getting subject to the Spanish Inquisition.
I did not say there was any abusive process. I did not.
We'll just stop everybody for a moment. We'll just calm down, please.
Staff are being used as debating tools. He's been subject to the Spanish Inquisition. It's a shambles.
A 5-minute break.
Righto, we're going to reconvene. I've heard the advice from the people there that we want more order, so I'll ask the staff. We have had the staff answering the legal questions. They'll sit back. We'll go into debate because that's what people want to do.
Sorry, point of order.
No, but I have made a point that we are going to go to debate because everyone's into debate. You'll still get your opportunity to speak, okay? And in fact, I'll ask for Greg Sayers, you want to go first for the debate?
Your
And then-
worship, point of order.
Point of order, Your Worship. I had my hand up. I've been waiting patiently while there's been invective flying around here, but I had a question to seek clarification on an answer provided by Mr. Hardy regarding the figure of $11 million. I think I'm entitled to be able to inquire as to the subsequent impact of that. It's not a point of debate. I wanted that clarified. I had the same question.
What?
Councillors, I will take the unusual step of just asking for a bit of good humour here. You've simultaneously questioned the ability for council staff to sit here. They've been subject to comments. If you want them here to answer questions, then at least treat them with respect, get through that process efficiently, keep your things to questions genuinely, and we'll get to the debate in a moment. That would be my direction to you.
Are there any more questions? I'll go back to the people who had questions. You are next, Mr. Newman.
Hello, Max, and
hello again, everybody.
Councillor Newman.
Before you get into that too far, we've got to have an extension of time, please. Thank you. In favour? All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Nay. Carried, unfortunately. Question, please, Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Max. Thank you, Worship. Max, with respect to the answer you provided to Councillor Baker, you indicated that if adopted, this amendment, and it was subsequently passed, would require that the consultation document would have to reflect the fact that $11 million would have to be identified as part of the consultation document, correct?
I think, Councillor, I'm not trying to be cute here. I said we need to deal with the $11 million. So we haven't done that analysis. We would need to do some analysis about what the financial impact of that would be, and that would need to deal with the $11 million issue. I'm not in a position to provide you with the impact analysis today.
Would one presume that the impact analysis would also reflect on the fact that the retention of Ponsonby Rugby Club would therefore cancel the $13 million displacement cost from Ponsonby Rugby having to be relocated?
Well, not really, Councillor, because the options are looked at in the round in terms of the financial impact. So yes, we would not include within the impact of that option, we would not include any displacement costs for Ponsonby Rugby, but the net impact would still be, I suspect, negative.
That wasn't my question, but look, I think that I'm just trying to understand here, if we're going to address in the analysis and the consultation the $11 million for Waikaraka Park, we would presumably also address the fact that we don't face the $13 million displacement, real money or subsequent financial impact because of the nature of Western Springs being used for a reason other than what was initially anticipated by Tātaki. At some point you would have to address in the consultation both the issue on Waikaraka as well as displacement for Ponsonby Rugby.
Yes, I think the answer is yes. None of the options that we've looked at to date under option 3, which all involve retaining Ponsonby Rugby, include any cost associated with displacing Ponsonby Rugby.
Councillor Walker, please.
Yes, I'm just dealing with the information that was
put up about the $11 million. Is it not correct that the $11 million is in large part made up of a so-called saving, which is actually supposed revenue of $1.2 million a year forecast into the future? Is that the case? That is my understanding.
I don't think that that's an accurate explanation.
Well, let me make that assumption then, because I'm
Okay.
familiar with the previous agenda and the item. If we make that assumption, and that $1.2 million was based on an enhancement in revenue at Western Springs, and if we assume that either option, certainly the option up here in respect of Ponsonby Rugby Club and Constance and the like, enables us to get that, then really, is there a significant impact as far as $11 million and having to find it? And if we're going to be honest, shouldn't we be reporting that? And if we are looking at financial impacts, why can't we have the financial impacts and investment as it goes to Mount Smart, Eden Park and North Harbour Stadium, which could be considerable and go to the consultation process that members of the public may be interested in?
Well, we do include some analysis of the financial impact on the other stadiums in the network. We would not assume, though, if under this option that's being debated, we would not make the assumption that we would be able to improve Tātaki would be able to improve its bottom line by $1.1 million. That was on the assumption that Speedway moved. They then felt that they were confident in projecting an increase in their revenue from the venue because they can use more concerts. There is the venue becomes better for those concerts. There's also a very significant increase in the consents available for other events at Western Springs should Speedway move. So there's a couple of factors there. So we would that $1.1 million improvement. That improvement in Tātaki's forecast is factored into our assessment of option 3 at the moment. Under this scenario, we would likely need to assume that we would not get that improvement. So there'd be we'd revert back to the previous scenario where, which is a deterioration basically of $1.1 or $2 million per year in terms of the bottom line.
Okay, Shane Henderson, please.
Yeah, just two questions quickly. So just a question of the mover, just trying to understand the words of the resolution and just, so is this to revert to the situation of a year ago? Is that what the thrust of this amendment is?
I wouldn't say to revert, but I would say to I myself personally feel as though it was rushed and compromised in my due diligence, and so because of that and the complaints I've heard swirling around the community, I just want to make sure that going forwards the options open. We've already told, if I understand it correctly, I've already been told the option of including another consideration of Speedway is there, but I couldn't read that clearly. The word Speedway was, I just decided in there that that would clarify the fact that it contains the descriptions of those entities, and yes, they have a chance at another bite at the pie.
I appreciate that, Councillor. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. That's enough.
Thank you. I think it means preparing the enhanced option 3 will pick up those additional costs which would flow from that. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to just go back to Meredith, sorry. Councillor Sayers asked the question, but real clarity on this. We've been through an EOI. The risk to us by going out and naming Speedway in that option as an organisation that didn't go through the EOI, in fairness to the ones that did, what is the risk, potential risk, for us being legally challenged by the organisations that went through the EOI process. I understand we're opening to other organisations by naming one and not naming a whole lot of others as well. This limits it.
Look, it's difficult to assess, but in any process where people have spent time and money and resource and effort, you know, there is always risk that people want to challenge the decisions you make if they don't think that the process that you've undertaken has been fair. And I guess that's the basis on which we have adopted this approach and suggested that option 3 be framed in the way that it is in the report.
And in your experience, would that challenge be, as soon as we make this decision, before we go out to consultation, could it pause consultation? Could we miss a whole lot of deadlines because somebody decided to take a legal challenge against the decision we would make today?
Look, people who challenge us can always seek interim orders seeking to have us pause a process. You know, in circumstances where we are proposing to consult, it would be unusual to want to pause that process. But we do recommend that we do go out and consult, and as I said, we recommend that we do so on the basis of the options as framed in the report. Yeah. That's probably as much as I can usefully assist. Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. You can retire, you two. I've got no more questions. And if there's anyone deaf... Oh, did you have a question? I thought you had a question already.
That was about getting the process right for the amendment being to the right part of the thing.
Okay, I missed you.
Sorry.
You can have a question, then we'll go to debate.
Thanks. So I just want to understand too, sorry to make you guys jump up and down. If this amendment passed and staff had to prepare an enhanced option 3 that includes those aspects prior to any consultation taking place, what are the implications for what is now the new D, which outlines a very clear timeframe for the public consultation to take place? And do we then need subsequent amendments to D? So sorry, to be clear, that's the existing C on the agenda paper, but this would become the new C, so that's why I've said the new D. So that's the one that says, for example, open from 19th of May to whatever date it was in June. Yeah.
Yeah, look, I think it would be challenging to meet the timeframes, but I think it would still be possible. So it puts at risk the timeframes that we have. So there's some risk associated with slippage, but we would still endeavour to meet those timeframes if this passed. This question around an enhancement of option 3, that's quite tricky. That's quite a vague concept, and we would need to use the time available to do our best endeavours, frankly, to work that up as an option, but it would certainly present some challenges for the process.
Okay, and so does it affect, thank you, appreciate that. So does it effectively then mean we're actually putting out 4 options? Because if we're putting out an enhanced option 3, would that still include the sort of vaguer option 3 within it? I'm unclear about that.
Yeah, well, it is unclear from the amendment, but the way that I would interpret it, and I think this is how the mover intends, is that there would still be one option 3, which is neither of the EOI options and do something else, and then there would be some scenarios under option 3 that we would look at, and this would be one of the scenarios that we would look at under that option. That's probably the best way that we could give effect to this resolution if it passed.
Okay, and what happens if we don't meet the timeframes that we resolve on in this resolution around that? Is that something that potentially opens us up to more legal risk? If we as the governing body pass a resolution saying we're opening this on the whatever date it was of May, and then actually we can't open it until a week later than that, what implications does that have in terms of legal risk or whatever?
Well, I think it hasn't. It does entail a number of risks. But they're a little bit hard to quantify. But
Yeah.
there is a risk, and we pointed out in the report, if this process goes on too long, then some of the proponents may lose interest.
Yep.
And so that if there was any slippage in the consultation timeframes, it's likely we would not meet the July governing body meeting for a decision. We are then quite close to an election. And you'd have to you're going to the scenario where you have to ask the right, we have to weigh the appropriateness of making that decision at that point. So it creates risk. I think it would possibly, as Meredith has said, it could increase legal risk, but again, hard to quantify.
Okay, thank you. And with if the proponents of either option 1 or option 2 withdrew during the consultation process, or after we've passed this but before we start consultation, or after consultation but before we make a decision, what does that do for this process?
I think if either the proponents withdrew, we would need to come back to the governing body for a subsequent decision about what to do with the process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you. If we support this amendment, is there a risk that where we run a future EOI process, that this sets some kind of practice or precedent to come through a sort of back door if you miss the EOI process?
Yes, I think there is some commercial reputational risk associated with that. I don't want to overcook that, but I agree with the point you've made.
Ken Turner's got a question.
Hasn't the EOI process already been kind of compromised? Because we had these confidential meetings, and then some of the information that I was told, being threatened with death if I spread the information, it was out in the media before the EOI process was over.
I don't think the staff need to answer that question. That goes to the conduct and behaviour of elected members, frankly.
Wow.
Okay, that seems to be questions done. Step back, we'll do the debate. Debating.
All right. Well, thank you, Worship. I'm speaking in support of the amendment. Thank you, Councillor Turner, for putting it forward. I worked hard to make sure that Speedway's proposal was included. A number of councillors were against that through the EI process, but it's because of that, it's the opportunity to have your amendment put up today. I'm very disappointed that the Speedway Association hasn't had the chance to speak to us. I haven't heard from them directly around this table, right? So they should have had the chance to get in front of us at some stage. This is probably the closest you're going to get, or we are going to get. I was extremely disappointed to also find out after we voted on the Speedway at Western Springs, new information that could have changed the way the number of councillors might have voted that day. So this helps the general public have input, it helps the owners, it helps the drivers, it helps the sponsors, and it helps the fans to actually have a say about Speedway. What this does is gives an opportunity for the public to consider the status quo. And I'm just hoping that the information that does go out to the public, if this is successful, that it's balanced. So it's not just all about the costs, but also includes the Speedway Association's actual proposal, which had a number of benefits outlined in that. So that would be my desire. So, thank you.
Nobody else has got one hand up? Oh, yeah, I should have expected. Walker. Councillor Walker.
So I'll be speaking in support of this, and I endorse the comments that Councillor Sayers made. We know that there was information provided to the earlier meeting that was highly suspect. Items were withdrawn. There was information that was fabricated. It's a very bad look, and that is subject of the judicial review, and I'm dealing with facts here, we know that. So what have we got? We've got a stadium that's quite remarkable, quite natural. Speedway's been there since 1929. It's been compatible with Ponsonby Rugby and stadiums. That's worked well. If we heard from Speedway, and they've supplied us some information, they would tell us that that situation can be made better. They can improve the fence, so the fence goes up and down much quicker. There's plastic grid matting, for example, that they have at Eden Park, so you can spread that over the turf and the dirt track, so that it's more effective for concerts, which is what they do at Eden Park and lots of other venues. You can have retractable stages, retractable seating, like they have at Eden Park. The technology that's available now that could be put in place at Western Springs could make it better for a variety of uses. And what we haven't heard, because we don't have the network analysis, because we actually haven't done it, is what is the best outcome for Auckland as it goes to Eden Park, Western Springs, Mount Smart, North Harbour Stadium, that doesn't hollow out our other stadiums, so that there is a huge financial impact, both in respect of CapEx investment and OpEx. And we don't know what that is, because we don't have it. And we're not even informing Aucklanders around that, and I would have thought that was material. So what we've got is the possibility of something that's compatible. It's based perhaps on an improved status quo. And shouldn't Aucklanders be made aware of it? Simply be made aware of the fact that Speedway does have an interest, rather than the circumstance where currently they're being cut out. And that process, I'd suggest, has been deliberate. And I would suggest that if all of us ask that question, and members of the public in Auckland have asked that question, they know that it is true, that there has been a process to deliberately exclude Speedway, and that's been underway for a while. So this goes some way to address that. And referring to the comments that Mike Lee has made, and he is immensely experienced around complying with the Local Government Act, 76, 77 and 78 of the Local Government Act, and some of that applies to reasonably practicable options. And the option that is being put up by the Speedway fraternity is entirely reasonable and entirely practicable, and may well work well with a larger larger stadium strategy if we actually had it, but we don't. So what is being proposed, I would suggest, is complementary, it's fair, it's just putting a word up. There may not be a great deal of necessity for officers to do a lot of work, because as I've suggested, they already haven't done a lot of work around a whole lot of material stuff. So this is yet another gap. But at least Aucklanders will be aware that there is a possibility here around Speedway. And that might prompt them to take that into consideration about what they want to give us feedback on, not the situation where we're actually closing options off. And there could be other things that they want to cover off. Obviously, Western Springs is used for festivals and a number of things. It's an entirely flexible space. So I'm in support of this amendment. I think it's entirely reasonable. I don't think myself that there is any particular issue around having it out there. And I don't think that it prejudices any issues, frankly. It just means that we, as decision makers, are more open-minded and less closed-minded than we might otherwise be. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm not voting for the amendment, and I do it for the reason of reputational risk. We had a expression of interest process. We had responses to that within a time frame, and we had nothing from Speedway. Not did it come in on time within that expression of interest process. It didn't come up 1 week later, a month later, 2 months later, 3 months later, 4 months later, 5 months later, 6 months later, 7 months later, but 9 months after the EOI process had closed. And as Max said, that actually then, if we take on something in writing now under option 3 that wasn't received on time as part of an official process we did, we open ourselves forever and a day for all sorts of legal ramifications. That said, I support the content. And actually, as my good friend Councillor Philippina said, the content is actually covered anyway. It's covered under Ponsonby Rugby Club and concerts and festivals under option 2, and it's covered in option 3 under point 10 in the paper, which says, feedback may also be provided about Speedway by the public as part of the consultation. What staff have suggested here in the original recommendations is the safest legal way forward. It does not shut the door to anybody. Councillors, I urge you to stick with the original recommendations. You are opening us as You are opening us up as a professional organisation for anybody and everybody once we close consultation to say, but I want to do it now. And that's not right. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Philippina.
Thank you, Chair. I just answered a question from my colleague on the right around whether he could reply, and I said to him there's no right to reply because it's an amendment. And I will not be voting for this amendment. I wasn't going to say anything up until I heard the word fabricated, and that's what pissed me off. Because using that word implies that our staff are wrong and they have done something dishonest. That is not the reason why I'm not voting for this amendment. Here are my 2 reasons why I'm not voting for this amendment. First reason, have a look at the options. Options 2 have Ponsonby Rugby Club, concerts and festivals. It's in there. It's going out, hopefully, for consultation. When we get to the substantive, and I'm hoping this fails, when we get to the substantive, I have questions based on the consultation feedback form. So that's number 1. It's already in there. Number 2, we heard Max say the Speedway will have the option, and if people wish to end up being involved with this feedback, they have the option to say status quo. And I have no doubt at all with our fraternity that's at the back, in the public arena, they will mobilise their community, and I hope they do. I ended up getting an email and got pointed out around that fabricated document, but this gentleman, and I say gentleman, outlined to me that, look Alf, as long as you read the document and you are informed. I have read all the documents and I am informed. But I have no doubt at all that the fraternity, that our Western Springs fraternity will mobilise the community in regards to the options. I will not be supporting that. And to the staff, I will support you always 100%. Kia ora.
Thank you for that, Councillor Watt.
Yeah. Just as far as the use of the word fabricated goes, actually it was the gentleman who was meant to have written the letter who called it fraudulent, and he called it fraudulent because there had been 7 separate changes made to that letter from the TQ midgets. Statements were added, names were inserted, content was removed, including a disclaimer, and a logo of a club was added in. So that was the view of the person who was meant to have written it, and he called it fraudulent. In those circumstances, fabricated is I think probably a kind of version. As far as this amendment goes, I thank Councillor Turner for standing up for a lot of these people out west, because that's where a lot of the supporters come from, out in the west, hard working class people. Goodness knows what those people think if they're sitting and watching here today. I heard one of the previous speakers talk about the professional standing of the council being threatened. I don't want to put a downer on things. I doubt if too many people watching this today, I don't think professional will be the first word that springs to mind. I really wonder what the Speedway people think. And, there's been a lot of talk today here about fairness and legal risk and transparency and consultation. These people have been cut out in their entirety. They didn't have a single say in the fate of their sport. Not a single word did they get to say. They have been denied speaking rights here twice. They've formed an association that represents all their racing clubs. They turned up here just to talk to their councillors. They were denied any access at all. They've been denied access to information. If you look at the Local Government Act, I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave it to people far more qualified than me. Principles, Section 82, principles of consultation must be undertaken subject to the following principles. A, the persons who will or may be affected by or have an interest in the decision in the matter should be provided with reasonable access to relevant information. They weren't. I was the first person to find out about this. I read it in an article by Steve Gilgallen, who told us back at the start of October, this is what's going to happen. Speedway is going to get chucked out of Western Springs, and Auckland FC are going in there. That's before any one of the people sitting around here even knew about a meeting, even knew about it. This has been set up way, way in advance. If you read the lead liaison to the Mayor's office in May 2023, he wrote a paper talking about moving Speedway from Western Springs to Waikaraka Park, a year and a half in advance. B of the Local Government Act, persons who may be affected by or have an interest in it will be allowed to present their views. No, they're not. They don't get a chance to speak if they come here. They're not asked, and when they do come up of their own volition, they're denied speaking rights, even when they sit here all day listening to our meeting. Same sort of persons who wish to have their views on the decision or matter considered by the local authority will be provided by the local authority with a reasonable opportunity to present those views to the local authority. No, they weren't. Instead, what did they do? They chose the two operators, the operator from Palmerston North Speedway Limited, who, unbeknownst to anyone in Speedway, at the beginning of February 2024, they had agreed to work on a pathway to consolidate Speedway at Waikaraka Park. No one in Speedway knew about that. Tautaki promised to, quote unquote, nudge and steer other arms of council to play their part, and have certainly done that, and to use its influence with other arms of a council accordingly. This is from a 7th of February Lagoima request. And Palmerston North Speedway, the only people they talked to, 2 people who had a financial interest in this, i.e. they're going to be the promoter at both venues, and now at the one venue, they agreed that neither it nor its drivers would enter into a PR campaign to change the decision to shift to Waikaraka Park. It's not their drivers. They don't represent the classes. They represent their own financial interests, and they have done that rather well. Final section of Section 82, that the views presented to the local authority should be received by the local authority with an open mind and making a decision and giving it due consideration. An open mind. We have had an absolute litany of consultative breaches, of process breaches, of fabrication, of documents, of 7 letters that were put up as 7 letters of support. If you go through them one by one, the only people actually who are supporting it are the Stock and Saloon Car Club who got the money. All the rest of them is either have denied that it represents their view in the first instance, or B is the promoter and his sidekick who were asking themselves to write letters of support. That was how farcical it was. So, in those circumstances, the amendment is incredibly mild and considerate. Thank you, Councillor Turner.
Thank you.
Okay, well, before I put it, I should point out that I won't be supporting this. I think that we have EOI processes, and we have them for roading, and we have them for foundations, and we have them for all sorts of things. And we need to be able to have some faith in our processes, and if you don't get them in on time, you miss out. Next thing we do here, we're going to open up so that every disappointed contractor will want to come back and relitigate things. There was a lease operated under Western Springs. Leases are agreements which have starts and ends. The end of a lease is an agreement. We can't have set up a situation where people don't think that the end of a lease is not the end of a lease. That's what it's called. Otherwise, you have to own it. And so, and then there's been question about the impacts. What is there going to be the impact and things? A year ago, no one knew that Auckland FC would produce the biggest audiences that we've seen in that sport ever. So you can't know every those things. The idea that somehow or other somebody can write a report to tell you who's not going to go somewhere. And lastly, one of the things I campaigned on was stop wasting money and get more out of what we've got. I've already fended off people telling me that from rugby league that they can't play in the same field as a rugby union guy because they're a different sport. It's the same size. You can't play at the same time, but after each other you can. And so we've got people going round and round circles in cars. We're going to have a place that's upgraded for all forms of that. That sounds to me to be a very good use of something or other here. And we are going out for consultation only. We're not making a decision here other than to talk to the public. And the option of doing nothing does allow the Speedway group to present a compelling case of why we should revert all those things and compete with the people who want to play basketball, the people who want to go to concerts, the people who want to watch soccer. And so we are actually asking the public. So that last one who want to speak, and this is Councillor Bartley, then I'm going to put the amendment and then we'll see what leads to next. Thank you. Councillor Bartley.
Oh, thank you. I don't support the amendment. And I want to address something that came from Councillor Watson, that the Stock and Saloon Car Club who got the money. I don't like what that's suggesting. The Stock and Saloon Car Club aren't trying to get money out of this. The money went to the local board for the upgrade of that facility. We shouldn't be trying to turn people against each other. I just don't accept the aspersions that's been cast on the staff as well. It's tātaki, not tautaki, unless that's deliberate, but you know, that name was gifted to that CCO by Mana Whenua Forum. It's turning really ugly. And while I feel for the Speedway people, we made this decision before, and we made it to try and secure a future for Speedway going to Waikaraka Park, because there's longevity, secured over there in an industrial area. But ever since we made that decision, I've had people say to me, why are we spending ratepayer money on Speedway? And so, not everybody supports the motorsports. What's needed in my community, the kids are all playing basketball. That's what they're into. So, you know, we really are trying to think of our future of the city here as well. And we asked Tātaki Auckland Unlimited to go and get the best use of our assets, to come back to us with plans and proposals of how we get the best use of all our facilities. And that's what they did. And I don't think it's fair that we turn around and try and villainize what they did, which is what we asked them to do. Anyway, I don't support this for the reasons of fairness regarding the EOI process, and also because today has just been a rehash of the Waikaraka Park decision. And that's just how it is. Sometimes you don't get what you want. But good that this goes out to the public. Let the public have their say on what they want at Western Springs, because it may not be what everybody at the back here thinks people are going to say. But I don't support this amendment.
Okay, thank you. I've been, Councillor Darby. I thought you were scratching
Thanks.
your head.
I'm just going to be brief. A Herald journalist actually wrote a line today, which I think is pretty appropriate. It's a quote from, I think it's Ernst Ben from, maybe he was a British Prime Minister from the 50s, and I think it was really appropriate to this debate here today. And he says, politics is the art of looking for trouble, finding it everywhere, diagnosing it incorrectly, and applying the wrong remedies. And I think we've been on that track when it comes to stadiums for too many years. Now, if you want to be an oppositional politician, so be it. And you might get noted. You probably will. But boy, please look at how you are adding value. And this does not add value. Not at all. You know, we're on the right track here to consult on 3 really important options. It should not start introducing a backdoor entry as this proposes when we've gone through proper process. So, you know, let's have some level heads on this. And when you have to yell in this chamber, you are losing.
I think he wasn't picking on you, but Councillor Lee.
I'll be brief, Mr Mayor. I support the amendment. Essentially, the resolutions we have here today are all about essentially a consultation process, though the recommendation makes it clear that the council has a favourite before we even start, and at least that's being honest. It's even got a fancy name, Auckland Arena. This is a 100-year privatisation attempt. Let's be honest about it. And Councillor Turner's amendment is to try and get a consultation process that at least has some public credibility. What we are doing here is tantamount to setting up an election and after having removed probably the favourite candidate. And that is why the council has gotten all this negative publicity. That is why the council is before the High Court. It all could have been avoided. People were warned, people were requested, comply with the Local Government Act, and that was completely ignored. And so the process has got messy and controversial. We have to look at our own consciences on that and learn from it. But so therefore, here is an opportunity to make this consultation process a little bit more respectable, though of course the key decisions have long been made, and at that time key information was withheld, all in breach of the Act, all in breach of the Act. But anyway, here's a chance to try and make redress and go forward in good faith. So I support the amendment.
Okay. Oh, no. There's no ending here. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you. I shall also be brief. What we've tried to do is, over time with council, is to really, with our procurement policies, emphasise honesty, fairness and integrity. And I'm not going to go into whether or not that's the case today, but whether we like it or not, there is a public perception that this process has been untidy. If in actual fact it's not going to make a blind bit of difference to the outcome whether or not the amendment is adopted or not today, I'm going to support it, because where my trust and faith is in the Auckland public. If we're genuine, if we're sincere about our consultation, then we should trust the Auckland public to make their own mind up on that. And for that reason, I am supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Baker.
Oh, look, I'm going to vote against it, and I'm a little bit protective of the EOI process, and so if people want to test it, put your nomination in after the election, see how that works for you.
Very well said. I'm going to, it's been asked for a division by somebody or other apparently, and Councillor Walker's asked for a division. He's getting that pretty well. And I'll ask my assistant here to run the system. Thank you.
Councillor Baker.
No.
Councillor Bartley.
No.
Councillor Dalton.
No.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Ferry. Against. Councillor Filipina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
For.
Councillor Foley.
Against.
Councillor Henderson.
Against.
Councillor Hills.
Against.
Councillor Lee. Councillor Leone. Councillor Henderson's against. You need to change one of them.
Just back up a bit. You got that wrong, Bill.
There we go. Henderson against. Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Foley. She voted
Foley
against.
against.
Yeah, she's out.
Untick.
You've got to un-absent
Yep,
her because she's on the front line.
Okay. Right. All right.
Have we done Hills?
Yeah.
So Hills is a no.
Okay.
Councillor Lee is a yes. Councillor Leone.
No.
Councillor Newman.
Yes.
Councillor Sayers.
Yes.
Daniel said yes. Councillor Sayers.
For.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
For.
Councillor Turner.
For.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson. Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
No.
That's lost 12 votes to... Okay, thank you. You can...
What was the result?
12, it's lost 12-9.
Righto.
So now you go back to the original.
We're going back to the original now.
Right. So we've got debate on the original. Oh, you...
What's happening to the other amendment?
He hasn't said anything. He hasn't said anything. So it's... No, we're at a minute. We just need to... Yeah.
Okay. Any debate on the substantive?
I've got more questions.
Yeah.
On the original.
Yeah, we're on the, yeah. Yeah.
We were in
Yeah,
debate.
that's right. Any,
There's another amendment, Mr Mayor, have you got that?
Original.
Have you got the further amendment?
No, it hasn't been.
Hasn't been, no one's raised an amendment.
Councillor Lee, they're saying you haven't sent your amendment.
I have an amendment, and it's been vetted, legally vetted and perused by management, so there shouldn't be any need
They
for
say they
questions.
haven't received
Lee,
it.
you have to move an amendment, you can't just have one.
Should it be given to you?
You got to verbally move it before the meeting.
Are you moving an amendment or not moving an amendment?
Stand by, it's on its way.
It was up there before the lunch break.
Yeah, but you still, this is a debating chamber. You have to tell people.
Yeah, it's up there.
Are you moving an amendment?
Yes.
Okay. I'm happy to move the amendment, Mr Mayor.
Okay, right. Somebody has to do that.
Yeah, he did do it. It was up there before.
No, you have to say that. You have to say,
Sandra has
I'm
it.
moving an
Mike
amendment.
Mike just moves it.
Yes. Yes.
Is it a seconder?
It has a seconder. That's been advised as well. Thank you.
No, you didn't.
Mike's one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
No. He's just
I think somebody else have you seconded it?
Yeah.
You are seconding it. Okay, right.
Okay.
We have to have that for the.
Right, yes.
That's how it goes. We talk here, you know.
Yeah, I know how it goes.
It's a long day.
Right. We'll just stop for a minute or two while we process and put this one up so that those who don't know about it can read it and consider it. Back in 5. Gentlemen, the amendment is clause E to Tonu requested implementation of decisions as agreed by the other ones. It came here to be twice. It's the same thing. I can see it twice by mistake. It's just saying don't do it while the judicial review is proceeding. I've asked Meredith to, this requires just an understanding of what the legal situation is associated with this, because it is about a legal item. And so I've asked for Meredith to just clarify the implications, if any, of this, please.
So obviously we have an application for judicial review in. We're at a very early stage of the proceedings. We haven't yet had our first case management conference or filed our statement of defence. It could be some time before we get an outcome in the High Court. We obviously have to wait for a hearing to have a case before a judge, and then we have to wait for the judgment to be handed down. So we could be looking at a reasonably long delay before we get the outcome of the judicial review proceeding. A year would not be out of all possibility. In the circumstances where what we're proposing to do is to go out and to consult with the public on the future of Western Springs Stadium, we don't think it's necessary for you to delay pending the outcome of those proceedings, and we would recommend that you proceed to take a decision today. It is, of course, legally open to you to decide to delay the matter if you would like to, but as I said, it could be some time.
Just to make this clear, there's nothing that makes us delay. We don't have to delay because of that. And are there any risks with delaying because we've got an EOI with expectations of timing?
Look, the clearest risk is obviously that one of your participants withdraws and then you have less options to move forward with. So, you know, a delay is obviously not a great idea. And as we said, it's a good time to go out and ask the public about what they want from Western Springs. So and to be completely clear, there is nothing that prevents you from continuing and to take decisions, notwithstanding the existing judicial review.
We may as well use the time as well. Quite clear, there's nothing preventing us from carrying on. Righto, thank you very much for that. Just delay or not delay, it's pretty clear, so we may as well vote on it, if we can.
Mr. Mayor, do you want me to speak to it now?
Sorry.
Okay. I'll be brief. The amendment is an attempt to ensure at least some good faith in the process going forward and to show respect to the court and acknowledge the legal proceedings in regard to the judicial review. There's nothing wrong with the council strongly supporting a certain initiative, passionately supporting a certain proposal or enterprise. Nothing wrong with a CCO doing that. Nothing wrong with council managers doing that at all. What is wrong is to predetermine a decision, and that appears to have been done by not complying with the decision-making process of the Local Government Act 76 to 78 in particular. And that is where we went off track, and that is where all the negative reaction has arisen from. The people, let me read the Act, a local authority must, in the course of its decision-making process, in relation to a matter give consideration to the views and preferences of persons likely to be affected by or to have an interest in the matter. And that never happened, and now we face the legal consequences of that. Moreover, we weren't given all the information at the time about this now favoured proposal, the billionaire proposal, the 100-year alienation proposal, which now rejoices in the name
Hey, we're talking
of the
about the
Auckland
delay
Arena.
here, please. We're
So-
not talking about the merits of the decisions, we're talking about why we would delay.
Okay, so the process going forward, unless we show some good faith here and some respect to the legal process, I'm afraid will just be another have your say and we're going to have our way. Same old, there'll be no credibility in it. If we pause this decision pending the outcome of the judicial review, acknowledge that this council must comply with the law, the same as everyone else. This council is an enforcement agency and it expects people to obey the rules. But we must obey the rules ourselves, especially collectively, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors, the one we swear to uphold as the part of our induction process as elected, formally as elected members. We haven't done that in this case and quite a few others. So therefore, essentially what I'm saying is making a plea, hold back on this consultation process to enable the judicial review to proceed and not preempt its outcome. There have been judicial reviews where the judge has found in favour of the plaintiffs, but because of facts on the ground, because of the amount of money that's been expended, the court has declined to take any further action. It would not rebound well on the council if this was to happen because of the council compounding one bad decision after another. So that's what I'm requesting the governing body to agree to pause the process. And actually, can I ask, Mr. Mayor, that it also include Section A as well as B, C and D, just to complete the insurance that we don't go off with half of this and earn more public ire. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Just receiving the thing. I think you get what you want. I won't be supporting this because this is just an invitation for anyone who doesn't like anything we do just to lodge a judicial review. It costs bugger all. So absolutely nothing will ever get done in a council. If we support this, I'll be lodging a judicial review of every single building consent that somebody else has that affects me. So, but if you're all mad enough to do that, I think it's pretty plain. Can we just have a vote on this? As a second, are you amending him to amend that? Are you allowing to amend him to?
Add
You want
the
A
A
in
in
that?
as well.
No, he wants to speak.
You want to speak to it? Okay.
I'll be relatively brief. This amendment actually comes out of the advice signalled in the risk section of the paper here, where our own officers talk about there being a reasonable degree of litigation risk associated with the decisions on the future of Western Springs Stadium. And as most people will probably be aware, the Western Springs Speedway Association has already filed legal proceedings in the High Court. They have at their option to take further legal proceedings if they so wish. and our officers, again, signal that litigation gives rise to uncertainty in the decision-making process and may have financial and reputational implications. I think that boat sailed, but still the reputational implications still go on for both the council and Tātaki, both of who have become intertwined here. Yesterday, we received via one of our senior managers also a letter from the KC, who's, I think, colloquial referred to as a top lawyer in the Herald article, who also made it clear. It's clear that the only prudent approach at this time is the third option, not progressing further with the EOI process until the judicial review proceedings have been determined. Judicial review proceedings cost a lot of money. They're not cheap. So I don't think every man and his dog goes out and take a judicial review unless you've got a bit of lolly in your back pocket. These people have fronted up with the money and are serious movers of this action. They're not going to back away. So I would have thought in those circumstances we hear about the precautionary approach and goodwill, given the sorry litany of shortcomings. To me, I'm a layperson, it looks to me like a slam dunk when you look at some of the stuff that's happened over the last 18 months. It's abysmal. So I would have thought in those circumstances we'd be looking to safeguard our position a little bit more. I just want to finish up though. One of the previous speakers, talked about, made some rather derisory comments about oppositional, I think, politicians, he said, in relation to into the stadiums. Well, and made a quote. Well, I've got a quote too. It's about the Bourbons. Charles de Talleyrand said, "The Bourbons learn nothing and forget nothing." And if we look at the stadiums, I don't think you could get a better reflection of that. Not so many years ago, North Harbour Stadium was the golden boy. Ready for a covered roof, was going to be home of the Warriors. Mount Smart, by contrast, they were going to look to demolish the eastern stand, turn it into a speedway track. The stadium was presented as a basket case. It was the oppositional politicians who saved that at that stage, and there weren't too many people lining up. You wouldn't have the Mount Smart today. It would be a speedway track. Western Springs, stage one, they were getting evicted, their first eviction, and it was going to get turned into a test cricket match oval for one game a year, if lucky, because there's not too much test cricket and there's lots of boutique venues.
Point of order, irrelevant content to the motion.
Oh my goodness.
Deciding whether we're going to go ahead and delay it or not delay it.
Yes, and I'm pointing out the track record that goes to the side of decisions that are made in here, and how it has just been a relatively few number of people, including with Eden Park in the last term, the person who just spoke, along with the mayor, that they were quite happy to see Eden Park bulldozed. A couple of weeks ago, we voted Eden Park Stage 1, that gives us an international size cricket venue, international rugby venue, and a boutique stadium in between. Is the wrong decision. It's a wrong decision. In the past, with North Harbour Stadium, which they were ready to demolish and sell off, this time last year, I didn't see too many howls of protest from some of the people around here then.
Standing Order 1.4.9, objecting to words. I would like to object to the words around the plans to demolish North Harbour Stadium. That is not correct, and I would like that noted in the minutes.
Absolutely correct.
It is correct.
Absolutely correct. And sell the land.
Look, allegations are easy to make. Can we just see why we're going to delay it or not?
They're
not allegations,
They weren't
they're
allegations,
fact.
that they were fact. And it is interesting, Mr. Mayor, when we have people trying to interrupt here. I'm trying to make a valid point of looking at the past, because we can learn from the past here that the track record with stadiums has been abysmal. This is the latest and by far and away the worst. This motion would at least give some degree of protection to the council in Tātaki, particularly in light of the way Western Springs Speedway has been treated. To me, that's an entirely desirable course of action to take. And if it hadn't been taken in the past with Mount Smart, with North Harbour, with Eden Park, with Western Springs, by some of the people around here, they would be in a parlous state. They would be a roll of rubble in some cases today.
Councillor Williamson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I've been reasonably quiet all day, but I'm going to speak on this because I am going to vote against this, and that's because of a history of mine. I've had 18 lawsuits against me as a minister, from the Crayford Farms to the recreational assets of the old Auckland Harbour Board to the broadcasting assets. And I saw nothing but the legal system used to delay and add cost. And every lawyer that ever advised me said, oh, we'll go to the next level, and that's because they were being paid by billable hours. I think we're better to move on. I voted the other way on the First Amendment, but I'm sorry to the colleagues who would think I should vote this. I'm going to be voting no to this amendment.
Councillor Walker.
I'll just be really brief. As far as prejudicing things, this doesn't stop Ponsonby Rugby and concerts and the like happening at Western Springs. It doesn't stop Auckland FC doing the great job they are playing at Mount Smart Stadium. And one would hope in the time frame in between, our council would get its act together and work out a stadium network strategy, which we don't have. And as John has pretty much alluded, this whole process is just an absolute shambles. You know, we really need to take a step back and put things in order. Certainly an overall network strategy, which we don't have. If we had done that some time ago, we'd be in a much better position than what we are now. So this might go some way to making that happen. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm going to make sure that this is a division because before somebody else does. So off you go there, Sandra. In favour or against the amendment?
I did request, and so did the seconder, that the letter A be included. It's not much work to do. Could that please be included?
I'm told you can only change an amendment with the agreement of the meeting, but is the meeting mind whether there's A in there or not? A?
Let's have a debate on that.
Okay, I think I'll accept the A as long as Q goes in there as well. Favour or against the amendment, please?
Councillor Baker.
No.
Councillor Bartley.
No.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Ferry.
Against.
Councillor Filipaina.
Against.
Councillor Fletcher.
Against.
Councillor Foley.
I don't think we can do it.
Against.
Councillor Henderson.
No.
Councillor Hills.
No, thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Aye.
Councillor Leone.
Against.
Councillor Newman.
No.
Councillor Sayers.
Or.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
For.
Councillor Turner.
Absolutely for.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Watson.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Against.
Mayor Brown.
Okay.
So that is lost. 15 votes to 6.
Righto. We're back to the original. And we've debated the original.
I indicated, sorry, Chair.
Councillor Filipaina and Councillor Darby did book some questions on this.
Yeah.
And so
Thank
I'll
you.
submit those.
Max.
Councillor Darby's questions have clearly been answered.
Yeah,
Councillor
no, these
Filipaina
are
has
very
8
short
questions.
ones. Sorry, Max.
Max, you've got to come back.
During both amendments, there was nothing to indicate the questions that I had have been answered, hence the partai to you. Max, under the next steps, 127, 128, I have an issue in regards to what involvement will the governing body have around the feedback form. And I qualify that question based on what Councillor Walker and others have said in regards to the impacts that it will have on the stadia, that when this goes out for consultation, because the feedback form, as we have learned in annual plan and long-term plan, they are very crucial when we go out for our have your says. And that feedback to our community that informs them very briefly but concisely is what I think we need to have a look. So two-part to that question, what will the governing body have in regards to the feedback form and the questions that we have or the statements that we will feed back to our community? Secondly, if the governing body don't, why don't we?
Thank you, Councillor. Wendy, who was here previously, I don't think is here at the moment, but I will be able to answer your question. So the engagement process is being designed and run by the engagement team, and a lot of work will go into making sure that the feedback material is robust, fair and impartial in the way that it presents the information, and we've got some independent academic expertise to review the material to that effect. Now, that doesn't answer your question, but that's a preface. There isn't time for us to come back to the governing body to get approval of the whole public consultation document, but what we can offer is at least a drop-in session to have a look at the feedback form and the rest of the material, and I'm very happy, well, the engagement team, I think, is who will be leading this rather than me, very happy to speak directly with councillors about any concerns, but the drop-in session is probably the best we can do.
Okay, so to you, CEO Phil Wilson, having given that as an undertaking, maybe one or two sessions, let's have a look at it, because I think it's important after what's been debated here around that information that goes out to our community around the options that are going to go out for consultation. So I'm hoping that there is an undertaking, whether it be one or two drop-in sessions or whatever format you decide would be appropriate for the governing body to have input into what we all know is going to be a very crucial decision later on after consultation. So
I'm very happy to support what Max has suggested, and we can make decisions on the basis of comments from councillors.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Just following on from Councillor Filipina, along the same lines, the last time we went out for consultation on a stadium, it was North Harbour Stadium. There were a number of issues in the way that consultation material was presented and the neutrality of the options. I engaged a professor of market analytics to look at it, and I passed it on to the CEO. To put it briefly, he said in respect of that consultation material, based on the information provided, which was the consultation material itself, the three choices are not worded objectively and comparably. This may lead to bias data. So you've had concerns already. What you've said to us is that it's not coming back to any council meeting to undergo any scrutiny. It's been a contentious item. It's going to be a drop-in session. So if I drop into the session and say I want that change, or that seems to me to be unfair, or there's emotive vocabulary, or there's additional detail here that makes something look better, all of which happened in North Harbour, what's going to be the response of that?
Well, I think it's, I understand the dynamic you're describing there. I've only got to offer that we will consider all feedback in good faith. It it is worth noting that the engagement team routinely gets independent expert advice about the construction of these feedback forms. I understand the criticism of a particular process previously, but this stuff is taken seriously, and they do get expert research and academic advice, sometimes from the Auckland University, but certainly from others as well. So, you know, there is a degree of rigour around this, please.
Councillor Walker, please.
So, I've raised the issue about the network effects, the impacts on Eden Park, the impacts on Mount Smart Stadium, the impacts on North Harbour Stadium, and there will be impacts on other venues. And the reason that we're going to have impacts is because we've got considerable sums of investment, and those investors are going to want a return on their assets. They're going to want to get as much content into whatever happens at Western Springs as they can. But Aucklanders don't just go to Western Springs. They're interested in having a great stadium like Eden Park. There will be many people that will be supportive of Mount Smart Stadium and the like. So Aucklanders need some information, which isn't in the information that I've read at this point, around how those other parts of the network get hollowed out. What does it do to Eden Park in terms of stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4? They really haven't had any opportunity to feed in, and you may say, oh, you know, they've been asked, but they haven't given us some information. Well, let's get some information. Let's put some information together ourselves and let's touch base with them, because if we've got a situation where, you know, football, the Blues...
Point of clarification.
All sorts of things. This is a question. This is a question. So, can we have some work done in the interim so that Aucklanders have got some balanced information on the network? Because realistically, there's only so much investment. There's only so much content. I mean, Auckland's a small place. So is New Zealand, for that matter. What does it do? And the other issues that I've raised previously that go to the stadium is where are the studies on the flooding of the motions catchment and the like, and how does that impact on the stadium? Because the motion stream is right on the boundary, and what does that mean?
I think we're asking the public about the stormwater acceptability of these three options. We're just asking them which of those they like.
I'm just raising it as an issue.
I know you are, but...
Because increasingly, many of our green assets in storms have to be able to cope. And we acknowledge that. This is a major issue. How many houses are we buying?
I suppose the guys will fall off in the mud if it's raining, won't they?
How many houses full?
1,200.
1,200 houses we're buying because of flooding. And we're looking to, you know, turn locations into swamps and the like up at Takapuna in order to do stuff. This is the brave new world. So
I'm happy to
the public is
answer the
interested in
question,
issues
Councillor.
like this.
I think we'll get on and do this. Thank you very much for that point, but you can retreat now. We've had several hours of this, and we're going to have a division on the substantive remaining initial thing that was put up hours ago. And yes, the clarification.
I'm not sure. If you want to vote for, if you want to say you vote for the whole thing, but you oppose one thing, does that still make it be recorded as unanimous? Does it, even though you've been apart against a little bit?
Yeah, you can do that. I mean, if you recall, we passed the 10-year plan with a number of people saying they didn't like Part Z or Part.
But if I note I'm against one thing,
It'll be recorded.
It'll be recorded.
It'll be recorded in the minutes.
But But to the public, it says it's a unanimous pass, is that
Yeah,
right?
well, you'll have to oppose it if you don't want it to be unanimous. Okay? I'm going to call the whole thing and you can stay which bit if you don't like it, or just say yes or no. That's enough. All right, we're going to do it by parts. Sandra will lead this off with...
Councillor Baker,
Yes.
Councillor Bartley,
Yes.
Councillor Dalton,
Yes.
Councillor Darby,
4.
Councillor Ferry,
4.
Councillor Filipaina,
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher,
4.
Councillor Foley,
4.
Councillor Henderson,
Yes.
Councillor Hills,
Yes.
Councillor Lee,
No.
Councillor Leone,
Yes.
Councillor Newman,
4.
Councillor Sayers,
No.
Deputy Mayor Simpson, Councillor Stewart,
No.
Councillor Turner,
No.
Councillor Walker, Councillor Watson, Councillor Williamson,
No.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
So that's carried. 14 votes to 7.
But we'll now move on to item, much more interesting item, 11. This is the Auckland Future Fund. This is talking about a windfall, and windfalls are best used for long-term return. We can put that money to better use and get a return if we invest it, so this just makes sense. And staff, would you like to tell us why this does make sense? Noting, of course, in the meantime that since we flogged them, our AIA shells have dropped about nearly 25%. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly, when you passed the resolution to set up the Auckland Future Fund last year, you requested that staff consider other options to capitalize the fund. Staff has done some work and we propose to bring those options to you following the elections in October. However, currently there's one option in front of you, that is the funds that the port will receive from its holding in the Master and Maritime Holdings Limited. Yeah, they own 19%, and the consortium has been set up to acquire those shares from the existing shareholders. As a result of that, the port will receive around $46 million in cash. That is a substantial increase in the price of Master Maritime Holding shares when the offer was made in February. What we are proposing is that council request the port declare a special dividend from the proceeds that they receive from Master Maritime Holdings, and that those funds be invested in the Auckland Future Fund. And just note that council staff will bring to this to the governing body in the future proposals in relation on how the fund can be further capitalized. I'll leave it at that, but happy to take any other questions.
Okay, I think Councillor Fletcher should just have a word on this one here. It's something that she's been pushing for a while, and we need to reflect on that.
Thank you, Your Worship. I acknowledge the staff today in looking for opportunities to further capitalise this fund. As we heard earlier today, the legislation is passing through and will come to the second reading and committee stage probably in the next fortnight. If ever there was a day that we should be discussing this, probably for me it's today, because Councillor Ferry and I have just been briefed on the grade 5 storm, which was greater than the anniversary weekend floods for Cyclone Tam for people in our area. As I've looked at the news, Christchurch is in a state of emergency, and I bet they were wishing that they had an Auckland Future Fund. So I don't think it's appropriate to be going into too much detail on other opportunities at this time, and I think it's better placed for this to come back following the election. But I really welcome the work. I acknowledge all of the officers who have worked very hard on it, but I want to thank Chris Swarsbrook and his fellow directors for their wisdom in putting the funds on term deposit and not squandering them on investments at a time of global uncertainty. So thank you, officers, and I commend the adoption of this by all councillors today. Thank you.
I understand you want to move this, and Councillor Sayers wants to second it, if that's all right. Okay. Councillor Philippine has a question.
Thank you. Tēnā kōrua. My question is, what has the response been by the ports in regards to this fund?
We have consulted them on making the special dividend, and their view is that they will consider it. They obviously need to consider the impact on their financial statements when once the request is made, but they are waiting to get the request from us, and they will consider the option. Yeah.
So am I to understand that they're just waiting for us to make the decision? They haven't said, look, we would use these funds to do this or do that within the ports?
It is a board decision. The board has not had a request from us officially, so they'll consider it, but they'll need to look at it in the greater financial, look at the greater financial position of the port as well. But they are aware of it and they are considering it, and they'll consider it as the board will consider it.
I still haven't. So the ports. Right, help me out here. What have the ports said to you around the fund? Have they said, look, we would have used this for the benefit of the ports? Or did they say, you are the parent, you make the decision, and we'll give you the money? That's what I want to find out, because it's not clear in the agenda.
So this is it's a decision for the port board to decide what they will do with these funds. We've spoken to staff at the port. They are happy to consider it, and they didn't have any concerns if, financially in terms of their projections. If the council was to request that this money is returned, that it's manageable from their perspective. It is a decision for the board. The board have met this week. Staff have the staff have briefed them on it, but there was no request, but there's been no sort of allergic reaction at this point. The board is waiting to see a formal request from the governing body. So by default, the port would use it to pay down debt. If there's a request from the governing body to have it returned as a special dividend, then the board will consider that, and those sort of issues have been raised around why there'd be any particular issues for them, but it is ultimately their decision to make.
Supplementary Chair, they didn't indicate what they would have targeted those funds for?
They would use it to pay down debt. They've got some capital program there's a capital program that's been agreed, through the statement of corporate intent. So they're going to continue investing in their capital program, and they would do that with less debt if they if you didn't
Clear that they didn't have it. It is a windfall. They didn't have it in their business plan. Okay.
So I've read it, understand that it is a windfall. This is why I've asked the question what they would have spent it for, which was to pay down their debt. And so if they come back to the governing body and say, hey, look, thank you, but we wish to hold on to the money to pay down debt. Is that, well, I think what would the response be from both of you?
The response from us is we'd report it back to you, and you could then consider what response you want to make to that. So if you approve these recommendations, we will go and formally put the request to the board. They'll consider it, and if they say no, then we'll report it back to you, and you'll have deal with that, whatever you choose to do.
Thank you. I won't be putting in an amendment not to, because that'll be a direct negative. I will be, however, voting against it. Yeah, and that's my choice, because I think paying down the, oh look, we're not into debate yet. I will, if there's any more part-time, fine. If not, I'll just sort of be very brief in regards to my response.
We've got Henderson, Darby and Simpson.
Oh, mine's been asked, thanks, Mayor.
Darby?
Yeah, I'm just querying this as well. I would have preferred to have got some formal feedback from the port company on this proposal first, rather than do it this way. And I'm wondering why we're doing it this way. What is the benefit of doing it this way, rather than actually ask the port company for the implications of this and fully understand it from that point of view, rather than trying to direct them at this stage?
I understand the point that's been made. I suppose the view we've taken of it is that there was an expressed view from the governing body about opportunities for further capitalising the future fund. This was a windfall situation, and the immediate beneficiary, frankly, our view is that the beneficiary of that should be the governing body, and it's for you to determine how it should be used. And that has informed the process, but I understand it could have been done a different way around.
There's been quiet chats, of course. No surprise. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I mean, my question was quite succinct, and dare I say we're on the same way. You know, is there any risk that the Ports of Auckland directors would refuse to pay the special dividend? And I'm answering my own question because the answer is yes, right? There is a...
It's their decision, so we've engaged with financial staff at the port. They've made it really clear it's a decision for their board, and their board will consider it when there's a formal request.
I get that, and I think the resolutions, I will vote for the resolutions because it says consider, whether they would consider. So it doesn't ask them to, it asks whether they would consider. But my next question is, what I don't know, if they say no to giving it to us and keep it themselves, I don't know the impact on our dividend, what that would do. So I'm not going to ask, I mean, the day full of trouble as it is, I'm not going to ask for any amendments, but can you just, when you get the outcome or when you see the board paper that goes to the directors, whenever that was, I can't remember when it is, can you make sure that when you come back to us that you know the answer to that question? That would be useful. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If they keep it themselves, and then they, because they've just given us an extra 10 million, right? So if they keep it themselves and they pay down debt, potentially we would get more money from our dividend anyway, but I don't know the answer to that. So my question to you is, when you report back on what their decision is, could you report back on the financial implications of whatever decision they make as it relates to their parent?
Yeah, we certainly can, Councillor.
They have been under pressure from us to improve their returns to us. If it just comes across the thing there and they just keep it in, then they would publish that they have made $48 million more than they expected to, and we would say, well, that's bloody good, give us the $48 million. So this is the most normal behaviour you will ever get. We're just asking for the windfall to come back to the owners. Okay? Any further questions? Otherwise, I'm going to step you guys back. Anyone got any? Councillor Filipina,
Thank you, Chair.
A debate?
I am disappointed in the agenda. And the disappointment is around, as Chris outlined, not having formal feedback from them. I understand that they have a choice. I hope they take the choice of no, we don't believe that we would approve this going to you because we have a better option for you as Auckland Council. We know the windfall. I am disappointed with this because I think we've gone around the wrong way and we should have got the formal feedback as what Councillor Darby said. So we haven't at least an idea. So I will not be supporting this based on what I've just said. It seems like the big sister, the big brother saying, you better, I mean, it's up to you. You got a choice on the left finger or the left hand pointing and got the jandal in the right. That's all. So I just, and as Tina said, she'll use the jandal with love. So look, I just leave it at that. Thank you.
They are supposed to be behaving like a commercial firm. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, just really briefly, really proud to support this. Look, if it wasn't 5:49 p.m, I would suggest maybe an amendment to delete the word consider and just ask them directly, because it makes a hell of a lot more sense. But this, to me, is the Future Fund working normally and working for the future of Aucklanders and doing a great job for that, for the future generations. This is exactly the sort of thing that we should be doing, and I think we should be strongly suggesting that they do this and pay it in, and that'd be great. So yeah, big tick from me. Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, everybody.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just want to have a shout out to our staff for responding to what we asked them for last year. There was a governing body directive that we actually look for ways in which we can provide further capitalisation of the Auckland Future Fund for the purposes of ensuring the resilience of Auckland for now and into the future. So you've done well. You have my respectful support for what you have presented to us today, and I'm entirely with Councillor Henderson that we should just get on and do it. So thank you. Councillor
Turner, please.
Thank you. I'm a yes, but I'm very pleased that the word consider is there, because I do agree with Councillor Filipino that sometimes your business can do better with the money than you can. Thank you.
Well, that's all we're asking. Consider paying. But I'd consider carefully if I was your board member. Councillor Darby.
Yeah, I'm struggling to support this. Now, Mayor, you and I sit with the Chair and the Chief Executive at those, regulars, and we did discuss the Marsden Maritime, but I don't recall us discussing a special dividend. I do recall them saying that gone into a scheme of arrangement, but I really need to understand, what are the implications here for debt at the port company, or Bledisloe North development, or Central Wharf strategy and release from Marsden Cook. There's a lot of moving parts here. Now, I understand the enthusiasm to go and, top up the Future Fund, but you also need to understand things more holistically. And currently, I don't, and none of us do. Now, you can be, cheerleader for the Future Fund. I am too. But you also need to be a cheerleader for the port company and the sustainability of their business. Now, I know that the wording is just consider, but it's quite a strong directive when there's a resolution coming from the governing body. It's very difficult for the port company chair and directors to actually say, well, actually, that doesn't stack up, because we've actually got this exposure on debt, or we've got this exposure on Bledisloe North development, or it has implications for Central Wharf strategy. None of that we understand at the moment. So I'm reluctant, but I can't support this.
Okay, well, I mean, if you can't support it, don't support it. But we didn't actually ask them, they didn't come back and ask us whether they would sell that particular item, because that was a strategic decision that they made. So they're saying they didn't need it. And so when you're right, there's a whole lot of praise out there like this there, the even bigger thing is, in fact, where does this fit into the consolidation of the ports? Now, they didn't bother telling us about that. They just decided they didn't need it. So if they didn't need it, I want the money. And so it justifies it for me. And I'd look at this in boards and other circumstances when they produce windfalls. They don't actually have to have the windfalls. They made the decision to sell us. We didn't. They got a windfall. And I've seen windfalls wasted on dumb shit in the past. The best way is to put your windfall in a cupboard you can't get your hands on that does well. And this is a sensible thing to do. We've got a good cupboard now. And it's not like they are short of cash to do their port extensions. They have a very good business plan which shows increasing profits that didn't include this windfall. And this is a windfall of a strategic island. It wasn't actually making much money. It's a strategic sale. So I would have no trouble voting for this. Councillor Walker?
I'm supportive of this item. I'm sure that the ports of Auckland are listening to this, and that might include some people on the board. And I don't doubt that the board will make the right decision. I would make the observation that the port is in a pretty liquid situation financially, and it may well be that they make a decision to give us the money effectively, but it's going to be a decision that they're going to make.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that the capability of the chief executive there, that if it was a bloody dangerous thing to do, he'd let me know.
So this is somewhat of a contrast to other issues where the port have got options and we're not closing them off.
In the interests of sleeping, I'm going to put this motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary? Okay, thank you very much for that. There is yet another item. You don't escape yet, you guys. Come on. I want to have a deep debate about the run sheet for the governing body. Now, I want to ask a lot of questions about this. I'm going to go on for several hours now about this, but I can be overruled. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary?
Phil, have we offered support to Christchurch if there is something that...
Yes, we have through emergency management, yeah.
I'm closing the meeting. Thank you very much for your attention.